You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Good evening. I'm Coulter Wonkite. I'm already into the 420, damn it.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is not much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
All right. We are here. Tracy Lamore just walked in.
Oh, that's the noise.
That's the noise. It's Tracy Lamore.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Tracy. Holy crap.
So, welcome to the
Good party.
420 radio show. The first time at Gunjanistas in Hamilton at 242
in public.
Queen Street. What was that? What'd you say, Mary Jane?
I said the joys of filming live.
Yeah, we're here
Yeah.
live.
Yeah.
And
We're live. Tracy walks in.
Perfect timing. I'm sitting with Michael Puff Dog Thomas and Miss Kelly and Paula. Pronounce your last name. Huey. I thought so. Paula Huey, who is the owner of Gunjanistas in Hamilton I already said it, but I'll say it again, 242 Queen Street East. We don't want to send them over to West like I did with our first pizza delivery at Kelly's place. Yeah, wasn't that funny? Yeah. It took
Funnier
a while
for
to
the
get
guy
the
that
pizza.
answers the door.
It took a while. So we are going to be chatting today with Michael and anybody else who wants to talk. We're going to talk with Paula about what's going on here. They've got a lot of events coming in and out of here during the week as well. It's a really cool vibe in here. It's nice to actually go into a lounge and smoke a doobie because that isn't happening very often, is it, Michael?
No. Previously
Wait,
I owned
hold it. It's not a vapor lounge then.
Yes, it is because we're vaping as well. There are vaporizers, there are dab tools and pens and shatterizers and what do you call those? E-nails. And
But you can smoke a joint.
we can smoke a doobie as well. Until somebody comes in and says,
Oh my God, I love you guys. Now see, now you make me want to move.
Yeah.
But the traffic, I'm still better off where I am.
The smokers are already outside because you want to know something? You can't smoke tobacco in here.
You can't.
No smoking tobacco. Nope, not even in an e-cigarette. No poppers. No blunts. Unless of course it's hemp blunts or leaf blunts.
Yeah.
I watched this video a while ago. I think Marcel saved it with me. It was about this guy in Jamaica. He takes these buds, these huge buds, and squishes them and squishes them and squishes them. Then takes a nail and drives it right down the center and lights it up. Yeah. Yeah.
It's an awesome way to smoke
Lettuce wrap.
a bud.
I don't know if I don't like eating.
What?
lettuce. Never mind.
Did you say lettuce wrapped?
Lettuce wraps. Yeah.
Lettuce is good
Why
for
would?
ya.
Do you know the
I don't know
best
about
wraps
smoke.
are leaves, fan leaves?
Yeah. They're also the most expensive. The most expensive wrap is the leaf wraps.
Not if you're your own grower.
Fair enough. Do you do wraps and stuff, Michael?
I don't have time for that,
No.
man.
Just a
No,
drunk smoker.
that's my problem. I don't have time for that shit. I'm busy doing other shit.
So if anybody noticed that we've killed our chat room, it's because some doofus face likes to post really rude stuff. So if you want to interact with us during the show now, just interact with the little window down in the bottom right corner. It's the messenger window. Open it up, say hello. It'll come to all of us. We can all talk to you and have some fun. So no more chat room. Fuck the chat room. Fuck the chat rooms.
I like the chat room, and you only took it down because I was going to respond. And I don't think that's fair because I think that individual needed to respond.
Well,
Plus, spam in the chat room is always awesome. I love people trying to sell me, discounts for this if I give their email address. I think it's great. Yeah,
So-
I'm glad the chat room's gone.
we're sitting here with Michael Puff Dog Thomas, who is a very, very, very well-known name in the St. Catharines, Hamilton, Toronto area, all over Canada, really, mostly Ontario, I guess.
Yeah. I'd say so.
You got to turn this way so we can hear you, but
Yeah.
I've heard of them, and I'm way over in Nova Scotia, so.
There you go. I mean,
Yeah.
Michael has a whole bunch of stuff going on, although he's retiring. But I wanted him to pick his brain, and he's a good conversation. Why don't you, instead of me telling them who you are and what you do, you pick your own words and tell people.
Well, I'm a retiring Canadian activist, worldwide activist, really, as the founder of Dads for Marijuana. Oh, by the way, just to there's something that I need to really say and just get off my chest.
You go right ahead.
And we lost a couple of Canadian activists recently, a couple of gentlemen. One of these guys took Dads for Marijuana to international status and created somewhere in the neighborhood of 148 chapters worldwide.
Wow.
Actively promoting cannabis as medicine, especially for the children of the world that suffer from dreadful diseases. And we lost Mr. Michael DeSalt Jensen, and we lost Shane King, who is another activist that I stood shoulder to shoulder with at Toronto Police Services headquarters and protested Project Claudia and the raids that went on in the city of Toronto. Jesus, this really hits home hard. We're the old guard. We're losing the old guard,
Yep.
and it scares the hell out of me. And as much as I know I need to retire and look after my health, sometimes somebody's got to hold that sign that makes that very bold statement. And I'm just, I guess, as one of the not so much elders, but yeah, I'm getting on in years.
Original sign holders.
Yeah,
Old school.
sometimes we need to have those signs held on Parliament Hill so that they get the message. That's the only time they get the message, really, is when you stand on their front lawn and call them out.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and
That's Tracy Lamoure's voice.
That's really just, in 1984, when they handed me my ass on Parliament Hill on Canada Day, because I was the only guy with a weed flag and a reefer in my hand, that was a pretty bold statement. And, sometimes we have to make bold statements.
The bold statements sometimes are needed to get over a hump.
Absolutely. I went to bat for my own daughter, who was viciously assaulted and finally succumbed to her injuries, and I was challenged at every corner. You can't do that here, sir. Oh, we don't think your daughter needs that. I had to have lawyers involved and go right for the jugular for them to understand that's my daughter. And damn it, if smoking a joint helped her feel better in her condition, then who are they to stand in her way?
Well,
I agree.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people out there that are doing things for the right reasons. There's a lot of new people out there that are coming into the community that are there for one reason and one reason only, to make money off of patients, unfortunately.
No, it's not just off of patients. They're willing to make money off of anybody.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm always preaching for the patient, though, right? Because
So am I.
the rec person, if they want to smoke cannabis, they have to pay for it. They have to know that they're going to go out and spend whatever they spend on their weed every month. Where myself, Michael, Kelly, Tracy, and Paula and her staff we're all patients, and it's like, we need a place.
The difference between the rec user and the patient really is the patient
much you
needs
spend.
it every day.
Yes.
The rec patient only needs a small amount once in a while,
or even at all. Like once a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Every other Friday, I like to go out and smoke a joint with my brother out in the back. That kind of thing. And that's where most people are, I would think. Eh?
Yeah.
Right.
We also have to take into account microdosing oil, right? Like, which we've seen huge progress in, and we all know the mathematics to making oil with flour, to make full extract cannabis oil. I mean, it takes a lot of product to make a little product if you want pure medicine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And you got to do it right too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people out there doing it not right.
I've been making FICO since the mid 70s, so I have my share of time of producing the stuff.
Well, tell me, why are we only, both of you have your own answers, I'm sure, for this. Why are we only hearing about FICO now out in the open? Because for the last year that you hear a lot, FICO. Yeah. And I'm like, what's that?
Yeah, well.
Because some of us, and I'll be honest and blunt, some of us got tired of RSO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because RSO is not FICO, it's not a full extract.
Yeah.
RSO is a petrochemical solvent-based extract that removes your non-polar soluble cannabinoids.
Well, okay, but
FICO is a full extract, which means it removes both polar and non-polar.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be black, for God's sakes. It's not supposed
The plant
to be
has all of the cannabinoids. Why waste them by using naphtha?
Yeah.
So this is why a number of people refuse to use RSO and prefer to use the term FICO. I just prefer to use the term whole plant extract.
Okay, but explain to me what the difference is in the processes. One's with ISO, one's with naphtha. Basically.
Or gasoline or grain alcohol or anything
diesel,
like that. Anything that's non-polar.
Okay.
Grain alcohol is the
So it's the non-polar thing that's the difference.
Right. Non-polar. See, ISO has the ability to be both polar and non-polar. So it removes all of the cannabinoids. You get a wider range of cannabinoids removed.
Okay.
Using something like naphtha, grain alcohol, something like that, you're going to get non-polar cannabinoids, which means you're going to get much higher concentrate of THC, which is non-polar.
Correct.
Right? And CBD. So, but you're losing out because you're not getting the non-polar, all of the polar soluble cannabinoids, which may be the beneficial ones that people actually need.
Yes.
But okay, so the story goes when you're using naphtha grabs everything, right?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay, so then the story's wrong.
Naphtha will grab the same soluble compounds that its polarity is.
I'm not sure why the grain alcohol does work that way, but it's got to be something different from the other extract.
Grain alcohol is definitely different than naphtha, but a grain alcohol is definitely different than ISO. And benzene is another one that's still completely different again.
Yeah, but that's also left by the naphtha and diesel and gasoline, isn't it?
Gasoline would do similar action that naphtha would do, but very likely it would be variances.
And you wouldn't be able to get rid of everything, I don't think, would you?
Well, I don't know.
I guess
mean,
if you
I've
let it
tasted-
go long enough, you can remove anything.
Listen, I don't know how do you well, I guess you'd need a back purge to back off gasoline.
I wouldn't even want to touch it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we're smoking gasoline today.
No gasoline. You want to smoke some gasoline, ladies?
But so while you sit and laugh about gasoline in extracting for oil, you got to realize that gasoline's also used for making cocaine.
Yeah, and you know what? I watched that process. The chef, as I call Gordon Ramsay, he went because the story I think I remember is his brother had a bad coke habit. He wanted to go and find out why and how it's made and go from plant to street. And he did that in a documentary style where he had unprecedented access, where he walked right into a cocaine plantation and went right through it. They put sulfuric acid on the leaves to release those compounds. And they put this on the leaf and that on the leaf. And it's like, holy fuck, I'm glad I didn't get into that shit. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I just prefer my organic cannabis, you know.
It comes down to the chemical reactions is all it is.
That's what they showed the steps of each thing has its own chemical reaction, and then they throw sulfuric acid into it's like whoa, and you're putting that up your nose.
Yeah,
you know.
No wonder people get nosebleeds.
I had a buddy in high school.
Normally they get nosebleeds because they didn't grind it up enough.
I had a buddy in high school that had no cartilage in between his nose because he did so much coke, and he could take a handkerchief and go. It's weird. You don't want to know the visual, people.
And luckily, we don't have video.
So listen, I think we're going to put on a tune, okay? Because I got to go to the little boy's room. I pulled up some Bush Doctor because it's one of my favorite songs. Peter Tosh. This is the 420 Radio Show. We're live at Gunjanistas in Hamilton.
Sounds like somebody's got one of those little shakers for beads.
Yeah, somebody is playing with the bag from the volcano and making all kinds of noise. We'll be right back.
Warning. The Surgeon General warns. Cigarette smoking is dangerous. Dangerous. Hazard to your health. Does that mean anything to you? Then legalize marijuana. Right here in Jamaica. Them say it cure glaucoma. I'm an the Bush Doctor. So there'll be no more smoking and feeling intense. When I see them come, I don't have to jump. Legalize marijuana. Down here in Jamaica. Only cure for asthma here. I'm an active minister. So there'll be no more police brutality, no more disrespect for humanity. Legalize marijuana. Down here in Jamaica, it can build up a failing economy. Eliminate the slavish mentality. more illegal humiliation. And no more police interrogation. Legalize marijuana down here in sweet Jamaica. Only cure for glaucoma. I'm an Addy Bush doctor. And there be no more need to smoke and hide when you know you're taking a legal ride. So legalize marijuana down here in Jamaica. It's the only cure for glaucoma.
We are back. This is the 420 Radio Show. We are live at Gunjanistas in Hamilton, 242 King East. Come on in and say hi. There's a comedy show on tonight, Weirdo Comedy Show. And I don't have the flyer in front of me, but I'll get one before we leave. Here we are. I can't read the names because I don't have glasses. Can you see that, Michael?
I can't even read them with my glasses on. That's small.
I'll get
print.
Paula to come over when she's done having her snack, and we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
So we're just hanging out and smoking doobies. We got Tracy Lamore here, Kelly's here, Tracy's brother, and the ladies that work here, and my buddy. We've known each other quite a long time. We've been friends here on in the community.
Yeah.
Community. So Puff Dog, as he's known lovingly, has a bunch of things that he does that he would like to talk about, and he's got some rosins here that we're gonna try. And
Yeah. We should set up a rig, actually.
you want to set up a rig?
Yeah.
Okay. There's one heating up right there. I can see the lights on it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so Michael's going to go set up a rig. You want to talk about Harvest Fest for a minute, Marcel?
Sure.
Okay. Talk to me.
Come to Harvest Fest.
Yeah, we're going to be there.
A blast.
We're going to be there. We're going to have everything set up, and you can come and hang out in our makeshift living room, and you can smoke there too.
Tell the people when it is. When is it, Marcel? What weekend?
July
22nd. Hang on, I got to look at the calendar.
It's the 20th to the 22nd.
Yeah, July 20th to the 22nd.
Scotia.
Yeah, just outside Truro, Nova Scotia, on private property.
Yep.
Rough camping for the weekend.
What is rough camping?
Rough camping means you bring a tent or you bring a trailer, you camp. There's no shower facilities, no washroom facilities. We do have some porta potties.
I'm bringing a portable shower.
Yeah, it's rough camping is the best term for it.
Okay. So if you don't like sleeping on the ground in a tent, there's hotels around though.
You can travel into Truro, which is about 15 minutes away, to a wide assortment of hotels, motels, etc. And if you're thinking about booking a hotel, then I would suggest book now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else is in the area? And the reason I'm asking is because we've got an interview that Mary Jane did a few hours ago with, you want to say who?
Yeah, sure. It was with Randy from Trailer Park Boys, Pat Roach.
Yep.
So yeah, also around Truro, they filmed the Trailer Park Boys.
Yep, they filmed some of it there. Actually, the episodes that Snoop Dogg was in, because he was in Truro too.
Okay.
Nice.
I actually knew that because I heard that part of the interview.
Yeah, but in
The interview, Randy actually says where they said, so we're going to stop by when we get down to Harvest Fest and check out the trailer park. Do the sightseeing thing.
Yeah, well, if you're going to do the sightseeing thing, then some of the things that you might want to check out is Peggy's Cove. It's awesome place. We basically allow people from Western Canada to sacrifice themselves to our ocean to keep us happy, because they don't read the signs that says "stay off the rocks," and every year we lose people from Ontario and Quebec and things like that, and it's a not you fall off the rocks and get back up. It's a fall off the rocks, you don't come back.
Yeah, we've got some places like that where that's happened, like the Elora Gorge. People like to jump off the gorge rocks.
Yeah, well, this has got signage everywhere telling people to stay away from the rocks. Yet they still have to go out there for that picture.
You got to try it. You got to try it. You know.
The other one that's a pretty cool sight to see is the Bay of Fundy.
Okay, we scheduled a whale watching tour all the way. If you go past Digby, all the way down there, you have to cross like 2 ferries.
Yeah.
Did
whale watching tour.
That might be fun.
Yeah, whale watching is cool. The other thing that you can see in Truro when the tide comes in is the tidal bore. So the Bay of Fundy has the highest tides in the world, and the tide literally goes up the rivers, and one of the rivers that goes up is the Shubenacadie River, and it travels 30 miles up that river. 30 kilometers up that river. And what happens is when the tide comes in, it's literally reverses the flow of the river. So you have a wall of water barreling upriver.
Oh, is that the reversing falls?
No, reversing falls is in New Brunswick and St. John, and it does the same thing. When the tide goes up there, it literally goes up with so much force, it turns about a 6-foot waterfall into a 4-foot waterfall going the opposite direction.
Oh, really? That's cool.
Yeah. With a giant whirlpool. And when I say a giant whirlpool, I mean it can suck you down pretty quick.
I think I've seen pictures of that.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have all kinds of cool things to see down here.
Now, where in relation to where we're going to Truro, how far is it to Oak Island?
To where?
Oak Island.
3
from
hours.
Truro, about 3 hours.
It's far away, eh?
Yeah, 3 to 3.5 hours, and then getting onto the island is hit or miss that time of year.
Okay.
For the same reason that you'd want to go.
All right.
We live here and we don't go there.
Well, I'm assuming I'll be a little busy when I'm there. I won't have time. So.
Yeah. But if you want to go and plan a trip down there,
we're planning on. We're going to be hanging out with Marcel that weekend, and we've got some really cool things. We're going to actually be doing all our shows from there, which is going to be cool. And we've got some guests lined up already, and we've even got somebody that's going to come and sing a certain little song, maybe, kind of, sort of, maybe.
Oh, perfect. Since I already know who that is.
It might be a sing-along. I'll be honest.
Yeah, it could be.
Could be a sing-along. I think there's going to be lots of sing-alongs there, actually, because you want to know what I'm looking forward to the most, Marcel? Hanging out
sitting around the fire.
Hanging out at night and running through fires and,
Well, we have a nice big bonfire pit, and everybody just gathers around and has a fire and stays away from the bugs.
Yeah, I'm not relishing the bugs. Michael's back because he came back from having a dab. They're doing dabbies over there, which I can't do. And I because I love my Shatterizer too much.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But this worked in the Shatterizer, didn't it?
Yes, it does. I'm smoking it right now. It's right here.
Yeah, buddy, he's only done a few dabs. I don't want him to green out. Like, this is pretty hard hitting, right? We're doing low temp extraction, right? We find that when we do a lower temp, that you don't singe or scorch the terpenes, right?
Yep. There's lots of action in here today. It's awesome.
It's noisy.
Say hi to people as they come in, Marcel.
Hi, people.
Hi, people. No names.
Hey, are you saying hi people or
Hi,
are they
people.
hi?
Are you high people or
Well,
are you just saying hi people?
are you high people or about to be high people?
There are people coming in and out, which is really cool. And this is actually, I think, the first Friday night I've been here. I was here on a Saturday night. This is my fourth time being here, I think. I mean, you've been here 2 or 3 times now, right, Michael? Yeah. I walked in and saw Michael sitting here. I was like, dude, I had no idea he was here.
Nice, very nice, nice layout. You know,
turn a little bit.
As far as lounges are concerned, you know,
the
these
ambiance,
people,
the ambiance is really nice. You walk in, it's very calm. It's not in your face. I mean, there's usually music going. They've got a good sound system set up. Paula loves her reggae. In fact, we got a new reggae show starting soon on Saturday nights, which I'm really excited to be. And it's from Jamaica.
Wow.
Yeah, we have a DJ in Jamaica going to be doing a live reggae show Saturday nights.
Nice.
Yep. We might be doing a tester this weekend. And there's lots of events going here. I'll get Paula to come over and we'll talk about our events and stuff like that coming up. And yeah, so there's, you know, a little different than me sitting in my apartment, which is what I've been doing for what? I don't know, 10 years. We've just started going out a lot. Al Graham and I go out to a lot of the events and stuff like that. And we wander around and we talk to people like that lady right there.
Yeah.
And, you know.
Yeah. I've talked with Al Graham quite a few times, actually, at different events.
I usually stay home. It's more comfortable.
Yeah.
Al likes to walk around.
I'm finding that, you know, my days of yelling and screaming at politicians have come to an end. I know that.
And you know, that's what they make blowhorns for.
Yeah, well.
So you don't have to yell.
Yeah, I understand that, but.
It's hard.
It is. You know, as an activist, buddy, it was 110 for me and sometimes 150. And I was amped.
It's like, hey, buddy.
Yeah. You know, I can't be amped anymore. And
that's why I like this medium, because I don't have to yell. I can have other people on with their own opinions, and we just sit around and shoot the shit. There are 1, 2, 3, 4. There are like 7, 8 people in here right now, and you're probably hearing little chatters in the background. And here she comes again. She's gonna walk by. She's gonna ignore us because the mic is live. I got her. She's here now. Hi, Paula.
Hi, Al.
You have to talk louder than that, Paula.
Hi, Al.
That's better.
That's better.
Yeah. So we're here at your club. You want to tell people about it?
Now that you put me on the spot?
Yes. Well, what I'd really like you to do is read this and tell people what's on after us, because I can't read it. It's too small.
It's too small?
Yeah.
Where's your glasses?
I don't have any. I'm poor.
No. So tonight at Gondolinistas Lounge, the Weirdo Carnival stand-up comedy show hosted by Brandon Sobel, featuring local up-and-coming comedians Tyler Shazma, Dave McInnes, and Black Zeus.
And that's after we clear out of here. Well, we're staying.
Yeah, you're hanging out.
Yeah, we're hanging out. We're going to see the show. I've not been to a comedy show in a long time.
It starts at 10:30.
It starts at 10:30 right here at 242 King Street East.
Right on the corner of Ferguson Station.
Yeah, the Cannabis Corner.
Cannabis Corner.
Cannabis Corner. Yes. Now we have to keep calling it that. I'm actually going to put a little not a laptop, but a tablet in here where people can come and go beep and say what's on their mind, and then we'll run them on the show.
That would be fun.
Yeah,
it could be fun.
Yeah, like you know, like Old Speaker's Corner.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I like that idea.
So what other stuff do you have going on here? You got something going on this week as well, right?
On Monday we have the cannabis market. Canacade, as we call it.
It's yours. It's okay. It's a makeshift. We could put a wall of plexi here. Anyways, go on.
We have the Canacade event, which is a local. We like to have a lot of local vendors here.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in Hamilton that produce a lot of great cannabis.
A lot of really
cannabis-related
cool.
products.
We have a poster. Somebody was listening.
My right hand gal.
So it's like a pop-up market.
It's a pop-up market, yeah.
Okay. Now you can come in and buy different products that are medically medicated.
Locally produced.
Locally produced.
Support local.
Yep, absolutely. And crafts?
Not this time around.
No.
We're hoping in the summertime to have more of an outdoor space to have more crafters.
There's something right there.
I know,
Right
perfect
next
spot.
door, the perfect spot.
Yeah.
There you go. You've been open how long? Just about a month now?
Just a month now.
Yeah.
Yeah, June 1st.
And I like everybody I've seen come in here comes back. Everybody I've seen come in comes back. Like Tracy brought me in. We came down after cannabis.
Yeah.
And I haven't left yet. And it's just the feeling in here is what it should feel like.
Yeah. What does it feel like?
Community, a place to hang out, say hi. I think everybody I haven't seen any grumpy faces.
No, good vibes only.
Yep, good vibes. It says positive mind, positive vibes, positive
spit it out.
Life. And you have paintings on the wall from people who have come in. You have a poster. We're going to go to the poster now. You have it's called Paint Night. I'm going to come to that.
Yeah, you should.
I may not paint, but, I might. I like to doodle. But it's called Paint Night, and it's cannabis friendly. And you can come in and get really, really stoned or medicated, whichever way you fly, and make art. And they've got some from last week.
Yeah.
Some pieces there that are a beach
scene with
beach
mountains.
Scene with mountains and water.
Shoreline.
Yeah. Some are straighter than others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You liked mine the best.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know it was yours though.
Aha.
I said I like that one the best.
I wanted an unbiased opinion.
There you go. You got me. So explain Paint Night, what goes on and all that.
Yeah. So Paint Night. Everybody gets a door prize. We don't like to say what it is, but I don't think we need to. Come in. We have the artist actually walks us through a nice shop.
So you have an actual artist come in.
We have an actual artist come in
that knows what they're doing.
Yep, Lori the artist.
Okay.
She's amazing.
Okay.
She walks us through a chakra clearing meditation.
Well, God, I'd come just for that.
It's really calming, relaxing, and it gets right in the perfect headspace to be creative.
I know that headspace because I'm a photographer. You get in.
Sorry, Al's having a Shatterizer episode.
There's my fourth plug for the evening. So it's you bring. It costs $45 per person, or $80 for a couple.
Yep.
And but you get your supplies, your paint, brushes, your cannabis. It's a canvas, not cannabis. Although you can come and
although there is a door prize.
There is a door prize.
Everyone gets one.
Everybody wink right now. They had lemonade, and the lemonade's awesome. Please don't drink too much though, because I'll drink it the next day.
Yeah, I went a little too far with that one.
They got water and lemonades and lots of munchies.
Healthy snacks.
I'm waiting for the hot dog machine to start.
2 words.
No.
Mango salsa.
Mango salsa.
Yeah.
Oh,
I make mango salsa.
Oh, we could do that too.
Just mangoes.
Sure.
We have a fruit bar and prove whether or not
with medicated chocolate. Done.
Hey, I make medicated mango salsa.
Marcel makes medicated ice cream that is fucking phenomenal. I hear.
And medical patients in Hamilton need access to that. So
we're gonna come up with our own. Don't you worry about that.
All right.
I got a
Oh,
recipe if you got the
Oh, I can
money.
say that.
Yeah. We'll talk later.
So we have one date left in June
Okay.
for the summer schedule.
Yeah.
That's next Friday, June 29th.
June 27th. No, June. Okay,
June.
29th.
Stay on the program.
So Friday from 7 p.m. till. Hey, we can come and do that. We'll do the show while you guys are painting.
There you go.
There you go.
You can paint and
I'll paint and make a fool out
puff
of myself.
and talk
Yeah.
all at once. And then there's 2 dates in July and 2 dates in August. Summer schedule is posted on our Instagram and Facebook as well.
What's your Instagram?
Ganjanistas.
At Ganjanistas.
GANJAHNISTAS.
Now, wouldn't that? This is one of those words
I
that
know.
actually looks as it sounds.
Yeah.
Hooked on phonics.
Since I was 4.
Yeah, you see, there's the hooked on phonics generation. I was there. I was taking the therapy. That's really cool. I'll come in and do that. Sure. Why not?
That'd
And
be
you know,
fun.
it's good for a date night.
We had a lot of couples come and they had an amazing time. Yeah.
And if you come as a single person,
You're not
maybe
left out.
You might. You know what?
never
I come in
know.
here alone, and the girls walk by. They do their own thing, but and it's great because, but they'll say, "Hey, need anything?" And Jen likes to clean the ashtrays. I'm kidding.
We need an ashtray service, please. Ding dong.
The atmosphere is what I've always thought a lounge should be. I've been to several, very cliquey.
Yes.
Okay, I think we all know when I say cliquey, I think we all know where I'm talking about. But in 2018, almost halfway through now,
Yeah, halfway.
the climate in Toronto is much different than here in Hamilton. It's more open. I mean, you literally stand out the front door and you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dispensaries sitting there.
Mm-hmm.
Not all medical.
No.
And then there's your 19 plus, and then down the road there's another 6 or 7.
Yeah.
And then in Hess Village there's another 6 or 7.
Oh, there is about 25 to 30 within a 10-15 minute walk of
The
here.
last I heard was 48 in Hamilton.
I was just saying in this general 10 to 15
okay.
minute walk around here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Toronto at one time there was over 200, and now I don't know. I know where 2 are.
Yeah.
They've all gone underground. There's a few clubs that you can go into. You need to know somebody in Toronto.
Has it changed that much? I haven't been, I'm kind of spoiled here in Greentown.
I go in Toronto. The only place where I will go to now is Sea of Green because the
Jamie.
Jamie.
He's
Jamie's
fantastic.
a really nice guy.
Yeah.
I've met him several times.
I have not, just interacted online and
and even though he's wrecked in the sense that it's a 19 plus store, you just go in and go out. Personally, I'm 54 years old. I'm sick and tired of being asked for ID. I'm sick and tired of having to fill out a form. I am a member of 2 medical cannabis dispensaries now, and that'll stay that way. I was a member of the original COM when they were downtown, and you walked in and it was very quiet and very zen and all that. Then you start going into the 19 plus places and there's like goons standing at the door, which are needed in some areas, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But that some, there are reasons for everything.
No, not necessarily reasons for everything, but there are certain climates where a little bit of muscle is a necessity.
Yeah.
And that could be also you could look at it from another angle, maybe tighter security, buzz in, second buzz in door.
That's because we're dealing with the value of the items, right? And I think that once everything becomes a little bit more mainstream and legalized, those prices are going to go down. The value is going to be less.
They already are going down.
Yeah.
They are going down. And, but now what's happening though with a lot of dispensaries, there's been a few smash and grabs as well.
Oh yeah.
And those are scary for the employees and everybody who's in there. I mean, Hamilton is an awesome place. It's my second home. It's where the kids are. I'm here a fair amount of it, but I grew up in Toronto. I've just spent the last 20 years living up north. It's a culture shock for me. It really is. I mean, walking down the road and see somebody talking to themselves and they're not on their cell phone brings me back to Toronto 1970.
Well, that's because they shipped them all here.
Huh.
One-way Greyhound ticket.
Are there many lounges around in the area still?
There aren't many.
I know Paul is still on an order to keep, or not, sorry, Brittany is on an order to keep Cloud9 closed still.
For now, yeah.
For now.
For now.
And then
there's Hamilton Vapes.
Then there's
Anthony's
place.
still,
And then
yeah.
there's one down here, isn't there?
I don't know. Is there?
There's nothing.
Nothing
compared.
like.
Nothing.
No, it's just
Really?
me.
Yeah.
Ganjanistas.
We stop right here.
242 King Street East.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
come in and say hi. I've said it 4 times already.
HIGH.
There you go.
Yeah.
So most lounges have rules.
Yeah.
What are your rules?
Do you want me to get them for you?
Yeah.
Have you read the rules?
I have.
Are you sure?
Have I broken any?
Oh, we'll go down the
About 18 or 20.
And I'll tell you, there is a Greek restaurant around the corner that delivers that's fucking awesome. I had it the other day. All right, we got the rules.
rules, regulations.
Regulations. Alan, listen. Okay, you got to bring your own cannabis, BYOC, or BYOB, bring your own bud.
Yep.
Whichever way you fly. No asking, no dealing, no selling, no mooching, insider ed.
Not outside either.
Yep. No tobacco, no alcohol, including blunts. No cannabis products. Oh, non-cannabis products. No non-contact.
Yeah.
These are all no's.
No.
No. No politics. In other words, you will not see Doug Ford here anytime soon.
He did follow me last night on Twitter.
That's why I mentioned it.
Ah, trying to talk some.
No religion. I am Jewish. I will bring in some latkes in the high holidays, and that's it.
So it's no politics, no religion, unless the topic has to do with cannabis.
Well,
So we can talk
Hebrew stuff.
as long as it's,
you know,
how do you say cannabis in Hebrew?
I don't know.
What?
My mom would know, but what I do know is that cannabis is kosher.
Oh, it is kosher.
It is kosher.
There's actually kosher kush too, and it smells like dill pickles.
I wouldn't know. I don't like dill pickles.
Well, don't smoke kosher kush.
And no VAB bribes.
We do take bribes. I'm just joking.
No bad vibes ever.
Ever.
And you know what? I've only seen one snarky face here once.
Yeah.
And
Energy's
that-
really important. Yeah.
And no, it wasn't you. It was somebody who came in, and he was
People
obviously
came in
just
with
wandering, and,
Just a
and he was
wanderer.
a little bit snarky, and
Yeah.
because he wanted his booze.
Well, we're right downtown, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it's again, it's Gunjanistas at 242 King Street East. Marcel, let's give it a voice. Come on.
What?
Where's my theme song?
We'll work on
Oh
that.
my God. We'll have to work on that. Gunjanistas.
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 Al, I did all of the shows here on Wednesday. Yeah, it is. I did all the shows here. Gangsters. And
No, you didn't.
Al had a hard time. That's hilarious. Ganja Gangsters.
Ganja
Where are you
Gangsters.
going? Over to Ganja Gangsters. Over there at 242 King Street East. Yeah, I have not seen any kind of gangster in here yet. So, what other you've got tonight again? We've got the comedians coming in. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit here. Are we streaming?
You can stream if you
Awesome.
if you want
We'll
to.
figure it out. We'll see if we can figure it out.
Yeah.
We got the mic cord now and everything, so they'll be able to mic and everything.
Yeah.
And,
That's important.
I brought some. I brought in to go with Rick Simpson's. Hi, Cal. You want to say hi to Marcel and everybody? Okay. I brought in to go with the Rick Simpson Phoenix Tears story.
Oh yeah.
I brought in the
Green Buds.
Dana Larson's Green Buds and Hash. So you can read that here. There's going to be a whole bunch of magazines in here. You just got to get them from Al. Treating Yourself, which are you've looked at some of the old Treating Yourselves before?
I haven't. No.
They're
They're actually really good
really
magazines.
good magazines.
You're
They're,
supposed to bring them in. I keep hearing about them. They're so elusive.
they're coming. Mary Jane.
They're on their way tomorrow.
See,
Okay.
On it.
everybody's coming in tomorrow for Pride.
Nice.
Now, do they have Pride here in
They do.
Hamilton?
They have
do.
Pride Hamilton. Yeah.
Is it the same time?
I have not sure.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll find that out for next year and go on the crawl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you
There's
been-
Jen. Oh,
Jen's here.
better save
Oh,
your
we're saving
roaches.
those.
Save the roaches.
We'll keep this roaches,
Okay.
roaches.
Let Jen get her
roaches.
clean on.
There you go. She's got her
Thank
clean.
you.
Jen usually that was Jen. The
We're
clean
very cleanliness.
Yeah, I'm the messy one. I come in, but I clean up after myself. Again, they have great Greek food down the road. We have somebody coming in to say hello.
Hey, I'll be right back.
Okay. So, Marcel,
Yes, sir.
I'm going to turn my mic around because somebody came in to say hi to Paula. And let's talk about what's going on in the news, guys. Okay. 'Cause, like, that's going to fill another 15 minutes that we've only been going for. Actually, we've been going for almost an hour.
So are you talking about the announcement of the Senate passing Prohibition 2.0?
Yeah, and that's C-45 and also the sneak attack of last night's C-46 passing. Yep. That wasn't cool, was it?
No.
No, it wasn't cool at all. We are loading pages, aren't you?
Pardon me?
Are you loading pages?
No.
No. So what do you guys think? What do you think about all of this stuff here? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it going to be okay?
It's all bad. It's all going to be tied up in courts for years and years and years.
I saw a quote from, I believe it was the Justice Mistress, the Justice Mistress. And she basically said, they know there's going to be challenges. Bring them on. Not fun.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a given. There's going to be challenges, especially for the first person that gets busted.
Yeah, I don't want to be that first person though.
But think about it. How can you even compare? You're going to sentence somebody 14 years for giving a 12-year-old a joint.
Yeah. Huh?
And if the guy went and screwed the 12-year-old, he'd only get 7 years.
Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous. And those.
Yeah,
those
I mean, that's
kinds
just totally retarded.
Those kinds of things are going to go on the wayside because, I mean, if you want to be technical, having anal sex in Canada is illegal. But people do it.
Well, I don't, but I'm
there's
still
going
not
to be
making any laws then, aren't I?
No. That's hilarious.
But I mean, the penalties they've come out with is and claiming that this is legal. It is there's no other term of the word is politically incorrect. It is. It's fucking retarded.
Yeah. She wants to go have a smoke now.
Not allowed to smoke.
Not allowed inside. No smoking inside. So there's some cool games here too, but they got the Grow Up game and Weedopoly.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna try and get Al to bring his game in here one day. They have a volcano sitting here in front of the TV, which we have loaded with a Chromecast, and it's got cannabis news sliding past it, and artwork and street art. And Michael has joined us again, so we'll turn this sideways so we can get both of us.
Yeah.
And we're talking about
what's Michael think of.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We're talking about what's just happened over the last couple of days. They've passed one thing and snuck another one in on us.
Yeah, of course. That's what happens when you have the bad guys in charge of a good thing. Let's make no mistake about it. when you have a man that made a career out of putting people in jail, now in charge of legalizing the same thing he put people in jail for.
We're talking about Bill Blair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know that the outcome can't be good.
No, but
Yeah, Bill Blair was mistake number one. No,
Yeah.
mistake number one was Trudeau coming out saying he was going to legalize this before he fixed the fucking
did
medical
you see
program.
his tweet the other day? He said, "Promised, kept."
No,
in his
it's not
tweet.
his promise.
So
You know, I watched the video of him when he was in Winnipeg saying, you know, like mom and pop shops like the one in downtown Winnipeg would be included, and he wanted to see those types of places legalized. And now here we have corporate government takeover. And it's a goddamn travesty, and it's a shame, really, when you think
It
about
is.
how many people have been charged wrongfully for something that should never have been a crime in the first place. You know, you cannot make sound laws without science-based
and
factual evidence.
they're not using any of it. They said they've brought in people. They brought in people into the Senate to talk to them. The Emrys,
And they didn't listen.
a doctor, and the doctor's now the head of Tweed, the medical department at Tweed, and then they bring in there are not many patients or activists
No.
or advocates, and they didn't do anything that the information they got on those polls that they brought in some of us for, they didn't use any of that information. They went with no scientific fact at all.
Nothing.
It's all gut-wrenching bullshit.
Exactly.
So you see what sitting beside Michael does to me?
Yeah. But it's the whole thing is based on lies. We'll have a failed medical program. We're going to have a thriving black market because nobody's going to want to pay tax
Yeah.
on pot.
You know, I've often said, you know, we could change the law by voting, but it may take a revolution. And I think really, honestly, the revolution is what it's going to take to really do something properly.
I think this is a new revolution that's starting.
I think that, you know, I know for a fact that if 500,000 Canadians showed their face on Parliament Hill, the government would back up. You know, because
definitely.
500,000 people would shut Ottawa down. There would be no government.
But the problem in Canada is that people are very apathetic until it actually hits home.
Absolutely, I agree. I've seen it. You know,
Yeah.
people live in fear. They're afraid of. Oh well, what will the neighbors think? Well, who gives a damn what the neighbors think? Sometimes you got to be a little different than the neighbor because the neighbor doesn't have the testicular fortitude to do what needs to be done.
My attitude is maybe the neighbor thinks just like you and is as scared shitless as you are.
You know what, Marcel? We were talking earlier about, you remember that summer where cannabis was legal?
Yeah.
It was the same summer that a woman bearing her breasts was made legal.
Yeah.
Okay. And, you know, there were no issues. There were no problems. There were people walking down the street going, "Ha, yeah, thanks, man. It's about fucking time." And then they took it away from us.
With the creation of the
but with the creation of the MMAR.
yeah.
Or was there one before that?
No. It's,
Okay.
Well,
there was
yeah,
Section
Section
56.
56, right?
Yeah.
But
But-
even that wasn't the dirty trick that they did.
Yeah.
Patients that were covered under Section 56 were sent letters and told to apply for the MMAR because their Section 56 would be no longer valid.
Yeah, but now they
That's
turned
right.
that into a
And
Section 53.
that actually was false because the Section 56 would have remained valid because it was signed by the minister.
Yeah. Well, I know that there was a very select few that had a 56.
There wasn't many of them.
And then, you know, we made progress to the MMAR, but it still wasn't a viable solution. because
No.
there were still too many loopholes, and doctors being the gatekeeper was absolutely absurd. I mean, I don't know
Right,
about
and
you,
the
but
original ruling in that Parker trial, the original ruling was that the laws on cannabis would be of no force or effect on
Yeah.
until they come up with a new or a valid medical program, which
Yeah.
they never ever have.
no. So in hindsight, the Parker case should still stand, and that there should be no law.
I like
Exactly.
Gary Parker. He's a really good guy.
Right?
Except
I'll
you
agree
can't
to
get a
that
lawyer.
every day.
You can't get a lawyer to use that defense.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
I don't know. I don't know why the lawyers won't use that as a defense.
Let's try and remember that question for when Jack is here, because he's going to come in and talk to us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things I like about knowing Jack for so long is, I mean, he's been coming on the show since before he was a lawyer.
Yeah.
And he enjoys
Yeah.
it. So he comes on and he can't, there's some things that he can't talk about.
Well, of
and
course.
he tells you that flat out,
Yeah.
or he won't answer.
Yeah.
He'll abstain.
Yeah.
But, Jack has an eye where other lawyers don't. Like Paul Lewin's a great lawyer, but Jack he's a member of the community.
Yeah.
He's been there with us through the last.
Oh, Lewin has done his part.
Oh,
too.
yes, he has.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
he
I
has.
mean,
Yes, he
they've
has.
all done their
But
part. It's
Jack
just Jack
started
is coming in as the
coming
fresh
from
blood.
the community
Yeah. Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
lawyerdom.
Yeah.
I mean, Kurt is awesome with his posts. He follows everything. He keeps us on point for everything. Kurt Tusaw. And Jack does his job, and Paul does his job, and there's a lot of other people out there that are doing it. John Conroy, is he retired now?
I believe so. I haven't seen anything
I haven't
from
seen
John
from in a
for
while.
probably at least a year.
Yeah. And then Alan
Young.
and he's retired.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna, I like having those kinds of voices come in. We're gonna try and get them to come here
Yeah.
and hang out with us here.
Absolutely.
Yep.
It's been a real privilege and honor being on the show.
I appreciate
myself.
you being here.
And, I've tried to step back and look after my own health, but I'm still here if anybody needs help or any kind of guidance in the right direction.
Yep.
I've been at this game an awful long time. And if there's one thing I know, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Oh, yeah, that's a definite.
coming with what's that?
That's a definite.
See, and you get it, man. You get it. And my concern is the young people. Maybe they don't understand it.
Yeah, then they're going to be targeted.
Yeah, they're going to think, everything's cool, man. I got.
It's not just, unfortunately, it's not.
I
just
have
the
a
young
17-year-old that's exactly in that situation.
yeah.
That she's having a very hard time understanding what this whole legalization concept
I
is
think a lot of
supposed to
people
actually
are.
be.
Yeah.
But the thing that's really, really bad is that instantly they're going to start targeting racial minority teenagers.
Absolutely. They will.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
What do you mean going to start? They never stopped.
Yeah, but and the thing is now with the new law, these young people aren't going to be able to have. They'll have to have zero in their system. And that means they can't smoke anything for 30 or whatever day, 14 days, I guess it is prior.
Yeah, but it's an instant, from what I understand, it's an instant 24-hour suspension.
Yeah.
It can be up to a $1,500 fine, yada, yada. Marcel, can we get access now to everything yet?
No.
Well, the minute we can, we're going to sit here and we're going to go through it, not page by page, obviously, but as we usually do.
Yeah.
We usually sit, we call into the press
page by
things.
page. So
What was that? Well, you're going to have to read it.
most of us are going to read it page by page, so we can understand what this crap is, and then some of us are going to have to read it 2 and 3 times.
Yeah. Well, you'll have to read it at least 3 times because you're going to read it once for me.
Yeah. I'm familiar with how the courts work and their legal jargon. And
I've only read what's been published in articles so far.
Oh.
That's all
So
I've
you
read.
don't read transcripts?
Nope. But we call in to the press things and we listen to the whole thing and I record them. Right. This last one, unfortunately, I missed the other night and last night.
I read the entire Murnau trial. Right?
Did you? Wow.
And I had to reread it probably 5 or 6 times. I would think I went through it because it was like, wait a minute, they did that 14 pages ago, and why are they redoing this? And it was absolutely drag out. You know, it was a boxing match, and that went over into overtime. You know, and there were extra rounds.
A lot of it was, I think, purposely to waste time.
I believe so, and I believe it was to make a spectacle. You know,
to put it out there.
Yeah. But on the other hand, he was successful. You know, I was there the final day of court in St. Catharines, and you know, the man just walked out free, right? You know, and hey, it was progress. Every time we go and challenge the federal courts and we make progress, you know, it's of benefit to all of us.
It is. I mean, I don't think there's really been any cases that have been a hindrance.
No, well,
annoyance maybe.
Yeah, and it depends on the situation too at hand. Like the courts look at medical and recreational, you know, in a different light, and
bad, you're worse.
Yeah. You know, some people are very successful that challenge the courts medically.
Yeah.
And because there has to be passion, and there has to be you know, a little bit of empathy for the sick and dying. The courts don't look at a recreational individual with the same type of empathy.
You were just driving down the road smoking a joint.
Yeah.
Do you have a reason for that?
Yeah.
No, just because you wanted to, that's not good enough.
No.
Or you were driving down the street and you were smoking a joint. Well, Your Honor, I got stage 3 breast cancer and it hurts right now. And that's the only way I can drive home from work and the only way I can continue working.
How about the general public is much safer when I drive while medicated?
Well, yeah, me too.
No road rage.
I'm
You
an
want to cut me
asshole.
off and go ahead? You're 3 seconds further than you were before.
Yeah.
That make your day?
Yeah.
Oh,
I almost-
sure. Cut me off. It's okay.
Yeah.
When I was over here the other day, I swear to God, I had to go down to the lakeshore because they're putting in the track down at the CNE for the races and that. And there's all kinds of construction. I almost got out of the car and went after somebody who cut me off. I was like, I opened
Rage,
the door
right?
and,
Yeah.
he took off.
Oh, I get like that. If I have my kids in the car and somebody does something stupid like that, my rage goes from 0 to 99. But if I'm medicated,
What? You can come on. if
come
you
on
want.
the show,
Come
Kelly.
and talk to us, Kelly.
There's a kind of a catch in this C46.
Is there?
Yeah. The C46 allows officers to perform a saliva test if they have reasonable grounds to stop a driver they suspect of being
you don't
impaired.
have to have any reasonable grounds anymore.
Now I read a piece of
No,
that,
and it says has reasonable grounds. But the alcohol is a mandatory breath test without reasonable grounds.
Yeah.
Which means they can pull you over and basically get you to do both.
Yeah, but
Because they're going to give you the alcohol screening and then they're going to give you the saliva test.
But can they use the smell still? Because I just hit a skunk, officer.
Yeah, the smell's already been been proven in court that it's not grounds for probable
Looked at
cause.
me. I really did that once. I hated it. I felt bad for a week.
You smelt it for a week. That's why.
No,
Right,
actually,
but
he didn't hit the tire.
the fact that they can just pull you over and do a mandatory testing for alcohol will also give them basically grounds to demand a saliva test for drugs.
Okay, see, these are the kind of questions I want to ask Jack. What happens? I'm driving down the road, driving down the 401, and I pull over. Be honest, be honest, be honest. Yes, officer. I had something when I left London 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago, over 2
2
hours and
hours
10 minutes ago.
Well, you know, I mean, what is the magic number is what I want to know.
Yeah.
I'm not acting. Am I
And-
acting stoned to you, officer? I don't feel stoned. You know when I feel
On,
stoned?
on this,
When I don't
my
have
concern
any
is the
cannabis in
saliva
me.
You're
test.
unbalanced. But
I
my
ingest
question is,
cannabis.
what are they
What's
going
that?
to?
Hold on. What did you say, Marcel?
I want to know about this testing that they're going to do for this saliva test. I ingest cannabis
Okay.
more than I smoke it. So how's this going to work? Am I impaired as soon as I wake up in the morning or what?
Technically, yes.
Technically,
Kiss
Because-
my ass.
the only thing this test can determine is that you have consumed cannabis within the past 2-3 days.
Okay.
Oh, I can't wait to meet you in court, officer. This is going to be fun.
Marcel,
You proven
let's-
I'm impaired.
Let's back up for a bit, okay? Marcel has MS. Marcel was in a hospital bed waiting to go bye-bye. And he started taking cannabis oil.
Mhm.
Marcel, are you using
Figured out
even,
how to make cannabis oil work.
Yeah, are you using even a cane anymore?
Just only because I'm lazy and sometimes I like something to lean on.
And hit people with.
Lean on me.
Yeah, and it makes a very effective weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so do those ones with those little butcher knives in them. But anyways, I'm
Not
just kidding.
Too far.
Yeah, wait,
But
too
I have
much.
my concern
Yeah.
with all of this is, what do they do with your DNA sample? Because that's technically what a mouth swab is. Let's be real about
And
it.
it is kept on
Well,
file.
that's
It's
the other
it's a
question
DNA
is,
sample.
Yep. It's kept on file.
Do we get that back?
I don't think so.
That's
no,
my concern. Is
you
what
can't have my
happens-
DNA.
Yeah, I want it back.
But
Test it, but
you'd
give
have
it
to
back.
you'd have to take them to court for that, I guess.
That's horrible.
It is, and it's just another piece of bullshit that we have to
Can
go
we
through.
say bullshit?
We can say fucking bullshit. Ain't no
See, my-
RTC
My
here.
plan is very simple. I plan on saying I do not consent to a saliva test, and then I'm going to ask if I'm being arrested and if I'm free to go.
And
Because,
if they
like you're
say
saying,
yes, you're being arrested, then I would say I would like to speak with your supervisor, please, and I'd like my phone call. They will arrest you, take you in, and speak to a supervisor.
I
And,
can't. I just can't see all this happening. Maybe I'm
I
still in
hope-
denial.
Cal,
It's going to
come
happen.
over here for a minute,
Kelly,
please, because Kelly's been pulled over.
I've been pulled over.
Okay,
Yeah.
just another story. Kelly
Yeah,
was
go.
pulled over coming out of Guelph with the kids, and it wasn't a bad thing that happened. It was just stressful, right? Yeah,
One time they pulled me over,
You're gonna have to
and
extenuate this.
I was licensed for 8 grams a day,
Yes.
and the officer said that she could smell cannabis, and I said, "Well, why would you say that?" Like I just didn't know what else to say, something cliche. And she's like, "Were you smoking cannabis?" I said, "No." Do I look like I was? And I usually don't look like I am ever. But
You gotta have those dreamy bedroom kind of eyes. So,
yeah.
you know,
She does,
Yeah.
doesn't she?
right?
I've been
Yeah.
staring at those
So I could totally see.
Yeah.
Ah.
So I said, "No, of course not. I've got my children with me. Like I know better. I do the radio. Thank God, the radio station."
I think she mentioned the radio station.
Yeah, I did. I said, I've done this. I know the laws. I would know better. So she said, "Are you licensed?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Do you have your license with you?" And I said, "Yeah, why?" And she said, "Well, because I can smell cannabis." I said, "Okay, well, you know what? I think it's probably because I picked up my meds today." And so she said, "Can I see them?" So I got my bag right away, and I gave
this bag.
Yeah, took it out of the bag. And so she says this to me. She looks at it and she said, "Okay, you're licensed for 8 grams a day. Well, you better not have more than 8 grams, or I'm going to, I might have to arrest you." So I was like, "What?"
Oh, hold on. This is the fun part coming up.
I said, "What? I'm allowed to carry a lot more than that, right?" I said, "You might want to read it." So she goes back to her car and she waited. And what they did was they turned the bag inside out to weigh it, right? So because there was some on the inside, that's how I knew they did that. They just turned it inside out, weighed the bag, and gave it back to me.
They're carrying scales around.
Yeah, that's what I said. They got scales.
She's
in their
like,
cars now.
"Well, you only have 6 grams." That's what she said. You only have 6 grams, and gave it back to me. But I can't even remember what.
How do you know it wasn't tainted after that?
Yeah, I know.
Could have drugged you.
Who knows if she washed her hands?
Yeah.
They could have put one
That's
of those
what I was
micro
thinking. Like,
things
why
in there.
did you take it
I
out?
feel unsafe now with this. My medicine's been
Yeah.
compromised.
I know,
I'd like
because
compensation, please.
They touched. Yeah, really. Yeah, I want an ounce of really high quality. Drown my sorrows.
So anyway,
I had a snafu one time where a shipment ended up in the hands of a police officer. So I called them to let them know they should stop looking for who owned it because it was mine. And I told them that I might want it back. I said, so I'd have to file to the courts. And she said, that's understandable. And I said, you'll keep it there for 6 months. And she said, if we have to. So they kept about 5 pounds of trim in a garbage bag for 6 months. What?
Did it go moldy?
I'm hoping. But it would have reeked in that storage locker for 6 months.
Oh, you didn't hear? I said, did it go moldy?
No, it might have been moldy when they got it. But I said to the cop, I said, I'm not going to get it back. I said, even if I take it to court, I said, if I get it back, I'm going to destroy it because I have no idea what you guys would do to it.
Yeah.
And she said, we would never do anything. I said, it's easy for you to say that. I said, but how do I know what you do? And then left the conversation as that.
I'm going to say, let's hang on this conversation because we have an interview we've got to run and we've only got 45 minutes left. So, and then after this, we have, okay, start reading, lady.
We have the Weirdo Carnival stand-up comedy show here at Gonjanistas, 242 King Street East.
They see, you're gonna take bits and pieces of that and make a commercial.
A commercial?
A commercial.
Commercials.
And I can't see the names.
So it's hosted by Brandon Sobel, with opening acts Tyler Shazma, Dave McInnes, and headlining is Black Zeus.
I've heard of Black Zeus.
I've heard he's really funny.
And I'm looking forward. We're going to be sitting here listening and streaming it. So if you can't get in here for whatever reason, we want you to come in here.
You can't. Okay. You won't be able to feel the energy.
You won't feel the energy, and you won't be able to smoke with us.
Yeah.
But you'll know what's happening for the next time, though.
Yep.
And if you're trapped at home and you can't get out because your husband has locked the key and hit it, and
if he did that, just call us. We'll come break you out.
We're gonna listen to.
Before you go,
okay,
or before you do that, I'm going to bow out.
Okay.
Because somebody just came in anyways, and then I'll pick up the feed and listen.
Okay, buddy. Yeah.
So you guys have a great night. Nice chatting with all of you.
Quick reflex.
And we're gonna listen to our thing, and then Mary Jane, you want to tell us what we're gonna hear?
Yeah, we're going to hear the interview with Pat Roach and myself that we did earlier today on his cheeseburger picnic tour.
And you know what? It was really good. Mary Jane did one a couple months ago with Cheech and Chong.
Oh.
She went and saw them at Rama. Was it Rama? Yeah.
Casino-rama.
Yeah, Casino-rama.
Yeah, we call it Rama.
Sorry.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, whatever.
All right, you guys have a good night.
We'll be back in about 15 minutes.
Celebrate Indigenous Awakening at Legacy 420's first outdoor music fest, August 11th on the Tyendinaga Mohawk territory.
This one's about rock and roll and comic books and bubblegum.
Featuring Headstones, DJ Shove, Derek Miller, and more, with host MC Howie Miller. Opening drum ceremony at 12 noon. Medicinal, food, and Indigenous vendors and artists. Free camping. Tickets $75 at legacy420.com. A 19 and over event. Indigenous Awakening, Saturday, August 11th on Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Take Highway 401, exit 556.
Sponsored by NIMCA and Legacy 420.
I love this little kid.
It's nice, right?
Yeah. So I'm sitting here with Patrick Roach, better known as Randy from the Trailer Park Boys. Now those shows are filmed out in Eastern Canada, right?
That's right, over on the East Coast in Nova Scotia.
Okay. Is there a reason why you guys went with Nova Scotia?
Well, most of us are from Nova Scotia, so
Okay.
that's where we decided to do it, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I did hear it's been very beautiful out there, and luckily I'm going to get to see this summer for Harvest Fest. As many of you know, there is the Mum Cup out there. It is the July 20th weekend, and it's somewhere around Truro. If you want to know the exact location, just hit me up and I'll let you know.
And that's where we filmed Trailer Park Boys the last few seasons.
Is in Truro.
In Truro, yes.
Okay, I know the location has been secret, sort of.
Well, it's behind the Bible Hill racetrack for horses and whatnot. So,
okay.
And it's just a little park. People are really nice, nicer than what you would ever think. You know, they just treat you like gold. So
that's awesome.
So if you go there, you can drive through the park and see kind of where things were done.
I just might do that.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
right.
might do that. I was hoping to hook up with the boys when I go down there, but we'll see what their plans are for July.
Right.
Yeah.
You never know. Ricky might be too high. Who knows?
I can appreciate that for sure. It does get pretty cold in Canada and a lot over in the Maritimes.
Yes, it does. Yes.
How did you manage being half naked all the time?
Well, Randy doesn't wear shirts. He doesn't like shirts. So you just got to try to go out, do things, and then come back in and maybe, get a little warming coat for a minute or two.
I see. Soften the nipples a little, eh?
The worst was when we filmed the last movie that we did, and it was in March. And in March out east, you don't know what you're going to get. It actually snowed. And Randy was on one of these Segway machines. No shirt, long hair blowing in the breeze, and it was snowing. So obviously freezing. And you're flying around at a good speed on a Segway. Pretty fun, but I froze my tits off. I did.
No pun intended.
Yeah, that's
I'm
right.
Sure. So you guys smoke a lot of cannabis on the show.
Yes.
That's not real cannabis, right?
Sadly, it's not real
Okay.
because we have work to do and we can't be that high. We're good actors. We can just act high. Like Randy smokes out of a little honey bong and mows lawns and such, but put oregano in there, oregano with a bit of basil,
Okay, I
And
thought
it's-
maybe rosemary.
No, we haven't tried rosemary, but it just gives a good smoke. But it rips your throat out. That's all.
Yeah,
It's a little bit hard.
I could imagine.
Yes, but
so.
we can't just be getting totally baked. It's the same way that my good friend John Dunsworth, Mr. Leahy, who passed away, he used to just drink Coke and water, and that would look like liquor, right?
Okay, my kids and
Not
I were
real liquor.
We were talking about that because we were amazed to find out that Mr. Leahy never had a drop of alcohol at all because he's such an amazing actor and he played the role so
That's right.
well, right?
That's right.
He really captured the struggle that it took for alcohol. And the kids and I thought maybe it was iced tea.
Well, he started with that, but that upset his stomach. So they
Oh.
just water with a little bit of Coke, and then it just makes that nice liquor look.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. But you do smoke cannabis in real life, right?
From time to time, I have partaken. In
Okay.
these things,
I won't
right?
hold it against you.
That's
and-
right.
Okay.
That's right.
Well, with legalization coming later this year, we'll be able to ease off from being afraid at least for a little bit.
Well, I mean, for my sore back, it's my belly makes my back sore, so that it's supposed to help with that.
It's all the
Right?
cheeseburgers.
See, people are talking about the CBDs and things that
Yeah.
are to help medically.
Yeah.
And I've been to a few different conferences, out in British Columbia about dope, and I'm blown away with the amount of products, professional products for health. People are just stopping seizures, and there's tinctures for if your arm's sore or arthritis, you put that on and it helps you. So
Yeah.
I think it's great to be using a natural type of medicine. So Canada's just taking the right steps in my mind to explore that. So
That's awesome. I totally agree with you there.
yeah.
What about the first time you got high? What was it like the first time you consumed cannabis?
It was, I think it was hash and hot knives back in high school. Yeah. So doing, the little nuggets, and we've even had that on the show.
Okay.
And I remember it ripped our throats right out and stuff. But of course, when you're young, you can do these silly things, you know.
Yeah, it's sad to say, but I actually never seen a full episode of the Trailer Park Boys from beginning to end until earlier this year, when I had stumbled upon an episode and thought, oh my God, what have I been missing? And decided amen for Netflix, because I went straight to Netflix and I started on season 1, episode 1. And I'm now season 11, episode 9.
Wow.
So I am getting towards the end.
That's nice.
I feel like you guys are family. So I do love the show. I can't wait to get to the end of 12, and I look forward to 13.
Good for you.
I know you're on your tour right now, right? The Cheeseburger Picnic Tour.
Yes, Randy's Cheeseburger Picnic Tour.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you for detouring today and making a stop here at Legacy 420. We
Wow,
definitely
no,
appreciate it.
It's exciting.
Yes, they're
Yeah.
doing a lot of great work down here on the reserve, and excited to see what happens after, for sure.
Right.
So where can people find information on your tour?
They can go on the Randy Cheeseburger Picnic Facebook page. I also have an Instagram now. It's called Pat Roach Official.
Okay.
And I'm not the best at the social media, but I'm gonna make an attempt to try to get better.
Awesome.
So
I look forward to what you put out, because
All
I'm a
right.
huge Instagram person myself. So a couple of our fans wanted to know, you are a huge fan of cheeseburgers.
Yes.
Where do you get your cheeseburger fix? Who's your favorite place to go to?
Well, there's so many good places, and what happens is each town has their own. Hey, you got to go to this spot, and you go, and they are awesome. Back home, I would go to my friend. He manages an A&W, and
Okay.
I like a good teen burger or a few buddy burgers with a little sauteed onions on them.
Nice.
And they're tasty. But like a Five Guys burger is a nice burger too.
Okay.
They have good ones.
Yeah.
Good home cut fries. But I'd say there's so many out there.
It's hard to
It's
choose.
hard to tell, boys. I get my fix. I definitely get enough cheeseburgers. That's for sure.
Yes. Now, is it just cheeseburgers that are your munchie food, or do you like crave anything else when you have the munchies?
Onion rings are a good thing, but me, I like chips. I like the salt. I love chips. So if I go to this grocery store and don't want to be getting too fat, I mean, I'm just the right fat now. I try not to buy the chips, because if I buy them all, I can eat a whole big bag.
Okay.
And it's just sitting there if you're watching some Netflix or whatever you're doing. So I just try not to go that crazy.
Yeah, you definitely can't take the bag with you to the couch, right?
No, it's bad. But I mean, if you're having a few drinky poos with your friends and playing some cards or something, an East Coast Donair, like a King of Donair that's been mentioned on Trailer Park Boys,
Okay.
they make a very good Donair.
Nice.
And a Donair is like, what do you call them? Gyros, or a gyro.
Okay, yeah.
Well, the Donair is the East Coast style, but it's got a spicy meat with a sweet white sauce, onions, and tomatoes. That's
Sounds
it.
delicious.
Wrapped in a pita, and it is definitely dirty and messy, and it's got garlicky. So you hope your friends are eating it too. Otherwise, you might kill them with your breath.
Awesome. I hope you're ready for that, babe. I'm going to try that when we go
Oh
out
yeah,
east.
get some for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your tour, and hopefully our paths will cross again.
Sounds good. It was my pleasure.
All right.
Good
thank
meeting you.
Yes.
All right. Nice interview.
All right, and we're back. We're back. And did you enjoy doing that?
Oh my God, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
You had fun, eh?
great.
You're breaking up really bad.
Oh, sorry. No, that's great.
No, you're breaking up really bad. So we'll just say, good job, Mary Jane. That was a very good job. Michael?
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks for
Kelly,
having me.
thank you very much for sitting here and behaving yourself. Paula, thank you. No, you don't have to come over. She's doing cashier stuff. You can say goodnight and tell people real quickly again what's going on.
So tonight, starting at 10:30, we're having the Weirdo Comedy Show, Carnival, stand-up comedy
Cool.
thing. Yeah.
And we're going to stream it right here on Lifestyle Radio and 420radio.ca. So you'll be able to listen to it. But if you're in Hamilton, come here.
242 King Street East. In the village.
In the old village, the old international village. It's really cool at night here. You just have to step over people. We'll be back next week. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Paula.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Mary Jane.
Thank you. Thank you, Paula.
Wow, that was loud. All right, we'll be back next week. Thank you for listening. You've been listening to the 420 Radio Show. Thank you for coming there, Tracy. And good night.
Good night.
Are you looking for cannabis news, education, and people's opinions? Are you looking to learn what Canadian and international cannabis advocates are doing? Not only now, but what got them to this point in their lives, and what does the future hold for them? Do you want to learn how patients are using cannabis as their daily medication, or learn how their cannabis use helps them with their medical condition? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then I'm going to suggest to you to tune in to Lifestyle Radio. Catch their live weekly shows and have your questions and concerns answered and find the experience you're looking for. Monday, catch your weekly news broadcast with the Reef Reporters. Then on Wednesday, get several hours worth of cannabis public education. We get things started with Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana. Then tune in and catch Pottawa with Russell Barth, who calls himself the world's angriest pothead. Finish up your evening with the award-winning Pace Radio Show with Al Graham and joint host Kim Cooper and Alicia Yashishin. No week would be complete without tuning into Friday night's program, the 420 Radio Show, featuring Al Rapp and the 420 Radio crew, Mary Jane Baker and Marcel Guignac. Cannabis is a lifestyle, and you can catch all your cannabis lifestyle information right here at lifestyleradio.net or at our sister site, 420radio.ca.
Celebrate Indigenous Awakening at Legacy 420's first outdoor music fest, August 11th on the Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory.
Came down Sunday, offered me a
Featuring Headstones, DJ Shub, Murray Porter, and more, with host MC Howie Miller. Opening drum ceremony at 12 noon. Medicinal, food, and Indigenous vendors and artists. Free camping. Tickets $75 at legacy420.com. A 19 and over event. Indigenous Awakening, Saturday, August 11th on Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory. Take Highway 401, exit 556.
Sponsored by NIMCA and Legacy 420.
So what are you doing? Nothing? Why not?
Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website.
Sounds like a cool website.
Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it.
You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
Lights on. 10 sipped. Timers click. That's it. Lab coat. Cutoffs. Boots. He yells. It's grow time.
Darcy struts in like a mad scientist, measuring soil like it's rock and roll physics. Got charts on the wall, got snacks on the table, says this late night lesson's highly medicinal. He's cracking jokes about his fertilizer stash, dropping puns so bad we actually crash. Everybody names like it's part of the crew. Meet Larry, that's Susan, they're stronger than you. It's grow time with Darcy, turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild eye weed machine. Growing with Darcy is the who. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time. with Darcy, Doctor of the Funky Root. He's got goggles on, but they're fogged to hell. Says that just proves the humidity swell. Pacing round the room like a coach at the game. Everyone hydrate. Label every strain. He checks one plan, says this one's for pain. This one's for sleep, this one's for migraine. Prescription of pedals in a plastic pot. Side effects include having a blast alarm. It's grow time with Darcy. Turn that thumb to green. From the closet to the cosmos, he's the wild-eyed weed machine. Growing with Darcy is a hoot. Laugh so hard we almost puke. It's grow time with Darcy. Step 1, water. Step 2, light. Step 3, rock harder. All day. All night. Sativa, indica, hybrid delight. White lab coat, panty underneath. He's the only doctor with a backstage pass and teeth. If laughter is medicine, we're overdosed fools. He winks, class dismiss. Follow grow room rules. Hey! It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy. It's grow time with Darcy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the AC Roundtable number 77. We have true historians as well as mentors in the cannabis movement joining us today. Of course, you're all familiar with the wonderful Al Byrne, but we also have a unique documentarian of our cannabis space and times over the past 30, 40 years now. He has been steadily keeping everybody aware, going back to the Jack Herrera days when he used to have a small show on side cable, I guess, there in Los Angeles. But Casper Leach is joining us today, as well as with Al Byrne. So thank you for both joining us today. And in our previous discussions with Al, we got the answer to this one. So Casper, we're just gonna go straight off into you. And how did you originally come to cannabis? Tell us your story about how, you first were turned on to cannabis, and then when you knew and how it became an integral part of your life and lifestyle. So welcome.
You want to know when I first began smoking it, or when I first became an activist working with Jack Herrera?
All the above. It starts when you were first turned on. How old were you?
Jeepers. I was 15 years of age. So I was born in the middle of the last century. I was born in 1955. So you can do the math. But a friend of mine who was like 2 years younger than me, his folks thought I would be the good influence and keep him out of trouble. Well, he showed up with a bag of cannabis and we tried it and I was not impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, we found it and we smoked again and I was not all that impressed. And then a couple of weeks later, he went to a different school than I did. And vice versa. We decided to skip school that day and just raise hell and go riding on our bikes. And we stayed home and for a little while, we twisted up the fat joint and we were sitting there watching a rerun of Gilligan's Island, smoking this fat doobie. And all of a sudden, Gilligan's Island had never seemed so funny ever in our life. We were rolling on the floor when Gilligan got the professor all upset. We couldn't believe that the millionaires were trying to buy their way off the island. It was just insane. And then when the Beatles were also promoting them, and I was a huge Beatle fan, still am. And it was impressed upon me by the musical industry that cannabis was an interesting way to launch your creative inner spirit. And I did find that to be true. And I became quite a poet. From every time I smoked pot, I would smoke out some really good stuff too. It wasn't very expensive back then. I'd write a lot of poetry, and my poetry was getting published in my high school, getting published in my hometown newspaper, getting published in the state magazines. And then I started writing articles, and I found myself getting invited to be part of the journalism department at a very early age. I only let seniors in, and I was invited in as a freshman. And so marijuana was my way of turning on my creative juices. And people also considered me to be a bad influence on their children because I was rather open about what I did, even though it was illegal, because I just thought it was stupid to put people in jail for smoking a weed that my grandparents knew. I mean, there was one day when I came home to my grandparents' house, and my grandfather looked at me when I walked in the door. He goes, "Boy, you got those really red eyes. I got a funny feeling you want some apple pie out there in your grandma's kitchen." And my grandma looked over, but "You been smoking that wacky weed?" And I went, "What?" And my grandparents were all smart to cannabis. They weren't concerned about it. They was glad that I discovered it. It was just my parents that was annoyed by it. So it's true that children and grandparents have one common enemy, and that's the middle age. But so I got involved in cannabis at a very early age, more, I think, earlier than many of my contemporaries. And as I went into university, I found myself with like-minded individuals, and we pretty much let the campus know that cannabis was a way to open your brain, open your thinking, and open the door to love. Is this mic on?
Yes, it's on. Thank you.
Oh, I did not know. I thought.
No, it's all right, Casper.
You did good.
You did good. Shh. Yeah, you did fine. Absolutely fine. Next up, Council Member Michael Davis with the next question.
Hey, thanks for joining us. So, how did you come together?
You mean to the cannabis movement itself?
Oh, you two together. I know y'all are working together, and you came.
Oh, you mean? Well, that's because I was. I'll let Al share with this as well. But Time for Hemp had gone from being a small little community cable access show to the first community cable access show to go national, the first community cable access to go international, courtesy of all the hemp activists that Jack Hare met along the way on his hemp tour. People would get copies of the Time for Hemp shows to show them in their area. And because of that, Time for Hemp became the first community cable access show to go international and national. That's also courtesy of Mark Emery and Chris Bennett up in Canada, and Al Jockers, who showed it at the Hashish Museum. And I tell you, it was just really interesting. And so as time went on, people noticed my work, and American Freedom Radio asked me to join their team. And then after a while, they went under. And I had an audience that still wanted to hear about cannabis. So I launched the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network. And a friend of mine by the name of Marilyn Malthry, and I met her husband, Al Byrne, where they were participants in this wonderful organization called Patients at a Time. In fact, I think they were the founders. And so I rang them up and said, hey, you know, I've got an idea about showing, putting a spotlight on some of your amazing patients and some of the hard work you do. Would you like to do a regular broadcast on the Time for Hemp Global Broadcasting Network? And Al said, yeah. Right, Al?
I agree. Next.
Oh, fine.
Now, Casper, we've been working together. Casper and I have been working together now for whatever the hell he just said until right now. There's another question about what are we going to do right now, and we'll answer that. But that's the way it went. Casper was the tip of the spear. He brought this kind of information out to the public in new ways. He was very, very, out there on this stuff, but it worked. He got supported, as he said, by some really good guys, and it worked. And I joined in. It was easy to join somebody that's on a roll, man. And I hoped it improved. I think it did. I hoped I helped again. And that's we'll get to the next question, but I agree. Casper was the brains behind this, the technical expertise behind this. I'm just a mouth.
And what a pretty mouth. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Some of the girls say the same thing, and they're getting younger now. Wow. It used to be the 75s. Now it's the 65s.
Careful, those 55s might be looking.
Woo, we can help, huh?
Next up, Council Member Jones. Hit it up, Biggie.
Hey, Al. Good to see you again, brother. And nice to meet you, Casper. Thank you both for joining us this evening. And thank you for doing the Time for Hemp show. I remember it being on very late at night when I was in school and watching it when I could. And because of that show, I've always tried to keep an open mind about cannabis. And so I learned a lot about cannabis from your show, and I wanted to tell you thank you for putting it out there. My question for you fellas is, we understand that you two working on a project together. Would you tell us about what it is?
Well, he's smoking, so I'll talk. We got together. We worked for years. We both took a break for a year and a half, 2 years, something like that. We worked heavily before that. I did with Mike Kravitz. I and Casper, I did a show with Mike and Kravitz and Casper like 7 years or something. But we all took a break. And then a year or so ago, Casper and I got together in some sort of conversation, and we agreed upon something that one of us said, which is the Time for Hemp show, which you just talked about, Peggy, was archived. Every one of them. Casper had the forethought to keep every one of these shows. And we thought together, wow, that's a treasure trove of not only information, which it is, and it's still current information, but also historical, it gives us the historical ability to talk directly with some of our icons, Jack Herr, Lester Grinspoon, Dennis Perone, etc. So we thought, well, we're old. And I think Casper's words were, who wants to see two old farts sitting around on television talking about something? And he was absolutely correct, of course. So what we thought we'd do is we would take this archive and show it, but interspace it with younger, better-looking folks than us. And we just finished one of those shows just a couple of days ago with Dan Sky. Huh? You guys know who Dan Sky is? Malcolm McKinnon, a legend at High Times Magazine. And we brought him on, and he discussed his new book, which is called Pot Shots. It's a video. It's a photographic book. It's about, I think he said it's like 250, 60 pages and 300 and some photographs. And so we're gonna publish the shows. Casper will get it out, not me. Again, I'm done. But anyway, so we're doing that. In a couple of days, we're going to interview Brian Buckley, one of our own, BAC, and we're going to talk about his use of first of all his company, his cannabis company, which is a very high quality, and the fact that his company, any excess profit, he pays very well. He treats his people great, by the way. But any excess profit goes to his foundation, the Battle Brothers Foundation. So there's to us, that's a wonderful mixture of capitalism and altruism all in one story. Plus, we all know, Brian is a registered friggin' hero, retired Marine captain, retired medically for combat wounds. So anyway, that's what we're doing. We're taking the show and we're interspacing current, interesting, important cannabis people, veterans or not. This is not a veteran show we do, although I'm a vet, Casper's a vet. It's not our focus. Our focus is veteran and cannabis, as we started with Malcolm. So that's what we're doing. And we're going to, I'll let you, Casper, you tell me, but we're going to try and do this like every 2 weeks. We're already hooked up in Canada. Casper, tell us about all that.
Well, as Al said, there is this archive, and he's right. I retired 2017. It was just too exasperating. At one time I was like one of 5 cannabis podcasts out there on the internet, and you couldn't even advertise on any radio or TV without getting shut down if you had a cannabis product or something that was trying to promote the legalization of medical marijuana. They just didn't want to hear it. So there were like High Times, Normal, me, and maybe 4 or 5 other podcasts that were focused on ending medical marijuana prohibition. And then as the internet grew, it became more of an outlet. You wanted to put it up on Facebook, wanted to put it up on Tumblr, wanted to put it up on SoundCloud, got to get it up on iPod. And then I was also producing not just my show, but when I went for American Freedom Radio, the owner of that network got busted transporting marijuana from Oregon into Texas, and his network went down. But when the Time for Hemp network came into existence, I realized, well, there's more than just my voice. So I got Al Graham on, got Al Burns on. We got a handful. I was producing a handful of other radio shows, what I called them radio shows, podcasts about cannabis. And so after a while, it became exasperating. I mean, I was really overwhelmed from trying to promote it on all the social outlets, trying to get all the little video snippets to do the advertising, trying to get the guests lined up, get everything recorded, get everything edited, keep it up on the website. And then just finally, I had to say, enough. I can't do this anymore. And 2020 came around, and right before that pandemic hit, everybody was planning to do their big hemp festivals. And they had a lot of guest speakers lined up at different events in Seattle, Washington, New York, everywhere around the world. And then the pandemic hit, and all those events came to a close, and people wanted to find a way still to come together. So I came out of retirement for one event, and we did the Love Fest, a global hemp fest from around the world that started on April 20th, 2020 at 4:20 a.m. And every hour on the hour at 4:20 in a new time zone, we moved the show from zone to zone to zone, went all the way around the world, spoke to activists. And that's up there on the timeforhemp.news, again, timeforhemp.news website. And then after that, I was just, the world became such a mess, and it became a political divide. No matter where you turned, no matter what you said or what you did, you were being canceled. People were fighting each other. I was too exasperated to deal with new fights. And I just decided, that's it. I'm done. And then I got thinking about a year and a half ago, I've got this amazing archive of material. And I made a promise to every guest that came on my show that I would do everything I could to make certain that your interview would be heard by as many people around the world, so that anybody who needed to hear about how important it was to end cannabis prohibition for medical uses or for using it for fuel or for creating new jobs, I would do what I can to make certain your interview would be heard until the end of time. And I had the internet to help make that promise come true, but I'm now dealing with age, and I can't be here long to take care of that promise. And I had to figure out what to do. And I thought I had a group of people that I could turn it over to and say, here, it's yours, just take it. I'm done with it. I walked away from it. I thought they were going to use Time for Hemp as a way to launch new voices and new tools. I even gave it for free. And they didn't do a damn thing with it. So I thought, well, now wait a minute, this ain't working. So I took it back in the first of the year, gave Al a call and said, Al, look, we got Jack Hare in here, like Al said. We got Dennis Perrone in here. We got, oh my gosh, we got all kinds of great voices. We got Robert Randall in here. We got May Nutt in here. We got Michelle Rady. And some of these people, when they came on the show, it was like they did it like a week or two before they passed away. And Michelle Rady was talking about the importance of cannabis helping her deal with her pain and getting through a day and being able to cope with the things that she had to cope with. As she was dying of cancer, she died at age 30. And one of the last chances she had to say anything was on my show. I owe it to her and everyone to keep my promise.
We respect that greatly, and we thank you for attempting to try. And you tried, and it didn't work out, so you're just retrying. So thank you for not giving up, most importantly. Councilmember Kravitz has a follow-up. Michael?
Thanks, Etienne. Yeah, wanted to chime in here to say thanks for coming on, guys. And also, too, to throw down a little bit of praise on that idea of going around the world. I just came in as a personality, if you will, to that endeavor. If you could, there's a two-part question. First part's real easy. After I'm done talking, if you could tell us a little bit about the guy that did actually do the work for that, because I don't remember him producing a lot of stuff, but he did a fair amount of work. I remember him doing a fair amount of work producing that, because he had to talk to people in 6 different time zones. And I just want to say this: of all the cannabis activism I've done, that is a particularly special memory to me of a cannabis thing that I did, going around the world on the podcast. And it wasn't that complicated. It basically, we just kept 420 going. It was 420, and then it was like 430, 440, 450. Hey, bye guys, we're going off to the next time zone. And next time zone, we pick it up at like 350, 345, whatever, and work our way to 420. It was freaking cool. It was really, really cool. It was always just before 420, and just after for a whole day. It was pretty spectacular. It really was. We got to hang out with Ben Drunkers in the middle of somewhere in Asia in the middle of the night for me, but it was his 420 and it was bright and sunny there, and I learned, I want to say this, I learned more about the geography from that than I ever did from any of my geography classes in high school. But anyway,
let me jump in there for those who might not know it. Well, let me jump in here for a minute. Michael was was the official joint host of that event, and Michael helped make that event happen. Not one person can host that. He's right. There was a handful of other people who made that event a reality, and Michael did a brilliant job on joint hosting. And I want to thank you, Michael, for all your hard work on that effort. So, and that's why you were talking about it, and it was pertinent, I wanted to jump in there and say that. So thank you.
Well, that's cool. I appreciate that. Well, anyway, the last part of my second question was just tell us a little bit more about the idea. Like, if you said something about it already, I apologize, but like, how did that idea come to you? Whose ideas was it? And the first part of the question, if you remember, was if you can remember a little bit about the fellow that helped produce that, because I can remember almost his face, but can't quite remember.
I can't remember his name. You're right. He popped in, and then shortly after that, he got lost into other projects. But it was Jay Nair Harden who actually pushed me into doing an event of that nature, because I had been retired from doing any type of work on the Time for Hemp project for almost 3 years at that point. And it was Jay Nair who was like in touch with the people who did the Million Man Marijuana March, and who were also involved in doing this 420 event in Los Angeles. And everybody was disappointed. And she said, Casper, you have the platform. And she said, I think, and then she introduced me to this guy. And she said, I think the two of you could probably put together at least an event where maybe, and we talked about it. Next thing we know, we were calling up Michael, and then we were ringing up guests, and people go, yeah, we'll come on. Yeah, we'll come on. And it came together within, 48 hours. And then we were promoting it, and boom. It was fun to watch it unfold right in front of our eyes, wasn't it, Michael?
Pretty amazing.
Next up will be Council Member Tony Landry with our next question.
Thank you, ATN, and welcome, Al and Casper. It's a pleasure, honor to be here with you and here. I didn't know a lot about you, Casper, but I've read some about you and I'm learning as we go here tonight. Now, always been a mentor of mine, and so thank y'all for being here and for always being out there advocating. So my question is where do you think the conversation around cannabis needs to be, and what talking points do you see the media needing to communicate with the public?
Well, everybody's fully aware of medical cannabis. And I think it's weird how they're still focused on smoking cannabis, when in all honesty, they outlawed this plant by telling us that we had to outlaw marijuana because people were smoking it and it was making you bad. And then when they went to put in their hemp farm crops, they couldn't. And so they kept us focused on, wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Wow, you outlawed the smoking. Let's change it. Let's change it. Well, now that we've changed it, we're still not paying any attention to utilizing hemp for the solutions that all the green enthusiasts are jumping up and down screaming, we got to save the planet. And right there it is. Right there it is. Right there it is in front of your face. So as long as the cannabis movement is going to jump up and down and scream, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, we need this for medicine, and we do, and continue to ignore that we need it for fuel, we need it for the 3D filament to do 3D printing for 3D houses, we need it for hempcrete, we need it for clothing, we need it for food, we need it for everything else. Until that happens, we're going to have a lot of greedy people making a lot of rich, fat cash off of the taxes, off of the licenses, and then the people who are in the dispensaries are just raking it in as well. And nobody's going to get any wiser or any better off because we've legalized this plant. You haven't legalized this plant. You've legalized an aspect of this plant and let the plant that it is a direct competition to, all these other industries, remain ignored. Oh, I know you can grow it in 50 states. Oh, I know you got the hemp law. But do you see it happening? Do you see it being promoted? Do you see it being pushed? The same way that they're pushing the dispensaries, they're pushing the medical use and the gummy bears and the edibles? No, you don't. So until they come together and realize that it is a plant, not just for medicine, but for paper, fiber, fuel, clothing, we're going to have a great divide.
Al?
I agree. It's a wonderful plant. And the book that I produced in 1987, Cannabis in Medical Practice, actually had 3 of the 15 chapters, I think it was, dealing with not just human or animal health, but the health of the planet. And two chapters on that. Dave Pate and Rob Clark wrote those chapters. And then we had a chapter by Donnie Wershafter, wonderful Don E, on nutrition and how valuable the nutrition in these plant seeds are, these cannabis seeds. It's phenomenal. So I agree with Casper. We don't want to let up on the medical issue. It can help so many people that don't even know they could be helped. We still have a terrible time with the educational process, professional educational process with MDs and RNs. They're not all being taught about cannabis in their schools. A little history. This is a history lesson show. Patients at a Time had a conference in 2010 somewhere. Might have been Arizona. And we invited a doctor to come because he had done a survey. He was a professor someplace, so he had his grad students do a survey on medical schools in the United States. At the time, there were 256 of them. This is 14 years ago, give or take a year or so. And he had them call up these medical schools and say, do you have a course on medical uses of cannabis, on the endocannabinoid system, or anything related to cannabis at all? The answer was zero. There was not a medical school in the United States of America in 2010 that had any educational process going on. And I do not think that changed until a guy named Yehan Maku, a PhD candidate at Temple, who came to one of our conferences, got smart, went back to Temple and said, you got to teach this shit. And they did. And then the University of Vermont's pharmacy school picked it up. So where we are, fast forward now to today, 2024, we're dealing with about half of the medical schools and about half of the registered nursing education in the country now has a course on either or medical cannabis or the endocannabinoid system. So we're doing good, but along with the emphasis that Casper talks about on the products, they're obviously good things that can be produced from this plant. I'd concentrate on both medical education and the hemp and its wonders.
And I think the other aspect of it is it would help if the big business would tithe, as Al said about the guest we're having next week. He tithes. He puts his money where his mouth is. But there's a lot of organizations that have made a lot of money off of the medical cannabis or the industrial hemp movement. And, it would be beneficial until it's completely legal all around the world that those organizations find an organization like Normal or somebody like your show that they can get behind and tithe to it, donate to the movement to help raise the voice and to help activists who are trying to end prohibition make that happen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze. Leslie.
Hi, fellas. It's really an honor to be here with you guys today. You guys have done so much to get us to where we are currently. My question is, how do you see the VHA changing how they work with veterans with the rescheduling of cannabis?
I got that one. I think it's wonderful for the veterans. The VHA that I've worked with for whatever the hell we've worked for them, 20, 25 years, has been as cooperative as they possibly can. Mike Kravitz will tell you, it took 3 years of work to get them to say cannabis was a medicine, but they did it. And that's the best they could do. And Mike and I have complimented the people that made that decision over and over again, although everybody says they, whatever they say in government, Mike and I think they're wonderful. But that being a given, the objection that the federal government employees have been well, not the objection, the ruling that the federal government employees have been under that work for the VA in states where cannabis is not either medically or recreational legal have been unable to allow veterans in that state to use cannabis and be included into the veterans treatment protocol. So with the if they go to Schedule 3, that allows these physicians who have up to this point been denied the right to use this stuff, not only can they recommend it, they'll be able to friggin' prescribe it. Well, if they can prescribe it, that means the veterans can go to the veteran pharmacy and get it for nothing. So I see this thing in Schedule Fee for the veteran community as a win-win-win. However, I see people like ETN who have been running honorable dispensaries for decades being put out of business. Because what did I just say? If it's going to go to 3, you can go to your doctor downtown. He can write your prescription for cannabis, totally legal. Yeah, it'll cost money and all that shit. But all of a sudden, your insurance companies will pay for it. So boom. But then you go to the pharmacy. That's a pharmacy. It's not a dispensary. You see the problem?
It's not a problem. We see it as normalization. We never expected. We knew we were a place and a time, right? After Dennis and them bowed out, we were the second generation to push the envelope. We knew that we were not going to exist forever. Eventually, change would come. So I'm okay to eventually become a dinosaur so that you can go to Costco and get your low, mids, and highs. You know what I'm saying? At a good
but
price.
you're a big boy.
Well,
you're a big boy, and
I'm aware,
you are.
but
And you've been a leader in this shit. No, every 4 or 5 months, I get a call from somebody that wants to open a dispensary and pick a spot. What do you think, Al? Is this going to make money? No, I've told every single one of these human beings, stay away from being a dispensary. Go do something else. And so we agree, Tian, but you're taking it like a leader does. You're gracious, you're honorable. You're wrong. You should be pissed.
I just, having Dennis and Jack and others see over the horizon, and I just have to accept the horizon sometimes, even though it's sometimes sunset for you. So it's all good. But until then, I'm still enjoying what I do. So next up will be Council Member Peggy Joe. No, it's Michael Krawitz. Aha! I forgot I was going on to the next one. Michael Krawitz has this one.
Hey, thanks, Etienne. Actually, wanted to go back a little bit in your memory there and ask about experience that you had in being part of the UCLA smoked marijuana study and the significance of being the first to smoke legal cannabis, at least inside of the U.S. government funded laboratory.
That was, I tell you, that was just amazing. Time for Hemp. I know we'd had maybe 4 shows, 5 shows. We didn't really have a lot done. I was surprised at I was surprised at the response that the Time for Hemp had gotten. And I was a friend of mine worked at a publishing house in Los Angeles. And her publishing company was doing a big party for the 4 or 5 authors that they were releasing new books for. And she was invited to the event, and she wanted to go with a friend that she could leave behind if she met somebody that she wanted to lead the party with. And then she wanted to be able to say, no, I'm with him if she wanted to. So she rented me a tux, and she got me all dolled up, and she took me to this little highfalutin party. And it was really nice, and there's this big commotion going on at the front door of this party, and in comes this guy named Timothy Leary that some people may know, and he's making his way around the room saying hello to people and what have you. And when he comes to the little group where Sharon and I and her little group of people that we were talking to, that she expected that she was going to be meeting. He goes, "Aren't you Casper Leach that has that funny marijuana show?" And I went, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, we watched that in Berkeley. I love your show. It's so funny. I loved your interview with Jack Hare. You know, I know Jack, and I'd love to be a guest on your show." And I went, "Well, I'd love to be a guest on your show. I'll be in Los Angeles in 2 months. See if you can arrange here. Here's my card. Call these people." And I was blown away that Timothy Leary knew anybody knew my stuff, let alone Timothy Leary, right? Hello, right? Jeepers. So I told Jack, and Jack laughed his ass off. I was working for Jack at the time. Jack had hired me to run his office when he was on the road promoting it, when the hemp tour, promoting his book. So I took care of the T-shirts, the bookcases going out and answering the mail and all the. Anyway, and I said, "Jack, I want something really unique as a roll-in for Tim Leary." I said, "I know that you were part of the smoke marijuana study at UCLA." He goes, "Yeah, with Dr. Taskin." I said, "I don't know who, but I know that you were part of it." He goes, "Yeah." I said, "Can you get me to be part of that and see if I can film it?" And Jack, "Well, I don't know. I'll talk to Dr. Taskin. He and I are friends. I don't think he'll let you, but I'll talk to him." So about 2 weeks later, I get a telephone call from Dr. Taskin at UCLA, and he said, "Hello?" He said, "Yeah, Jack told me that you'd be at the office today and I should give you a call." And Dr. Taskin told me I could be part of the study and I could film it on the condition that I did the whole study. What it meant was that you had to come in at least 3 times, and they had a canister of 3 joints that you just blindly picked. And one would be swag, one would be killer, and one would be kind of so-so. And you had to go through the eye-hand coordination tests afterwards. They do a memory test with you afterwards. And there was a couple of other tests that you did, and they also tested your blood every like 20 minutes for about 3 hours for a white cell count. So you had to have a catheter in your arm the whole time. And I had to think about it twice, but in order to get the film footage, I thought, yeah, all right, I don't care. I'll put a needle in my arm. I'll do 3 events. And I was blessed that the first time we went was the killer shit that we smoked when the government grew. And we got good film footage of it. And it was to be used for the Timothy Leary show. So I thought it'd be really unique. And by happen chance, it was the first time that study had ever allowed anybody to come in and do any type of photography, film footage, video, snap. Didn't make any difference. It was pretty, tight. It was a government study by UCLA. And I had to sign extra paperwork for it, make sure I didn't show anybody's face. And but I tell you, it was fun. It was interesting. And it's because of my involvement with Jack Hare that it made it happen. And it's because of my Time for Hemp show. I did that show because of Jack. That Timothy Leary even knew who I was. And it was just all a freak accident. And it was, now that I look back on it 100 years now, way back in the past, I can't help but giggle. It's like right place, right time.
Michael Krause has a follow-up.
Well, I love the Timothy Leary connection there. I just say it's worth noting. You first of all, you learn the craziest stuff and you meet the coolest people. That's the first takeaway from what I'm about to say. But I actually, because of Al and Mary Lynn and Patients at a Time, I actually got to spend a bit of quality time with Dr. Tashkin twice. And once was when he came to our conference to speak just before he released 35-year study results, right, on what he was feeling was almost potentially enemy territory. Because when he first, 35 years earlier, said what he was going to do, he made certain hypotheses. And here's a high-ranking professor from the United States University making these hypotheses, something like, if you smoke an unfiltered marijuana cigarette and you hold it deep in your lungs and you don't let it out for quite a while, it could do the damage maybe of 3 cigarettes of regular tobacco. That was a hypothesis. And because of that hypothesis and because of who made it, those thoughts, that's all they were unproven, yet to be proven, possible facts or possibilities. but they wound up being proven wrong. And the wild variations of them, I think the one that was the most extreme was the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who said that one marijuana cigarette was 125 regular cigarettes or something like that, which is just an extrapolation of Dr. Tashkin's hypothesis. And Dr. Tashkin was scared to death to come to the conference the year before his results were given because he was afraid of us. And we turned out to be, pussycats. He wound up really liking us, although he was a little nervous, around us. I think in the end, we won his heart, and he really liked being around us. And then the next year, he released his study results, which confounded his initial hypothesis and actually destroyed the position of the federal government. All of a sudden, he wasn't. 35 years, he was the darling of the federal government. All of a sudden, now he's the pariah of the federal government. Couldn't get anybody on the phone at the federal government. So he comes back to old friends, at our conference, and now the government has turned his back on him. What a change a year makes. But anyway, I learned so much from that whole interchange with Dr. Tashkin. I just thought I'd throw that on the table. I don't know if you have anything to comment to it, but it was quite beautiful getting to know him.
Well, I know he had a charming sense of humor, and he and I giggled throughout the 3 times that we got together, and I found him very personable, and it was a joy. I tell you, he made the whole thing fun. He really did. So and like
he's a pretty good dude. We got him the first time he spoke about that study that Mike relates to was actually at our first conference in Iowa City at the University of Iowa in 2000. And he came in then, and I think I wrote it in my book. He was intrigued because he sort of alluded to the fact that what the government thought was going to be the results of his study just wasn't going to happen. But he couldn't come out and say it. And there's backstories on that. He came a day late because it was April and it was friggin' snowing. Everything happens wrong when you try and do a conference. But anyway, skip forward to 2008. We were over in a Syllabus in California, and he came on and made the announcement at the conference, which he knew would be, attended by 300 MDs, and it would be videotaped, et cetera, and his results could not be altered or hidden. And he announced it at the conference that, and this is essentially it. Like Mike was saying, it was like a 30-year study of. I'm making up the numbers, but I'm damn close. It was like 10,000 people. They were in 4 categories. There were people that smoked nothing. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes. There were people that smoked cigars, cigarettes, and cannabis. And there were people that only smoked cannabis. Now, this study was Tashkin. He was a professor of medicine. He was at UCLA, and the government paid for this. Results of his study that he announced at our conference was this. That if you smoked cigarettes and cigars and stuff like that, you were going to go get lung cancer and those kind of problems, just like the government said you were going to do. If you added in cannabis to that mix, didn't matter. The cannabis was not going to help you. You were going to get lung cancer and screwed up lung shit, just like the government said you were going to do. If you smoked only cannabis, nothing but cannabis, there was not one patient. Some 2,500 individuals smoked cannabis only for 30 years. Not one of them had lung cancer or COPD. It was a better outcome than those that smoked nothing at all. Now, this is 2008. Okay, fast forward. May 2023, the Journal of COPD, Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease, the journal, May 2023, UCLA study, 7 years long, many less patients, exact same results, only better. Because this particular study found that some of the people that were involved in the study had COPD entering the study. Not only did nobody got cancer, nobody got COPD. The people entering the study with that disease were cured, every one of them. So this kind, so smoking, it needs to be addressed.
Next up will be Peggy Jones. This one's
Thank
for
you.
Al.
Thank you, Tim. Al, As the author of For Country and Cannabis, could you give us a glimpse into the themes and messages conveyed in your book and what you hope readers will take away from it? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Peggy. I'm not muted, right? Well, the book, to begin with, it's a memoir. Okay, so it's about me, and I'm 80, so it's about 80 years of existence. I try not to be boring with we all went to high school, we all did this, we all did that. I always thought my life got worthwhile and pretty interesting when I actually went on active duty in the Navy in 1961 and reported to a destroyer and served on her for 2 years. That 2 years was a wow. But it was a few years after that my father died. And this is where cannabis came in my life. This was late 1966. I was an officer on active duty in the Navy, and my father was dying of liver cancer in Boston. He was a volunteer. He was taken on to this novel, really, think about it, 67, chemotherapy treatment. Brutal now, way worse then. Anyway, he put up with it, but he was a 200-pounder. He'd been an athlete in college, and now he's down 100 pounds. He couldn't stop vomiting. He couldn't eat. He was dying anyway. But it was kind of brutal to see my boss let me off the ship every weekend to go see my dad, and it just got awful. So on one of these weekends, I went to see his doctor. I hate to be long on this story, but I think it's worth the distance. I went to see my dad's doctor. My dad had graduated from Boston College in 1932. His doctor was a classmate of his in that class. My dad went on and did his shit. His buddy went to medical school. He was in medical school from 1933 to 1937. But from 1933, 1934, and 1935, part of his medical education was how to use therapeutic cannabis for your patients. So when I went to my dad's doctor, and he knew what was going on, and I just like, damn, isn't this something I could do for my father? He says, go get him some cannabis. So 1936, December maybe, a medical doctor of the United States told a caregiver of a dying patient to go get cannabis to relieve that patient's symptoms. That's a long fucking time ago. And we still can't make these assholes believe that this is a true story. So I got the cannabis. I gave some to my father in joint form. He used to be a smoker of cigarettes. Anyway, he took the thing. He hated cannabis was the devil's fucking weed. And he took that thing. He took 2 inhalations and he wanted food. And I gave it to him and he kept it down. 2 months later, he was dead. But I saw what I saw. I was only 22, just barely turned 22. My father just died, but I saw how he died. And I saw the comfort, if you can use that word, if I can use that word, at the end of his life. And so right there and there, I said, well, man, that's amazing, because everything I ever knew in my life growing up to 22 years old was cannabis was an evil thing. It was terrible. It was awful. It was a terrible drug, Oh, shit. And I knew all of a sudden, right there, I knew I'd been bullshitted, So I decided at some point that I would do something about that. I tried For Country and Cannabis. The first half of the book is about For Country, my service in the Navy for 24 years. I tried to involve cannabis stories as much as I could, but I also tried to enlighten the civilian population, who's 99% of our citizenry, that the military, the people pay a hell of a price just to do the job. And I sit here and I see Army, ETN, Al's Navy, Tony's, what the hell are you, Air Force or Army? I forget. We got Casper's in the Army. Wade's in the Navy, Mike's in the Air Force, Peggy Army,
Air Force.
Mike?
Air Force.
Well,
Army.
yeah, so I know this is the Veterans
I was
Action
Army. I
Council.
was Army. Damn it. Army.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I know this is the Veterans Action Council, but I'm trying to say that I tried to involve these stories and how it affected military personnel. And so then I got out of the Navy, and I got involved with Normal. I became its executive director. I had wonderful interfaces with hundreds of really good activists and advocates, all the names you can mention. Man, they were flying around out there. And in the middle of this thing, but I was running Normal. Normal at the time, this was a legalization of marijuana outfit. That's what it did. One subject matter. In the door comes Jack Hurd at a board meeting. Well, that changed everything. Well, I'll shorten it up to say, well, now the Normal board is sitting there going, well, are we a legalization outfit, or are we going to get behind this hemp thing that crazy Californian keeps talking about? And we're like, well, and then I got bold, I guess. I remembered I promised my dad that I'd do something, and I spoke up. And I said, medical cannabis has to be in this agenda. And the board of directors agreed that from that point on, that Normal would be a legalization hemp and medical cannabis outfit. Fell apart, got nasty, mainly because of lawyers. No, because of lawyers. And I split off with my wife at the time, Mary Lynn Mathry, and we formed this organization, Patients at a Time. And basically, I did that to stick the finger in the face of the federal government. Because every time we come up with something, they say, oh, these guys are bullshit. They don't know anything. Da, 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 da. So Patients at a Time's job, and became what we did successfully, was to give an accredited conference on cannabis used medically, and therefore blessed by the American Medical Association and Medical Nurses Association. God damn it if we didn't pull it off. The University of Iowa Medical School and Nursing School are sponsors to the AMA and the ANA, and life went on. And now you have what you have. And the whole concept of the book that I try to explain is that once we got into this medical cannabis issue, that was not easy. It was difficult. The medical doctors were in total rejection. Individuals would pat us on the back and wouldn't want to have their picture taken with us. We developed all kinds of different methodologies to push the education of medical cannabis forward. The book has a lot of education. I've heard back from any number of people, hey, will you sign your book for me? Yeah. And I ask them a question, what did you get out of this? What did you learn from this? Oh, shit, Al. There's so much information in there that will help me and my mother that I can't believe it. There's, the other thing that I wanted to identify in the book, and I hope I did a very good job, is there were some remarkable people at this time I'm talking about. You went to jail there. You didn't get put on TV selling this shit. You went to jail, along to prison. They took money, your homes, your kids, your dogs, and they took everything. These were remarkably courageous folks. So I wrote their names down in my book. And then there were a whole bunch of, well, there were some people who were just assholes. I wrote their name down too, and I explained why they're assholes. So I wanted this history of the people, the places, the good guys, the bad guys, and I also wanted to identify, and I hope I did a good job of this, the absolute mendacity, the evil behavior, if you don't know what mendacity means, the mendacity of the U.S. federal government, not only to the issue of education, but to individual patients. Let me just give you one story in this book, just one. These guys know me. I'm a storyteller. And the book is a whole bunch of stories, but I hope each story puts a lesson in it, you know? I'm not trying to write the Bible here, but I'm trying to explain to people that this stuff is good for a particular disease. And hey, here's a doctor that agrees with me. Here's an organization that agrees with me. Here's a patient. Here's what she said. That kind of stuff. Mendacity. When we started this issue, there were 5 citizens of the United States that were getting medical cannabis from the federal government monthly, from the government that said it wasn't a medicine. Right away, any logistician in the last millennia would say, well, this is a breakdown there. So I got these 5 people together, and I said, let's form Patients at a Time with a couple of very, very courageous doctors and nurses, and they did so. And they did so. None of these people wanted fame or glory. The opposite. They were scared to death. Let me tell you, they were scared. But they were honorable. And what they wanted was to let the average citizen know that their government, you see my shirt? You see that thing there? I don't know if you can read it. You know what it says? Your government is lying. And that's what these people wanted, you and us and all these people that have worked as advocates, people that now believe, wanted the world to know. Your government is lying, and we're willing as patients to stand there and say so. And they did. So one of these people was a widowed from an MD, woman in a wheelchair, severe arthritis, going blind, glaucoma, in Fremont, Nebraska. She applied to the IRD program for cannabis, which was open at the time, and she was accepted. An MD friend of her deceased husband did it for her. So she was accepted into the program, and regularly, without a beat, got her cannabis can delivered to her home in Fremont, Nebraska for a couple of years. Then she came on Patients at a Time at a conference and called out the federal government and said, it's a plant. What the hell are you afraid of? It's good medicine. Give it to people. 62 years old, sitting in a wheelchair. She went home to Fremont, Nebraska. The pot didn't show up. It didn't come. It didn't come that month. Didn't come the next month. She called me. I was calling all over what the fuck, you know. And I'm sorry to all law enforcement, but a DEA agent showed up in Fremont on the front door, and basically told her that her cannabis had been misplaced somehow, and we just found that out. And by the way, you know, we have a tendency to do this if people speak out and don't say the right things. And they went away. And a couple of days later, the can showed up. And it never was interrupted again. Here's the problem for my friend Correa. She's gone now. That 2 months that the can didn't show up, she lost 80% of her peripheral vision forever. So that's one story in a book full of mendacity, harassment of the federal government's patience, of free speech, of educational liberty. I hope people read my book. And back in 2006, we did a conference in Santa Barbara. Some of you guys were actually, Mike was there. And the introductory talk to the opening of the conference, which was at the college there, was beautiful setting, gorgeous, was the mayor of Santa Barbara. And she was very brief, very welcoming. And here's what she said as she closed her quick speech. She said, you guys are going to sit here today or tomorrow, and you're going to learn from some of the best cannabis clinicians and researchers in the world. Take it all in and go forth and multiply. Go forth and multiply. And I wrote my book again with so much information about cannabis and the mendacity and the research and the international aspect of it all, so that somebody may read this and go forth and multiply. It's an educational project for me. That's why I did it.
Thank you, Al. Next up will be Council Member Freeze.
Thanks, Etienne. Al, thanks for your work that you've done in the medical community. I was in a medical doctorate program before I entered the cannabis space in 2015. And I want to think there was only 10 medical college at that time when I entered the industry that was even talking about the endocannabinoid system. So it's great to hear that 50% are doing it now. We're actually, my family, we're dealing with a family member that has cancer, prostate cancer, and I've read some literature and research that says that high CBD cannabis can really help with prostate cancer and actually be selective to prostate cancer cells. And when I asked the doctor who specialized in prostate cancer about cannabis, they couldn't even have a conversation about it. You know, I get it if you don't want to subscribe to it. We haven't had clinical trials yet, whatnot, but you should be able to have the conversation. And I hope that those conversations continue and multiply. My question is, how do we fix the regulatory system for hemp and cannabis that currently exists?
Well, Casper, I don't know what his answer is. I'm going to give a very short answer. Cannabis is a plant, grows in the ground. It's not a drug. It's a plant. Should be administered like all other plants are in this country. Department of Agriculture.
I agree with Al. I mean, Jack Hare started me out the right way by saying, treat it like a tomato plant. I mean, you use it for ketchup, you can use it for medications, you can use it for a lot of things. And so if you're using it for like a medication that's coming out of a pharmaceutical where they're using cannabis extracts in medications and that are being prescribed and had to be overlooked, I guess, there's those regulations. But if you're not doing anything of that nature, if you're growing it to make hemp porridge, you're doing it, growing it to make hemp fiber, or it's a plant. I treat it just like the agriculture treats corn or peanut or any other rhubarb. Just quit being stupid about it. But they're not going to do that because it is such a versatile plant that if they treated it like they should, it would put a lot of other companies out of business. Gateway Galbraith used to say, well, as soon as they bring cannabis back into the farm community as a cash crop, you will see the biggest wealth transfer in the history of humankind take place. Because they did. It happened the other way around when they outlawed it in the 1930s. Kentucky went from being the most prestigious, vibrant, wealthiest commonwealth in the United States to the poorest within a matter of 14 years because their cash crop, cannabis, hemp, had been outlawed. And all that money was now going into the pockets of pharmaceuticals and people who made fuel. And it was just, well, the history. I'm talking to the choir here. But so, yeah, if they treated it like they should, like a plant, it would be all good. We wouldn't be having this conversation ever on any level.
Well, gentlemen, wait, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to ask either of you for your opinion, your vision, if you will, of how do we get to what you're just describing. I completely agree with both of you around the idea that if it's treated as a plant, then all kinds of harms are eliminated. But what we have right now is some versions of the plant are treated like agriculture, and all kinds of products are being developed and put out into the market, but there's no testing or any consumer protections. So, any suggestions that you might have about how to get to what you're describing? Thank you.
Wade, nice to see you, man. I was hoping you'd be around tonight. Good to see you. No, I don't see any silver bullets. To me, this has been a progress, step by step, incremental. People want it all at once. The now generation and everybody before them for the last 30 years. It just doesn't work that way, especially with a bureaucracy and a Congress as dysfunctional as ours. So, no, I don't think there's a magic bullet. I think it's working its way through the process. We're talking about Schedule 3. Well, shit, that only took about 35 years. And we do have, there is the other thing. I mean, this started with me back in the 90s, too. When I took over Normal, the federal policy was failed. Normal was broke. Nobody was paying a goddamn bit of attention to Normal or anything else. And it was a matter of survival. As I talked about, bringing hemp into the issue, bringing medical into the issue. I'm trying to run a company that needs money, and if I can attract, just like now, you advertise. So we were advertising Normal, and we were advertising these issues, and we're asking people to support the issues. Well, all the issues were still being worked out of the same office. I still had the same rent bill and electric bill. I just got more places to drag the money from, and yet Normal was doing good work. And of course, we would go off on that, Patients at a Time and Jack and all that. All of that became true. So, but it all took time, and it took incredible patience, tenacity. Look at Kravitz sitting over here. He's been badgering the United Nations for, I don't know, a couple of decades, and every time they send him home and they go, yeah, they pat him on the back. They actually make some kind of a tweaking kind of encouragement. And then Michael knows on the way home, I got to go back over there next year. It's just the way it is. Tony Landry in Louisiana, ETN, Cash, all of us have just been slugged, beaten down, spit on, yelled at, told we were idiots. And we go, yeah, we heard that. Okay. In the meantime, I got this thing I'm going to try and tell you about. It just has to go on like that. And I think it will. I do think, as I said, I think there's some major changes coming. I'm not sure the dispensary industry, if I can use that word, is viable. I'm not saying individual dispensaries might not, but as an industry, I don't know. Hemp as a product as all the items that Casper already ran through, absolutely. There's a crop there. The family I was involved with for 40 years up there in North Dakota grew wheat. And essentially after the year was over, they made $50 an acre profit. After their labors, they had a lot of acres and added up. Right across the line in Canada, they were growing hemp, not wheat, hemp, making $200 an acre. There's a story behind that too, but I'll let it go. It'll happen.
All right, Casper?
Well, as Al said, I agree with all of that, but I also look at Popular Mechanics as being the spearhead of this plant becoming outlawed again when it produced its article claiming that it was the first time the word billion had ever been used in a sentence referring to dollars being earned by anything. In 1937, when Popular Mechanics put out this amazing article about how, because of the decoricator, the once difficult to manage and to harvest and to make much out of anything other than a few pieces of clothing, hemp plant was now going to turn into a multi-billion-dollar industry. Well, this frightened. I mean, it really frightened the 1% who had the money. And it is frustrating because over the years, it's proven to be the bane. As long as there's $1 billion to be made in this, now nobody wants it legal. It used to frustrate Jack that when he tried to get people to support his cause, he couldn't get growers to support it because they wanted to keep it outlawed because they were making a lot of money on the black market. And they couldn't get anybody in the corporations that were running the American industries to support them because they were all in direct competition with this plant. So as long as this plant is able to produce 90% of all the products on this planet, and that sounds, whoa, far-fetched, but it's not. It really is not. We wouldn't be having oil spills. We wouldn't be having fights over the oil industry. We wouldn't be having cold people. And then my generation, we were the we love you generation. We're going to solve the world problem generation. We got technology at our fingertips. We got ways to grow like hydroponics, all kinds of food all around the world. And we got this amazing plant that produces 80% of all your creature comforts. And yet the very wealthy, whose pockets are lined by all the corporations who are in direct competition to this plant, have actively worked to make certain that this plant never becomes legal. So pharmaceutical companies don't want it legal, so it won't be. And people who sell it on the black market don't want it to be legal, so it probably won't ever be. Here, there, everywhere, but not all around the world. There will always be some kind of taxation, some kind of money labeled against this plant to make it prohibitive for the average Joe to go into his backyard and put in 10 acres of hemp and produce enough crop to produce a small little factory of a local industry, a cottage industry of making clothing or making food or making great products. And it'll always make you dependent on the government and corporations for all your needs. That's the other aspect about it. This plant can make small companies and corporations and even small communities self-sufficient. But they don't want that. They want to make certain that you can't get your money on anything but what they want you to have. So yeah, as long as there's money around this plant produces $1 billion a year worth of products if it's allowed to. And it's in direct competition to all those people who produce those billions of dollars from other resources.
Thank you so much, Casper.
I think somebody fell asleep there. I guess I'm a little dull.
I think it's Jan's pros. No?
That's funny.
There he is. Hey, Ken.
Sorry.
Well, you can tell you how some people reacted to your speech, Casper.
Yeah, they fell asleep on me. Well, I guess it's time for me to go take time for him.
Anything to promote before we go, gentlemen and ladies?
Just thanks, guys. It's good to see you all again. I haven't forgot one of you. I work individually all the time with different ones of you. And Casper and I are gonna stumble on, like I say, our next interviews with one of our own, Brian Buckley. Are going to get him to tell his story, et cetera, as I explained. And then we'll throw in a couple of archive interviews, maybe Lester Grinspoon or Andy Weil or some of these luminaries and really leadership people that in the past. And then we'll go back to a couple of live interviews, and we'll keep doing that to try and attract a younger generation or a less informed generation with an S, and see if we can't capture some of their attention, and like the mayor said, and go forth and multiply. That's all you can do.
All right, everybody. So let's get that up. I would like to thank Peggy Jones, Mike Davis, Tony Landry, Al Byrne, and of course, Casper Leach, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, Wade Laughter, and myself, Etienne Fontaine. Thank you very much for joining us for a VAC Roundtable number 77, Casper Leach and Al Byrne. And we'll be back in a couple of weeks. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your weekend.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry. Now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, you look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Mic on, red light, lean in, hit live. Pull up a chair to the table, 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label, big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
From the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will. Protest and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm, stop the riot. Now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Protest and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Purchase, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
Che hai scritto stanotte, l'hai fatto con arte, semplice. Ne sei tu l'artista, il protagonista, crudele. Sarà la ragione o l'amore che mi libera.
And we are live from Canada. I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in today to the debut of the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp radio broadcast and iHeartRadio. First off, before we get things started, I'd like to thank my dear friend Casper Leach. I know you're listening out there, Casper, and from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. It's a dream come true for any cannabis advocate who wants to spread the truth to the world. Here at the Pace Radio Show, we will reach out to cannabis advocates from not only Canada, but occasionally abroad. PACE in the show's name stands for People Advocating Cannabis Education, and the show is exactly about that. People like yourselves who are working to help promote the benefits of cannabis and those working to legalize it. The PACE Radio Show will be hosted by myself and co-hosted by a team of cannabis advocates from across Canada. I wanted all of Canada represented, so I reached out to the advocates from coast to coast. These are people that I only know through the cannabis community. We will feature and focus on Canadian cannabis advocates who are working not only to educate people about cannabis, but also other Canadians who are working to legalize something that a majority of Canadians want. As time goes along and the show progresses, I'm sure things will be added, but for now, we're all about hearing from those trying to make a change in our cannabis laws. I firmly believe that through my 7 years of writing and representing Treating Yourself magazine at large non-cannabis events such as the National Women's Show, as well as the National Home Show in downtown Toronto, that people are ready for not only therapeutic cannabis, but for its legalization. While some of you know who I am and what I have done in the past, there are many who have no clue. So let me tell you a bit about your host. I'm a married father of 3 grown children and a grandfather of 2 little ones. I'm a former soccer, baseball, and hockey coach. 10 years ago, I was diagnosed with Crohn's disease and I had to leave my job of 21 years. For those who don't know what Crohn's is, Crohn's attacks your whole digestive system, from the top to the bottom. I was on 32 pills a day, a weekly self-injection, and I'm still hooked up to an IV every 6 weeks for something I call biochemical treatment. But I'm very happy to say that cannabis has been my only pain treatment, and I've never been prescribed addictive painkillers. The last 7 years have been a real eye-opening experience. As I mentioned, I have been involved with Treating Yourself magazine, where I have written close to 100 articles over a span of 35 issues. I've also been involved for 2 years where I did a live and recorded cannabis news report for local radio station, while I presently write for Cannabis Digest, a newspaper from British Columbia. But that's enough for me. It's enough about me for now. I've got 2 guests who will help in co-hosting this show. So it's time to introduce the first person, a person definitely involved in advocating cannabis and helping patients. I'd like to welcome Debbie Stoltz-Giffen to the show. Debbie, are you there?
I am Al.
How are you tonight, Debbie?
I'm just great, and I'm really honored to be a part of this inaugural show and an ongoing part of the show as well.
Well, I look forward to having you involved. You're in the Atlantic provinces, so that helps us cover towards the East Coast. And that's what I'm looking to do, is be able to go coast to coast. So right now, I'd just like to know a little bit. I usually like to try to find out a little bit about the person who I'm talking about. Can you tell us a bit about yourself, Debbie?
Well, I can. Actually, I have progressive multiple sclerosis, and I was diagnosed with that in 1999 and had to rather suddenly leave the workforce because the symptoms progressed so rapidly with the onset of the disease. Subsequently, I ended up on a number of medications that reacted severely negatively with my system. In fact, they were no more than legal toxic poisons, and I ended up turning to cannabis as my primary medicine, and it's been my only medicine since 1999. Unfortunately, my husband and I were busted in 1999. The RCMP arrived and took all of the plants that were growing in the yard that were to have been my winter's worth of medicine, leaving me without medicine for the winter, and my husband with a criminal record. And that was my turning point, my tipping point to becoming an activist, when the MMAR came into effect and my husband could no longer legally grow my medicine because he had a criminal record. And of course, that was and still is a major faux pas as far as Health Canada are concerned with issuing grow permits for designated growers. So that, as I said, that sort of became my tipping point, my turning point, and I became involved with the Hitzig case that was one of the efforts that patients made to prove that the MMAR were unconstitutional and detrimental to patients who were trying to navigate their way through the system. Through that, I ended up co-founding a group here in the Maritimers called Maritimers Unite for Medical Marijuana Society. And actually on the 30th of October, we will be celebrating 10 years of incorporation as a registered not-for-profit here in Atlantic, Canada.
Very nice. Very nice.
And
so how did it get started?
Well, actually, it got started here in my kitchen. A number of us got together and talked about how we'd like to set up the group and what we'd like to do. And we decided that we'd like to educate people about the relative safety of cannabis as medicine, that we'd like to advocate for patients, and we'd like to lobby with all levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, on behalf of patients who required cannabis as medicine. And
you started off with this small group and just in the kitchen, a bunch of friends, and now you've grown into this 10 years. You've got you're incorporated, and it just shows that you can start small and you become large. your
Oh, for
voice.
sure, and
Yeah.
and you can make a difference.
Correct. Now, I noticed on your Facebook page, it said something about you worked at a hospital. You work at a hospital. Are you a volunteer or something there?
Well, actually, that was before 1999.
Oh, that's
Before I
okay.
was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, I actually worked as a recreation and volunteer coordinator on a long-term care unit
So
for
some of
15
that,
years.
I guess maybe some of that sort of helps as you progress further along and help with the development of the group and getting involved with things.
Well, certainly there's a lot of transferable skills and knowledge between the two for sure.
So what kind of events is Mom involved in?
We've been involved with doing a number of things during that 10 years. In the very beginning, actually, we held a public forum in Halifax called the Demand for Dignity Forum and had Senator Claude Nolan come and speak. It was shortly after the Senate committee report had been released that said legalize cannabis and legalize and legitimatize compassion clubs and make cannabis more accessible for patients who needed it. That
Senator
was
Nolan,
our
he's a conservative senator, is he not? Senator Nolan?
yes, he is a conservative senator, and he's the one who chaired the Senate committee,
2000.
and yes, exactly, and spearheaded the report. So we did that. We've also organized a number of traditional cannabis events, global marijuana marches, Cannabis Day events. Last year, we organized our first 420 event, thanks to Bob Urban in BC for sponsoring that event for us.
So
we've held a number of, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just wondering, how were the turnouts at those events?
Well, it varies. We had probably 125 at our 420 event in a rural Nova Scotia setting.
That's right. Yes.
We've had upwards of 500 people at some of the Cannabis Day events. So it sort of varies depending on location, the weather, what else is going on, kind of thing.
Correct.
It seems harder for some reason on the East Coast to bring people out and bring people forward. I think part of it is presently in my mind an unfounded fear of police presence, because certainly we haven't had except for a hemp festival that we organized in 2005, we haven't really had an overwhelming police presence at events that we've hosted and sponsored in Nova Scotia. But for some reason, people seem fearful that if they come out, they might get arrested, or of course seen, or their picture in the media and that sort of thing. And
Up on
people are
Facebook.
still, well, exactly, yes. Just with social media, your face is suddenly everywhere, right?
Everywhere. And with
Yeah.
face technology, where they can identify faces, pick people up. But with that, it makes it easy these days for them to gather information on people.
Well, really, yeah,
Yeah.
in a heartbeat, and you're
So-
everywhere, right?
Yeah. I also see at your website that you guys are doing a t-shirt drive to raise some money.
Well, we have our certainly we have our own T-shirts that we are selling, that we take donations for, and we're also assisting the Medical Cannabis Patients Alliance with the T-shirt sale they're having to help fund legal actions against Health Canada, with Health Canada wanting to pull all of the grow permits for patients and our designated growers.
So are they going to try to take them to court or anything along that line?
Yes, that's definitely the plan to launch legal action against Health Canada.
Right. Yeah, because I know about the one that Jason Wilcox is involved with, the MMPR repeal thing that's headed out from out west. So I hadn't really heard about this one. So I noticed it on the website. So I thought, well, are they getting involved in things as far as they got a T-shirt drive, but as far as getting the word out about what they're doing?
Well, primarily right now, word is going out through Facebook and through other means online about the potential legal action that the Medical Cannabis Patients Alliance of Canada is hoping to lodge.
Good. Do you guys get involved with politics?
Definitely. We've been lobbying with the provincial government here for a number of years. I would dare say probably almost 10 years, Al, actually.
How you making it?
Well, we thought we were making great headway at one point, but we've been lobbying with the provincial government primarily, encouraging them to ensure that low-income patients have their medical cannabis costs covered,
Nice.
whether it's purchasing it through a licensed producer, through Health Canada, or just helping to cover the bare necessities of costs of growing it at home if they're able to do so. We did have a number of politicians who were interested. We certainly had the provincial Liberals interested, which may well work in our favor in the near future, because we just within the last couple of weeks have a Liberal majority government here in Nova Scotia. But we were promised then by the NDP that they would certainly look into doing something for us, but they weren't the party in power. They were only the opposition, so therefore they couldn't put anything on the floor. But when they came into power, one of the patients who we were lobbying on behalf of, Sally Campbell, forced the Department of Community Services through a court system to pay for her medical cannabis. Once that was realized, Darrell Dexter and the NDP government quite firmly closed that special needs loophole that Sally was able to obtain her medical cannabis through. When that loophole was closed, it was quite apparent through media releases and comments that were made that medical cannabis was completely removed from the scenario, and they had no desire whatsoever to fund medical cannabis, and they basically pushed us under the bus.
They sure did.
So the head. I'm sorry.
I said that's more than just misleading statements. That's basically an outright lie to what you guys were expecting.
Well, for sure, it certainly made it very difficult to proceed with lobbying efforts, because the NDP made it quite apparent that they had closed that door and had no interest in pursuing it any further on our behalf or with us at all. So we're quite encouraged, as I said earlier, that we have a Liberal majority government in the province now.
Now, did you get any word from them how they would look upon the therapeutic cannabis for people?
Well, actually, just prior to this provincial election, we released a pre-election questionnaire, a political report card, if you will, that we submitted to all four parties, because we have a Green Party of Nova Scotia as well. The NDP didn't even bother to answer our questions. The Conservatives answered all of our questions in a clump so that nothing really specific was answered. It was just a bunch of rhetoric, basically, yeah, with an acknowledgement that change happened through the good folks of activists like us. The Greens, of course, gave us glowing responses, and the Liberals gave an understanding of most of the issues, but certainly some of their responses were quite encouraging to us, including the one about the special needs requirements through the Department of Community Services that would help people, particularly on extreme low incomes, to be able to afford their medical cannabis. And when the NDP pushed patients under them a couple of years ago by disallowing medical cannabis for patients who required it as essential therapy, the Liberal Party did speak out against this and found it calling. And they have said, at least to me on a more private level or in the presence of one or two other people, that this would be the leader of the Liberal Party here in Nova Scotia, Stephen McNeil, that he feels that medical cannabis should be treated like any other medicine. So will be going back. We'll be going back to him certainly within the next couple of weeks and reminding him of that.
Okay, well, I think we're getting pretty close to a commercial break. I'm not 100% sure, but here we come. Here comes that commercial. You're with the Pace Radio Show, where we reach out to cannabis advocates from our home Canada as well as back on.
I think it's time for a change. Rethink things our way. Gotta know by now that this ain't working. Gotta rip it on down and start again. You know it doesn't make sense. You know it doesn't make sense. When I awake, my clock says 4:20. I start my day with some good and plenty. You know, some say that they don't trust my ways, but I trust my friends over them any day. It's always 4:20. Turn up your radio. It's always 4:20. Let's burn another bowl out of my house to start a brand new day. The sun is shining sing at night. 'Cause music is our life. The jam is tight. It is alright. You can only achieve what you choose to be. So take a chance, open your eyes and see. It's always 420. Turn up your radio. It's always 420. Let's burn another boat.
That is correct. It's always 420 here in Canada. That was a song by Burlington, Ontario's Killing Time Band. I'd like to welcome everyone back to the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp Broadcast Network. We've been talking to Debbie Stoltz-Giffen about what she's been doing to legalize and help patients around Canada. Now at this time, I'd like to introduce to you another one of our co-hosts, a hardworking advocate who is involved in many things. I'd like to introduce to you Keith Fagan. Are you there, Keith?
How you doing, Al? Thanks for having me, and thanks for Casper and all the staff involved in Time for Hemp for putting this on for everybody.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for agreeing to help us out here with the program.
My pleasure, Al. My pleasure for sure.
Debbie, would you like to ask Keith the first question?
Sure thing, Al. Keith, having had the pleasure of meeting both you and Debbie, your wife, this year, who seems to be with you every step of the way, I know that you're both longtime supporters of the Canadian cannabis movement, but the last time I saw you, you spoke about supporting the cause from the sidelines and the backgrounds financially and in other ways for many years, but you also spoke about the domino effect of events, sort of the aha moment, if you will, that pushed both you and Debbie to the foreground of cannabis activism. And I'm wondering if you would please share this story and tell our listeners about how you came to be a key cannabis activist in the Alberta area.
Well, I've been a consumer for over 4 decades. Probably by the time I was 18, 19, I'm 54 now, so I started very young at 11, but by the time I was 18, 19, 20, I'd been working in construction, and I'd realized that cannabis was actually medically beneficial to me due to some car accidents that happened to me when I was younger and whatnot, and injuries. But I wasn't, out front. I had a family to support. I had a job to go to, and the cannabis stigma, we all know what that was like back in the day, and still is today, to a large degree. So I kept, fairly quiet, helped people, supported them, as you said, financially or whatnot, and but we didn't go to the protests, the public stuff like that. You mentioned fear earlier, and that was a big thing again. Self-preservation, that human emotion or a human instinct that we have, to self-preservation for ourselves, for our families and whatnot. So that's the way it played out till, the 90s, 2002 is when we really became very public and stood out at the G8, took a week off of work, the pair of us, and went to the G8 and protested with us here in Calgary and videotaped and started to learn what would work. We watched all these smokeouts, all these protests, and we're not getting any farther. And then shortly after that, out came the Senate committee with the report, and we thought, okay, this is it. It's over. It's finally going to die. So it wasn't until 2004 when we really realized they were ignoring it and it wasn't going to happen. And, you know, we've got to do more. And then 2005, the BC3 got busted. Everybody scattered and went and ran and hid. Again, fear, you know, and that's certainly understandable for everybody. And Debbie and I said, no, this is not going to happen. We are going to stand up even more. We're going to stick our necks out more, and we're going to advocate more. And Debbie being a non-consumer, you know, but very supportive of my activities and knowing how well cannabis had affected us over our lives. And she, you know, was strongly there with me and always has been. Is anybody that knows us knows very well that Debbie's deeply, deeply involved. And without her, I wouldn't have been able to do very much of what I've done over the years. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. As in my announcement on Facebook, letting people know about the program, I mentioned, you know, usually you need a strong woman beside you when you're dealing with these things, you know.
Very beneficial. Like I said, it's been amazing. That's why we are where we are today here in Alberta, not just because of Debbie, but because of lots of people, you know. She was the front person that went out there, went to the hemp store, said, support us. This is what we're doing. This is what we're going to try. And so, yeah, she's the go-to girl, that one. Everybody knows Debbie. Actually, everybody knows her better than they know me.
Can you tell us some of the groups that maybe you're involved with, Keith?
Yeah, well, we founded Calgary 420. That was back, you know, right after the BC3 got busted in 2005 there. September Smoke Out America protest was our first one. We have the U.S. consulate, the only one in Alberta is in Calgary, so we were down there protesting, handing out seeds, the typical stuff, smoking joints, you know, in public and stuff like that. Although we backed away from that since those days, you know, we've gone on a different path that's worked for us. Debbie and myself are both working with Normal Canada. I joined them back in November 2011. The spring of 2011, they asked if I'd be interested. And you could see there was a sleeping giant, but it was waking up. A lot was starting to happen in Normal Canada, and a lot had happened over the years, but it seemed to, you know, sort of fell asleep there for a little while. And it's definitely coming around a lot more. We're doing a lot of work with Herb for Herb. When he won that lottery last year, he called me in December and asked me to come out and join some other advocates in February. And then we went, a bunch of us, different people went out again here in September. And so we're doing a lot of work with Bob Herb and his 420s, real big on the 420s, and other advocacy too. You know, he's looking to continue to raise funds, because that's been brought up to him repeatedly, of course, that we need to raise funds, that we can't expect him to fund everything forever. You know, that's just not going to happen. So, but he's been very, very helpful that way. The guy is genuine, unbelievably genuine. We've met his friends and spent many days with them that, you know, I've been friends with him for many years. And the guy's always been like that, very giving, you know, but now he just does it a lot more, thankfully. You know, basically that's the ones we're really taking care of the most, working the most with right now. You know, we also support Sensible BC and a number of other organizations where law enforcement against prohibition and other initiatives that are going on out there as well, as much as we can anyway.
Well, I know we appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. Debbie, you got another question for Keith?
Well, I'm wondering, Keith, if you might have any advice to upcoming activists about how to proceed, where to direct their energies.
Anyone? Go ahead, Deb, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
You know, the political and that, again, the fear thing is, you know, people not wanting to come out to these events, is how we've done it, guys, is we've gone out there and said, look, I've got the science, I've got the evidence, I've got quotes from the Special Senate Committee from 2002. This is evidence, this is science, this is not just opinions of mine. You know, we don't go out there and smoke it up and you know, because you're showing disrespect right off the hop. You know, we have got, over the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of non-consumers join us and speak up, and they feel less fear because they can't have the kids taken away. They can be drug tested and they're not going to be, you know, have an issue with that, right? Because they're non-consumers. So it's much easier for them to stand up and speak about science. And we need to really push the science and the evidence. Understand we have a Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and you have every right to stand out on the street peacefully and advocate for whatever you want to advocate for, aside from hate, of course. And, you know, again, you're out there with the science and the evidence. Remember that you have that right, but also remember you can't disrupt other people's enjoyment of a sidewalk, like blocking streets or sidewalks. Then you are going to have some troubles. But, you know, get out there. Don't have try not to be so concerned about the fears. You don't have to say, yes, I am a consumer. You can say, it doesn't matter whether I'm a consumer or not. That's not the issue. The issue is I have science, I have evidence, I have facts. What do you have but prohibition that's failed for 90 years? Let's talk.
Correct.
Well, exactly.
As far as with Herb for Herb, last year you mentioned the 420s that he's involved with, Keith. Last year he was involved with it heavily, with the posters and stuff across the country. Will there be something like that coming this year, or should advocates gear up knowing that you can't always, you know, there may be something, but in order to be able to get larger, you got to do stuff yourself?
Well, Bob is going to donate again. He donated $125,000 this year for us across Canada into the Northwest Territories. Many of us, of course, benefited. We had some really awesome rallies from Vancouver, Edmonton, Toronto, Ottawa, you know, all the way to Nova Scotia. It was just amazing. So there is more money. We have a website now set up available for you to register your town, your city. You will be provided with posters and different products, as T-shirts and buttons and some other stuff to give out and that. But of course, as always, we have to reserve the right to refuse to, you know, certain advocates out there, because there are, you know, advocates that we're just not going to support for whatever reasons, for any number of reasons. But, you know, if you want to drop by to 420herb.ca, that's where you can register your site for 420. We have a bunch of advocacy stuff there where you can, how to put on a pot rally, what's the best way to go, about your rights and all that. Print some of that stuff up, read up on it, get your name and all that in as soon as possible. The sooner the better, because the sooner we're going to be able to get that stuff out to people. I'm hoping for January, late January, we'll start shipping posters and promotional materials. So we'd like to get people off to that website and get registered as soon as they can.
Can you mention that website again?
It's 420herb.ca. That's ERB.ca.
Okay, well,
Or you
I
can,
think
you
Go
can
ahead.
also drop by Herb's site. We've got herb.ca if that's easier to remember. And there's a button on that site that says, you know, about 420, and you can get to that site from there as well. So he has two separate sites, one for his 420 and one for Herb for Herb. And there's also going to be a Deviant Fibers for his hemp store eventually. And I'm not involved in that part of that, so I'm not sure what that's going to do.
Okay, well, we got less than a minute here before we got to go to a commercial break. What else can you can post your pictures and stuff at the website as well, Keith?
Yeah, we are accepting. You can send them to us. We have some old posters up there from 2013, but you know, we'll put pictures up on your event list and all that stuff. Videos we'll list. The whole bit will be done, but it does need to be submitted to our online forums there, and we got people standing by already, ready to go. And as soon as we get it, we'll get it online.
Good. Well, I think we're getting set for this commercial break. We're here with Debbie Stoltz Giffen and Keith Fagan talking about some cannabis activities here in Canada. We'll see you after the break. Thank you for joining us.
No, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense. No, oh, no, it doesn't make sense. No.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
I think it's time for a change, to rethink things our way. Gotta know by now that this ain't working. Gotta rip it on down and start again. You know it doesn't make sense. You know it doesn't make sense.
Welcome back to the Pace Radio Show here on the Time for Hemp Broadcast Network. That was Killing Time Band, and they've got it right. It sure doesn't make sense. Cannabis prohibition, there's no sense in it at all. Well, we're here with Deb Stoltz-Giffen and Keith Fagan. Deb, next question's to you.
Well, Keith, when you spoke about advice to upcoming activists, how to proceed, where they should direct their energies, you mentioned briefly a political focus. And I know from speaking with you and from following you through Facebook that you and Deb both are becoming more involved with the Liberal Party, and I was wondering if you might speak about that briefly and where you see the potential of legalization going under a Liberal government.
But I'm glad you asked that, Deb. There's, as we've heard before, Jack Layton and, Chrétien, and also back in the U.S. when you got Clinton back in the 70s. Legalization, we should legalize, and we've come close, but we haven't really made it. Of course, we know that. With Justin, I think it's a lot different this time. If you look at the way he admitted he's consumed. He's admitted that, okay, the science and the evidence does show that it's not working, that it won't work, and we need to do a different way about this. So I feel, that's why we're supporting the Liberals. We're doing a lot more work with them, and we are going to probably be voting Liberal in 2015. I can't see, something changing that at this point in time, because they're the most likely ones to possibly become the next government. Mulcair, he came close to the NDP, but the problem is they want more studies, and how many more studies do we need? Let's be serious here. It dates back to 1894, right up to September 15, 2013. Many quality, academic, good studies, solid science that say end the prohibition. So, well, let's get, out there. Let's write to Justin Trudeau and the other Liberals, our MPs, our MLAs, and our city officials. And don't take that excuse from any of them that it's a federal issue. There's nothing they can do. Yes, there is something they can do. They can make it the lowest priority. They can go towards decriminalize like sensible BC. So don't let your city officials or your provincial officials come up with that lame excuse of it's a federal issue, there's nothing I can do. There is something they can do. The Alberta government told the feds to go stuff it on their long gun registry. The Alberta government told the feds to go stuff it on private health care many years ago. So they've done it for other issues. They can do it for more issues. And not just Alberta, our other provincial and our city officials as well. We've got a mayoral candidate called Mayor Juana here in Calgary, and it's a civic election today, as a matter of fact. And she didn't get a whole lot of votes back in 2010, but I'm hoping, she'll get a few more votes this time, just to hopefully send a better message. Get out there, get involved. One or two people can make a big difference. We did with the Green Party running against Stephen Harper some years ago with 3 people. We brought the Green Party candidate from number 4 to number 3 and almost to number 2 by bumping the Liberals down. We were within 200 votes. If we had one more person on that campaign trail, we'd have got those 200 votes. And that would have been, historical that in Stephen Harper's writing, the Green Party comes in second. So get out there, help out, and get on these politicians and don't take their ridiculous, lame excuses either.
That effort really shows how much of a difference that people can make when it comes to voting. So, like he says, get involved. One way you can get involved, you guys were mentioning about the Liberals. Isn't there a petition at their website that people can click on and register?
Yeah, that's correct, Al. There is. I think it's pushing 30,000 now. You don't have to vote for the Liberals either. This is just, saying, yeah, I agree with the prohibition of the cannabis must end. And that's, it's still not saying you support the Liberals. It's saying you support that message. And so it's more important that we do get out there. You can do that online quite easily without, much effort at all.
Because the numbers is what matter. It's not, like you say, it's not that you join the party or anything. It's the fact that they can show these numbers. This is, hundreds of thousands or millions of people who support this, and they can take that and present that to the people.
Numbers is the key, especially with those guys. Like if one person calls them complaining about something, they're looking at, there's 2, 3, 4, 500 more people looking that way that aren't contacting us. Because the majority of people, unless they're upset about something, won't contact their MP or their MLA. But, if they're happy about something, that's when they don't contact them. But when they're upset about something is when they're generally more going to contact them. So, numbers do matter, Al. Really matter big time.
They do. At this time, I don't think this show would be complete without mentioning a well-known Canadian advocate by the name of Michelle Rainey. Yesterday was the 3rd anniversary of her passing. She was a person who never stopped, always go, always promoting cannabis as a therapeutic benefits. I know the first time that I heard her speak at the Treating Yourself Awareness Forum at the Delta Chelsea in 2007. I got to hear her talk about Crohn's disease, and I thought to myself, geez, if she can get up there and people listen to her about her condition, then I think that someday I'll be able to do that. And that was an inspiration to me to be able to come public speaking. So I like to throw a shout out to Michelle Rainey out there.
Yeah, with you there, Al. We met her in 2007 and got to party with her at the Alberta Cup in 2008, all the way up to the last TY that she was at in 2010. And, you know, we miss her dearly, and we miss her family that were here in Calgary as well. Her brother's now gone too, as unfortunately succumbed to cancer.
That's too bad. Debbie, did you
I never had the pleasure of meeting Michelle, but I certainly have a realization of how many lives she touched and how many people she motivated and encouraged to go into activism, encouraged to go and have open, honest dialogues with their doctors, and therefore the patients were able to proceed in getting their exemptions and being legally protected from the law for their medical cannabis requirements. And I certainly felt the loss from this coast the day that I read the news of her passing. It was certainly a sad, sad day for Canada and medical cannabis patients.
A friend of mine by the name of Erin Butterfly, she holds an annual parade and candlelight parade in the city of Toronto in memory of Michelle. So I believe that just happened yesterday. So it's good that she continues that on and keeps Michelle's spirit alive. At this time, I'd like to get you guys to maybe shine a spotlight on somebody or something, somebody that that you believe could deserve some recognition. Debbie, anybody in mind?
Well, actually, I do. With you talking about Michelle Rainey, it brings to mind a fellow activist who we lost on the East Coast just on August 30th, a gentleman by the name of John Cook. John ran a compassion club here on the East Coast and was in fact Ted Smith's colleague from the West Coast, because John was running the Halifax Buyers Cannabis CBC, Cannabis Buyers Club of Canada, the Halifax outlet, I'm sorry, and serving a number of patients here on the East Coast. He was also the vice chair and co-founder of MUM 10 years ago. A colleague and ally, a wonderful man, and certainly any patient he ever worked with has very fond memories of his compassionate, very kind ways. He assisted a number of patients who were charged and subsequently had to go to court because of their cannabis requirements. And he was able to help a lot of patients who legal aid just weren't willing to go there with. They weren't willing to devote the time. They hadn't been allocated the hours for the casework required. And he went to court with a number of patients and acted as a legal liaison, I guess might be the right word. He had legal knowledge, but not the training. He definitely wasn't a lawyer, but he went to court to help be the backbone for patients who wanted to self-represent, and he had many patients who charges were acquitted, and they were able to walk away from courtrooms with satisfactory results rather than facing house arrest or even potential incarceration in some cases.
He sounds like he sounds like
Go ahead, Al.
He sounds like he was a terrific advocate and great for the cause. Keith, have you got anybody you'd like to throw a spotlight on before we wind up?
Yeah, a friend of mine here in Calgary, KDK Distributors, he's been around for well over 10 years. He brought the volcano to Canada. He gives away herbal air vaporizers to medical people, supports a lot of good causes in our community. So big shout out to Kelly Kristen at KDK Distributors here in Calgary.
I know Kelly, he's a good guy. Well, I'd like to remind everybody that we will be back on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, live again at 6 p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where we will continue to introduce the co-hosts of the team that will be involved in bringing you the news and the discussion here in Canada. Our email is the Pace Radio Show at pace-online.ca, and our website is found at paceonline.ca. Sorry, pace-online.ca. And I'd like to, the Pace Radio Show would like to thank the advertisers, iHeartRadio, my friend here, Casper. Thank you so much for including us in your cannabis family, and to you, the listeners, because without any of you, we wouldn't be here. Thank you and good night.
I think it's time for a change, to rethink things always. Gotta know by now that this ain't working. Gotta rip it on down and start again. You know it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense.
Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at Pace Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Rust on the pickup, coffee gone cold. Same 3 chords and a heart to hold.
Boot prints on Sunday, Bible on the dash. You left in a rainstorm, I burned up our past.
But every time I swear I'm done, that old ache starts to run. Stone as sugar,
You cut me,
you cure me.
yeah.
I keep coming,
Keep coming back to you.
yeah. Sweet and bitter,
Every bruise feels brand new.
you're the worst, best thing that I ever knew.
I dream like my father, I love like my sin. We fight in the kitchen, then fall back again.
You slam all the doors, I shake all the walls.
I shake all the walls.
You tear up my picture, I answer your call.
I answer your call. I say I'm leaving one last time, but you're wide in my mind. You say, baby,
You're poison,
but you still take a sip.
you say this is the last time.
We already know.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com. Individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
Coming up on today's episode is a high five list.
And of course, we have our word of the week.
And we're playing a game of strain or no strain.
Yeah, with our special guest, Mimi Cannabis.
And you know what today is?
No, what's today? It's Tuesday.
It is. Well, it is. It's Chocolate Eclair Day.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
I like chocolate eclairs.
Right? But, okay, so the thing with chocolate eclairs that is fascinating to me is the E part of it. Like
the eclair?
The eclair. Like, what is a clair? What is an E? Why is it eclair?
Maybe Claire was the name of the person who created the dessert.
And it's the E. Because the first thing I thought of is like, oh, because they should shape it like it's not shaped like an E. So it's like, why the E eclair?
Oh, so it should be an eclair? Like
yeah, it's shaped like an I? Or a small L, I guess. But it's shaped like an I. So it should be, but nobody would want it to be called an eclair.
That would be icky.
That would sound like icky. So maybe they said it would be, well, that would be an icky eclair. And then it's like, well, let's just stick with the E part.
Huh.
Or the eclair. Eclair. Not to celebrate.
What about an Eau Claire? We have some.
We have Eau Clairs. You threw me off because I was like, wait a minute, an Eau Claire would be a donut.
Yes. See, okay. So I actually reached out to a bakery and I couldn't resist because the name of the bakery is Red Eye Cafe.
Yeah, we are. We're doing
and
a plug.
donuts.
This isn't even a paid advertisement. We're literally just showing you this.
The Red Eye Cafe caught me and I was like, okay, so I sent them a message, like less than 24 hours notice. Hey, do you have chocolate eclairs? And they said, our special flavor of the week or month is the chocolate Eau Claire.
Right.
And they asked, would you be interested? And I was like, yeah, let me go see what it is.
Would I be interested? How could we have chocolate eclair day without
in all fairness, it's chocolate Eau Claire.
Okay, so it is now officially, oh my goodness.
Oh, they've been squished.
Gracious.
You got to show the only one that didn't get squished.
Okay, let's.
In all fairness, they are going down to the same spot.
And
Well, yours is going to a different spot than mine.
well, no, these are all going to the same spot.
Okay, so now, unfortunately, those that are listening in podcast form,
They look so good.
Okay, so let's show this one.
Yeah, show
Okay,
the one that looks.
Thank you, Red Eye Cafe.
Look at this
for this beautiful treat, the chocolate eau clair. You gonna have one?
I want to, but they look super messy.
Well, I'm gonna have my. Are you gonna eat it with me or no? I'm
No,
gonna eat
I think
mine.
I'm gonna wait until the end to eat mine.
Boo.
No, I'll eat it at the end.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go watch.
Kind of like when I would go to the beach and go swimming. I'd wait till just it was time to go home, and then I would get in the water. Look at that. I feel like we should move this so we can see the full joy on your face.
It's so good.
Oh, now it's on the mic. Oh,
no.
you're in trouble.
We're so in trouble. We were coughing, pretending to cough before the episode came on, and they pleaded with us
To do it away from the mic.
Please go away from the mic.
And you just coughed food onto the mic. Oh, that's so bad. No, don't smudge it.
Oh, uh-oh. We'll have to fix that.
Ah, I feel like it's like your parent telling you, don't rub the dirt into the carpet, get the vacuum.
Such a bad idea. This is what happens with live.
And that's why I'm waiting to the end.
All right. So,
Here, let me
welcome
move
to our
that in.
Chocolate Eau Clair Day.
Yes, thank you, Red Eye Cafe.
Yeah, Red Eye Cafe. All right. So, let's do this.
You have a little bit on your face still.
I'm telling you, if you're listening on podcast form, jump over to YouTube right now. You are not going to want to miss this.
Oh, man.
So, before we bring in our guest, Mimi Cannabis.
Yeah.
Oh, it's fascinating that you would be born with
I know.
the name cannabis. That's super cool.
Right.
But let's do our high five list and our word of the week, and then we're going to bring Mimi in here. And I haven't engaged much with her, but we did briefly just before as we were getting set up for this show.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she is a ball of joy. And now, I mean, she was very complimentary of both myself and the show. So, I mean, that kind of tilts, that tilts the scales slightly. But because let's try to stay theme here, because do I still have?
Yeah, I was sitting here thinking, I wonder how long I should sit here and let him go through. You still have a little bit here too.
No, this is such a bad idea. Welcome to live.
Yeah, that's good.
We don't edit these shows, so all right.
Well,
so
no, we have editors for that.
We do. So today's in honor of, I'm sure your word of the week is going to be cannabis related.
Yes.
Mine is too, but it's also connected to Chocolate Eau Clair Day.
Well, mine's baking, sort of.
Oh, nice. Okay.
related,
See what we both did that. This is I did a little bit of research on desserts because I knew I was going to be having this. And so today's high five list, Timmy's high five list, high five. Is top 5 desserts named while being high. So these are desserts. When I read it, I'm like, hey, somebody was high when they named this dessert. Like apple pie is just, somebody was in a completely normal state of mind. They said there are apples and it's pastry and we're going to call it apple pie. Makes sense.
Yep.
This list is a little bit confusing, and somebody clearly was going, what should I do with this? And they maybe were high.
Okay.
Here we go. Top 5 desserts that were named probably by somebody who was high.
Okay.
Number 5, Summerberry Grunt. Right? You don't even know what that is.
What is a grunt other
Okay.
than a sound?
Right? I actually wrote that down because I knew you would ask. I actually have it on my card.
You know me so
A grunt is a cobbler, only slow cooked.
I thought a cobbler was a person that fixed shoes.
A grunt is a person who makes shoes slowly cooked.
I'm so confused.
So that changes like whether or not you would really like this dessert. Apparently, it's summerberry flavored cobbler. Slow
Might as well be
guy
bumbleberry.
who makes shoes. Anyways, I thought the name was very interesting.
Yeah, grunt.
Number 4 on Timmy's high five list today is the apple blood orange buckle. Right? Now, I would have thought, someone went apple because there's probably apple.
Yeah, and then blood oranges.
And then blood oranges.
Yeah, makes sense
and
so far.
buckle.
But what?
We go back to cobbler at that point. because the cobbler makes shoes. So, okay. So,
are you talking about cobble?
No, I'm talking cobbler.
Oh.
So basically what we've discovered so far is that the people in the dessert industry are very well connected to the people in the shoe industry. So we've gone from grunts, which are kind of cobblers.
I wonder
to
if it has like a
buckles.
leathery texture.
The apple blood orange buckle would be something that I would immediately order. So if the person was high when they named it, I would be like,
You
that
would
sold
order
me.
it.
Because that's a
Okay.
good, like apple pie. It's like, unless you really love apple pie, if you just saw it on a menu, say this is the first time you've ever come to a place and you've never even heard of apple pie, and you're reading down a list and you see apple pie or apple blood orange buckle, I'm like, give me some of that buckle. Because apple pie sounds boring.
Well, the blood would kind of throw me off, but I know what blood oranges are.
So just so you know, this is what a buckle is, though. It's a cake with fruit in the batter, topped with crumble or streusel.
Oh,
right.
That actually sounds delicious.
It does. Number 3 on my list, Knickerbocker Glory. The Knickerbocker, right? Who hasn't had the Knickerbocker Glory? Right? It's just layered ice cream, apparently. And right?
Really?
That's why you have to be high, because a non-consumer just goes, let's call this our layered sundae, because that makes sense. But someone said, no, when I look at this, I see a Knickerbocker Glory.
I wonder if you could order that.
I don't know.
From like Dairy Queen.
Now
Can I
we're-
get a Knickerbocker Glory, please?
Now we're getting into the good ones, though.
Oh,
These
okay.
are the top 2. Okay. Both of them from Britain. I don't even like either Britain they're all high or they don't need to be. And it's just a high thinking society. Okay. There's this number 2 on my list of desserts named by people who are probably high, the Singin' Heinies.
What?
The Singin' Heinies. Now it's pronounced honeys in Northeast England, but nobody cares about the Northeast Englanders.
But that's where it comes from.
It comes from Britain,
Okay.
but the Northeast Englanders pronounce it as honey. But those people are always ruining the fun. It's the Singin' Heinies. They're basically griddle cakes, or as we would call them, pancakes. So, right, we just say those are
But that's not a
pancakes.
dessert.
They're griddle cakes.
I guess if you put dessert like
And
top
it's
fruit
sweet.
on it.
Yes, right. And the reason why they're singing, though, is because as they hit the pan, the butter and the lard start to sizzle and sing. You're telling
That's
me
everything I put in the pan.
right, but a non-consuming person at the time when that goes in, we just
Oh,
go,
that's
"Oh,
true.
it's just sizzling." A consumer who's been got their THC levels up fairly high on the day is going, "I think the pan is singing. These are my singing heinies." Those British. Okay, number 1
I make
though.
singing onions almost
Number
every
one,
night for dinner.
Number 1, we might need our editor to bleep this, but it's not rude. It's the real name. It's from England. It's the spotted dick. That's a
I've
dessert.
heard of this.
Yeah.
I've heard of this.
I don't
one.
even know. I think maybe we don't even get monetized now on YouTube.
Is it called
unless
Spotted
gets bleeped.
Richard?
No, it's DICK.
Oh.
Yeah. And sometimes it's called spotted dog pudding because
Oh, it's a pudding.
it's a pudding. And the reason why it's spotted is because there's raisins and currants in the dough.
Ew.
But here's the thing. So they call it spotted dog because some people don't like to call it by
Yes, of course.
its other name, Richard. But here's the thing though. The word dick, okay,
Mhm.
is actually comes from the old word for pudding, which was puddick.
Okay.
So for those listening and are a little sensitive in the ears, it's not rude. It comes from the ending of the original word for pudding, which was puddick or pudog, which is why they call it the spotted dog.
Ooh.
But you're telling me seriously.
Yeah, I
spotted
wouldn't.
dick,
I would not want to eat
the spotted dog
any
pudding,
of those, and definitely not a spotted dog
right?
or dick.
Those British are amazing. The high British.
You know,
high British.
Speaking of desserts, somebody must have been high when they created fruitcake. That Christmas, everybody gives it.
That's not legit.
They had to have been.
I don't
That
know-
stuff's disgusting.
Yeah, I don't know how somebody made that. Yeah, but yeah, what about Yorkshire pudding? That's not even pudding, right?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
once
you.
again from Britain.
I was so excited the first time somebody's like, "Oh, would you like some Yorkshire pudding with your dinner?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm getting pudding with my dinner." And then they slap some like
Get me some
bread
pudding.
bread on my plate and filled it with gravy. And I was like, what is this? Leaves like a nasty film in your mouth. I can't even. It's not pudding. Don't order it.
Oh, man.
All right. So should we get to the word of the
Yeah,
week?
I'm just going to keep eating my my
Your
beautiful
donut.
Eau
It
Claire.
looks really good.
All right. So tell me your word of the week, and then we're going
All
to bring in
right.
our guest, Mimi Cannabis.
So the word of the week is decarboxylation.
Oh.
Want me to say that again?
Yeah.
Or decarbing.
It's a big
Or
word.
to decarb. It's decarboxylation.
Okay.
One word. It is the act of removing a carbon atom from the carbon chain. A little bit scientific there, but basically what it means is in cannabis specifically.
This would be something that Neil deGrasse Tyson
This is true.
would know.
No, he's an astrophysicist.
Oh.
Yes.
They're all the same.
Yes. So what happens with cannabis is there is a cannabinoid called THCA, which is tetrahydrocannabinol acidic or acid. And when it is the non-psychoactive form of THC. So you'll find it in the fresh plant.
Yep.
You can find THC, which is the psychoactive cannabinoid, when the plant actually dries. So it's in the dried plant material.
Okay.
It naturally occurs when it's drying, but most of the time the decarboxylation happens when you heat up the cannabis through smoking, vaping, or baking. I say baking, but it's technically in the oven because this is the step that you need to ensure that you do to your cannabis if you're going to be baking with it. You have to do this prior to baking, prior to even making the butter.
So when you're smoking, you're technically decarbing?
Yes, you're decarbing the cannabis at that moment.
I was on a low carbing diet,
No, that's different.
but it's not really decarbing. Uh-oh.
It's uncarbon.
I don't know if the mics picked that up.
The mics. Uh-oh.
My tummy.
Oh, was that your stomach? Oh, no.
This is
Great.
Super good. But I probably shouldn't be eating it, but it's chocolate
It's
eclair
because
day.
it's the carbs.
And we're doing a podcast.
It's the carbs. Oh, okay. So basically what happens when you heat it up, the cannabinoids will decarb, and each cannabinoid decarbs at a different temperature. So THC starts to decarb after 40 minutes at 220 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the process that you need to do in order to put it on a pan in the oven for, X amount of time, X amount of degrees. Or the Magical Butter company has a really good product. It's called the Decarb Box. And it comes with a thermometer that you can put on the outside of your stove that goes right into the box, and you put your cannabis in the box, and they make it super simple.
So as you're talking about decarbing, I am upcarbing.
Yes.
I'm upcarbing.
I'm watching this.
So now whenever we're going out somewhere and you're having a smoke and I'm eating something, we're carbing. We're both carbing.
Everybody's
You're
carbing.
decarbing. I'm upcarbing. All right. This is so good. All right. So decarbing. So the science behind, see, people think, right? It's just like, oh, there's that person just smoking. It's like, no, they're just smoking.
Well, see,
they're decarbing.
People don't even realize that if you were to take cannabis right from the plant, and stick it in your mouth and chew it up and eat it, and it's not dried and it's not heated or anything, it's non-psychoactive. Nothing's going to happen to you other than maybe what happened to you if it upsets your stomach. But I mean, I eat cannabis leaves as lettuce sometimes.
Yeah. I've seen you do that. You put it on like a bagel.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Just blend it in with other things.
Well, you got to go out with a bagel. Lots of carbs there. So
That's true.
if you put the weed leaves, this is a little scientific fact that has no basis in science. But if you put weed leaves on your bagel, it decarbs the carbs. So
that's not right.
Yeah. So you can eat all the bagels you want as long as you put weed leaves on. You can take right here from Dr. Timmy on the Newbie and the Doobie Show.
I want to say hashtag bullshit.
Disclaimer, I'm not really a doctor. I just play one on the podcast.
Yes.
All right.
That's true.
Should we bring in our guest, Mimi Cannabis?
We should.
Let's do this.
All right. Let me get my headphones on here. Mimi, how's it going?
Mimi Cannabis is here with us on the Newbie and the Doobie. How are you, Mimi?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be here. I am such a fan.
That's awesome. We already have a fan.
Yep. I could use one. It's really hot in here.
Oh, well, that's thank you though for being a fan. I mean, I know MJ is a fan of yours because you were on our very short list of who would we like to have on in our early episodes. And so this is very mutual. Hopefully I'll become a fan of yours as well.
Absolutely. And I have had the pleasure of seeing you perform. So I am a big fan of yours too, Tim. So
thank you. Thank you. Hey, do you want a donut?
Oh, yes, please. They look delicious.
Well, because the technology isn't necessarily available for us to get you the donut, I will eat yours on your behalf.
Perfect. And you know what? That's probably better for me with these, trying to get rid of this pandemic 15-20 pounds. So hey, by all means, please
you need to decarb.
Yes.
I'm getting a little nervous, Timmy. I got to ride back in the car with you.
Yes, another way to decarb. Now there you go. I need to decarb and decarb some cannabis. So that's great.
If it is chocolate eclair day, I am going to eat chocolate eclairs. Eau Clairs.
Well, you know what? I almost, just for fun, just was going to put a towel on and pretend I got confused and ask if it was towel day, like it was the other day on your show. So.
That was so fun.
You know what? I'm not doing that.
Well,
no one needs to see that.
Okay, so we're taking you off the list for Naked Day.
Yes, please.
But be sure and tune in.
I think Naked Gardening Day already passed.
That's true too.
Yes.
So you had some questions in particular. I think from what MJ has told me, there's a very interesting slant that you bring to the table, and just kind of set it up of why you thought it was important to have Mimi Cannabis here.
Oh, well, I mean, besides the fact that I love her and respect her.
That's true.
I just love what she's doing in the cannabis space. She's doing a lot. She's really doing a lot. And I know we talked a little bit earlier, and there's some things that she can tell us she's doing, and other things, of course, just like everybody, we gotta
Fair enough.
But the one thing that really touched me was when I first heard the motto that green is the new gray. And I was kind of confused by that. So I'm going to let Mimi explain it so that way I don't get it wrong.
Green is the new gray.
Absolutely. I would say that the over 55-year-old is the number one demographic walking into these retail stores today. So yes, green is the new gray. I've been using cannabis 42 years. So
that's longer than you are old.
You used it in the womb?
Oh no, I thank you, bless you for that compliment, but no.
I know what I'm doing.
I started
Mimi.
at 15 years old, and honestly, my parents, I was a child born in the 60s. My parents were, they used cannabis as well. So awesome. I mean, it was just, that's just the way life was back then. But I always say this in every interview. I mean, back then it was grass. It was not cannabis. It was grass, and we were lucky if we got it when we could, and it was nothing like it is today.
The devil's lettuce is what I knew.
The devil's lettuce. Yes, absolutely.
Probably came with seeds and everything too, Mimi?
Oh, seeds and sticks and the stigma. I mean, how many years? That's the other thing that I love to be able to be loud and proud about it now, because I mean, I spent a good part of my life really hiding the fact that I was a cannabis user. So to be able to talk about it like the way we can talk about it now, you know, being like I came from the hospitality industry. I thought, you know, when all the talk about cannabis legalization was starting, like, will I have a chance to stick my foot in because of my age? Turns out that I do, and I did, and I have a great voice to talk about the fact that older people like cannabis too. So, you know what? I think it's really, I like to call myself sort of representative of the mature cannabis user. So I think that there's a big lot of us, and we have spent most of our lives hiding the fact that we've used cannabis for, say, 42 years.
I was trying to think why that was so surprising to me. Not that you used it for so long, but the thought process that the older community was somehow, like when you said, you know, like, is there room for me? Is there a space? Because I am older. Because when I thought of weed smokers, pot smokers, cannabis users, I immediately think of Willie Nelson, and I picture the old hippies. I don't think of the young people first.
And I love that. That is so great, Tim. And you know what? And that's what we have to. I mean, you know, I think we deserve a certain level of respect. I think we deserve, you know, we've been right from the beginning, you know, and I'm really glad that you think that way, because I think that there's a lot of people who want to make it more about the young and about this and about that. But I mean, quite frankly, we are the trailblazers. We are the ones that, you know, hid it for so long. We met in the back alleys from a friend of a friend of a friend. We did it all. So, you know, this is really exciting times for me in particular, and people of my generation for sure.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was your generation that passed on the knowledge to our generation to figure out where we were going to meet Buddy to get stuff before it was legal, right? Like,
right.
Yeah. It's crazy. The kids nowadays, I say kids, but like, you got to be legal. But like, even 20-year-olds have no idea what it was like to call Buddy, because we didn't have
Does everybody
back
have
then.
a buddy? Is that the way it works?
Yeah, everybody's buddy.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone had a buddy.
Yeah.
Or
two,
know,
or three,
two.
because first buddy would say, yeah, I'm on my way. And then he wouldn't friggin' call you back, and then he wouldn't show up, and I waited all friggin' day for you. Like,
buddy.
Yeah,
exactly.
And everybody was buddy.
A whole other blog for a whole nother day. I've been blogging a little bit too, and that will be a really good blog for another time. But yes, it was very stressful, and sometimes you just couldn't get it at all. You know.
Yeah. Those days were the worst.
Alcohol was never really my friend. You know, I was never really a fan. Do I still, like, I might have the odd Caesar now. It's just never, I don't know. I'm just not a fan of the effects of alcohol. I'm more a fan of the effects of cannabis. And now that I use it medicinally and use a lot of oils and stuff, I mean, I've learned so much more. I mean, besides recreational, and it's just so important. So it's great to be able to talk about it. It's great to see the older generation responding to it. I wake up in the morning sometimes with, emails, just even people wanting to know when the stores were open, of course, what the inside of a store looks like. Some people my age are even scared to even walk into a cannabis shop, or they don't know what to expect. So there's a lot of newbies like you, Tim, that are my age. It's not just newbies that are young. There's a lot of older newbies. Most of them are walking into the store, though, to try to treat an ailment or sleep better or menopause or ... Need I go on? But because it is recreational, we can't talk about medical in those stores. So there are still lots of things that need to be worked out, especially for people of my generation.
And I would guess people of your generation, there was a large segment of the population that because it was illegal, and also the religious culture was way more immersive and surrounding both in Canada and the States. Like they were both known as solid Christian nations. So there would be a generation now that I guess is going, I learned bad stuff back then. I heard wrong stuff. I stayed away from it. Maybe not all religious, but for other reasons. And now they're like, I'm older now. I can make decisions for myself. I'm going to live my life. And hey, it's legal. So let's do this.
There you go. And that's the point right there, is that you are right. People this generation feel better because it is legal. It's not like they're not looking for the thrill of doing something illegal like young kids are doing, so that's why we do have an awful lot of newbies as well. We have a lot of doobies, but we have a lot of newbies too.
Not to get you to throw anybody under the bus in regards to their age, but what would you say is the oldest newbie you've come across?
Oh, probably close to 60.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, actually, maybe even a bit older. Actually, now medically, that's different, a different answer. 70s, 80s, recreationally, and when they're just kind of trying to put their baby toe in and go into the rec store and get something that might suffice, yeah, around 60. But I'm telling you right now, medically, it's becoming a lot more normal for, and for one reason alone is arthritis. I mean, I really think that THC and CBD are two of the most incredible natural anti-inflammatories that we have access to. So I really believe that arthritis is a big one. And I think that people who have been taking regular NSAIDs and for, a lot of years, it damages your stomach after a while. So I think that there's a lot of people in my generation who suffer from arthritis who are finding relief and getting off those medications, which is, I think, groundbreaking. People, of course, for sleep. I have a lot of women who reach out to me for menopausal advice because, quite frankly, I've sailed through it using THC and CBD. So it's there's lots of reasons why we need to talk about it more, but recreationally it's hard to, right?
Yeah, that's the legislation that's put in place that in recreational stores. So you're not allowed to actually speak to the medicinal benefits of cannabis. So it makes it difficult for people that don't have doctors' care to walk them through cannabis. To actually be able to understand the benefits and how to use cannabis. Because like Mimi said, she's been doing this for many, many, many years, and the industry is not where it used to be. So now you can actually choose the strain, know the terpenes, which is huge because like Mimi's saying, treat for anti-inflammatory. Well, we know that caryophyllene is a good anti-inflammatory, and that's a cannabinoid that you can find in certain strains. So if you know this, right?
That's right.
That's why I'm like, I love what Mimi's doing. She's educating.
I am. I'm also trying to fill that gap for the people who are having because I'm still a believer that people of my generation who are newbies should go through the process of getting a medical cannabis prescription, because even though they may order their medical they'll still, what we're presenting back to the retail stores is a educated consumer. Once they've gone through an appointment and maybe spoken to someone like me and been it's just, there's a lot of people that are walking in and I want the highest THC, or I want, that is not what cannabis is about. But it's, unfortunately, without the proper education, that's what they know, right? So I always recommend people who are new, even over 40, people over 40 who are new need to go through that medical process and speak to a doctor or a nurse practitioner and learn about cannabis, because they're not going to learn about, they can learn certain things in the retail stores, but if they're using it for a medical reason, they can't.
So because you've been using it for so long, I've heard MJ talk about, and some of the other people that have been on the show, I've talked about the fact that most people that are using cannabis recreationally are using it medicinally, and they just didn't know that. Going back to like when you're 15 in an entire different world of how cannabis was seen and perceived, did you have any sense that it was helping you in medicinal ways?
And but also remember, during that time when I was 15, we didn't talk about mental health like we talk about it now. It was taboo to talk about it. You would never hear of a 15-year-old being prescribed an antidepressant back then. Right. And if they were, you didn't know about it. You know what I mean? I think that's really a big change as far as just the new generation talking openly about mental health issues. And yes, now looking back, I know just for anxiety, I had a lot of anxiety as a young person, and cannabis was there for me. It calmed me down. It helped me. And to this day, absolutely. I wouldn't, you know what? I wouldn't be without it.
Yeah,
I do still smoke, but I'm more of an oil user. I ingest a lot of oil. And to be honest with you, I'm pushing 60 and I've never felt better in my life.
That's awesome.
Yeah, see, when I was using cannabis as a teenager, I didn't realize that I was getting medicinal benefits from it. I just knew that I wasn't doing anything wrong. I wasn't hurting anybody other than my bank account and my future savings. But I felt good. I didn't feel like I was doing anything wrong. And I just kind of continued to do so until I was older. And the doctor said, "Hey, dummy, you've been self-medicating with cannabis for X amount of time." And I was like, huh? That's possible? Why didn't anybody tell me that?
Yeah. And I agree. I have too. My whole life, I have self-medicated with cannabis. Absolutely.
Good.
Absolutely. And now, like I said, going through menopause and things like that, hormonal stuff. And, I think that there's a lot of people, women get to that age and they're like, as soon as they think they need hormone replacement therapy. Well, we lose those hormones for a certain reason. I think you're playing with Mother Nature. I honestly can't recommend enough THC and CBD for that part of a woman's life. And I think that's probably, between that and arthritis, those are the two big things that people really come to me for. But we can't, and then they're walking into a store and they don't know what to buy. So,
there's a big selection too, right?
There's a big selection.
Oh my God.
So
yeah, it's overwhelming.
So I like what you just said there. So basically, you're telling people, don't play with Mother Nature, use Mother Nature.
Yes, absolutely. I am a firm believer of that, because I was one of those women. As soon as I started getting hot flashes, oh no, I need hormone replacement. I need to replace what I'm losing. No, you don't. You don't. They're gone for a reason. Live with it. Move on. That's just my advice. And like I said, I'm pushing 60. I'm on the other side and I feel fantastic. Like I said, and it's because of cannabis is why I feel fantastic. I have no problem saying that.
So, because of, again, the world being very different and everybody was more quiet about it back when you were growing up, would you say that your cannabis community is bigger or smaller than it used to be? Like, it may be a bit more secret then, and now it's more out front, but did you still have that same group of people, that same size of people that knew you smoked, you knew they smoked, and have been there to support each other?
Absolutely. During high school, definitely. And later on in life, because I worked in the hospitality industry, cannabis was very prevalent. Everyone used it to de-stress kind of after work in the restaurant and hotel industry. So yes, I've always, but there's always certain people in your life that, you don't really flaunt it in front of back then, right? Now, it's legal. Guess what? And that's the best part, is that we can talk about it and have these conversations. And I'm just happy that I have gotten to be a part of it. And was my only goal, was to be a part of it. So
when I grow up, I want to be like Mimi.
Well, see, that's the thing. When cannabis was legalized, we were all hopeful to get into the industry, especially the ones that had consumed for years, but the stigma was still there. And you don't know how your peers are going to look at you. And like, I still have friends that refuse to share some of my stuff. And I understand some of them have jobs that they can't risk. And I would never want to put them in that position. But it's crazy that some people still look at cannabis as this demonized thing, and it's a plant.
Now, can you imagine me going to my family at 50 and saying, I want to build a brand, ... in cannabis.
Right.
Right? Yeah, I've had a lot of naysayers. I've had a lot of eye rolls. I've had a lot of support. And it's what the best part is, are now the ones who were kind of like, whoa, are really cheering for me. And I'm talking about certain family members on both, my side and my husband's side. So, it's now they think it's fantastic. So we're getting there. We're getting there little by little. We are getting there. But yes, I can still remember my husband's face. You're going to do what?
Yeah.
And when you say we're getting there, where are we going? What do you see in the next 5 years? Maybe specifically in the older community, like in your generation. Do you see more people diving in? What do you see the future, short term, anyways?
I think they're going to have to do something with the gap between medical and recreational if they really want to help people of my generation. The thing that I think impresses me a lot about Colorado, for instance, is that it's a two-door service. You can walk in and get medical help, or you can walk in and buy recreational. I think that a lot of people have been forgotten about. I think it was all rec, and then medical just kind of went, Well, I'm sorry. People need the education of medical for recreational to be successful.
Agreed. We've had medicinal cannabis in Canada for over a decade. And we still do not have one licensed, we'll call it a dispensary or a pharmacy, if you will, where you can walk in and purchase your medicine with a prescription like you would get, penicillin or anything else.
We do have one now. They do hold a special license, and they are Hybrid Farm in Ottawa.
Okay.
So hopefully we are getting there. But imagine how it sounds to say to someone, this is your medicine. You got to wait for it in the mail, but you're a rec user. You can just walk into that store and get it. Like, it's asinine. There's no other words to describe it. Would you say that to a person who needed diabetes medicine? Would you say that to a person who, no, of course you wouldn't. So that has to be fixed. That gap has to be fixed. And once they fix that, I think we're going to see a lot of people more, my generation, be more inclined and more comfortable, because they're walking in there. 80% of people my generation are walking into the recreational stores to try to fix something. They're not walking in there to get high. They're trying to sleep. They're trying to get rid of an ache or a pain. They're, you know, and until they fix that gap, which I think we will see in the next 5 years, we're not going to get anywhere. So that has to be fixed. That's number one.
Yeah. We need more medical clinics, educational, like Mimi's saying, for sure.
Well, it's exciting to see the
stores, even if the stores could get some type of an amendment where maybe once every 2 weeks they have an educator on site where people can come in and speak to an educator. But unfortunately with the AGCO regulations and rules, they are not allowed to talk about anything like that. So I do still see that there is a lot of access that creates access problems. So, and I think that a more educated consumer is going to spend more money. So it just makes sense. Why would you not want to fix it?
It seems like a running theme with almost all of our guests that we've had on is that there is some regulation, the AGCO regulations somewhere that someone says that needs to be changed, because there are many of them that do not quite work that well right now. And I understand it's all based on, keeping it out of the hands of children and, all that other stuff. But some of the regulations are just crazy and they need to be looked at and shifted.
I've also noticed a common theme amongst all of our guests is that they use cannabis. I've noticed that theme.
That is true. Speaking of cannabis, are we still doing strain or no strain?
So, Mimi, we want to play a short game with you before we go about our continuing day here and let you go complete the mission that you're on as well. Are you willing to play a game with us?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, the game is called Strain or No Strain. And I'm basically going to ask you to tell me whether a name I give you is a real strain of cannabis or not.
Okay.
All right. You've been around a long time. You've seen all the strains.
Oh, I sure have.
All right, here we go.
Sure have, and I've tried them all.
Now, in case you've watched the episode with Genoa McLean, we've chosen different strains, so you couldn't have cheated by watching that episode.
No.
Okay. All right, here we go. We're playing Strain or No Strain with Mimi Cannabis. Oasis, strain or no strain?
I'm going to say no strain.
No, that is a strain. All right. Okay.
I was thinking of copyright infringements with the band and stuff, so maybe.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, I'll give you that one. You get half point. Duck sauce.
Strain.
No, MJ made that up.
That's actually one of my favorite bands. Yeah.
Okay.
It's music.
Funky Monkey.
I'm going to say strain.
Correct. Purple Nurple.
I'm going to say strain.
No, I made that up.
Oh!
It's a good one though, right?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I know. I might actually try smoking that one.
Have you ever tried cannabis before?
I have 3 times. Make it very quick. First time, nothing happened. I was very disappointed, almost upset that MJ took me down to the river.
And that happens. Can I explain why that happens? Because it takes a couple of times for your endocannabinoid system to be stimulated. So yes, that does happen.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then it got overstimulated.
But this.
Oh, and then it got overstimulated.
All I know is that at the time I was incredibly disappointed because science or not, I wanted to feel something. And
Right.
then we tried it again and we were bowling, and I'm a good bowler, and my bowling score significantly dropped. And I can't risk my bowling score, Mimi. So I tried it one more time for fun. MJ was talking to me. I phased out, didn't hear a word she said, and I was like, that's it, I'm out.
That's my bad. It was chill weed. I should have picked a sativa.
Okay, here we go. Last one.
Okay.
Velvet Elvis.
I'm going to say strain.
And you are correct. I think you got like 2.5 out of 5.
I think so.
So
that's still a pass.
That's a pass in our country and a pass on my report cards from high school.
In our country, we pass all the kids through till high
That's
school
right.
anyways, no matter what the mark.
Zeros are a pass.
I don't know if I should have told children that. Oh, they're not listening anyways. Parents, your children will not fail before grade 8
right.
or before grade 9.
No work.
No
if they don't do any work at all in school,
it's fine.
They can become just like me.
Oh dear.
You have any final words for Mimi?
No, other than thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Make sure you follow me at Mimi Cannabis or mimicannabis.com. I'm always here if anyone needs any help. It was a pleasure. Thank you for having
links
me.
for your social media and website will be in the descriptions of both the podcast and YouTube. We thank you so much for coming on here. And I just want to say, I know some people who are in your generation who have been offered cannabis solutions to various problems from arthritis to fibromyalgia and stuff like that. And because of long time stigmas, they refuse the gift.
Absolutely.
And, you know, I'm just getting into this
that's why
thing.
I'm here. If they can relate to somebody more their own age, by all means, if you know of any of these people, please have them reach out to me, because sometimes it just takes somebody of their own generation to talk to them and make them understand.
We don't need to hear from young Timmy, that whippersnapper.
Or like MJ, she's just a young pot smoker.
Butthead. Thank you so much, Mimi.
Thank you for having me.
Wow, that is an interesting human being.
Oh, definitely.
Mimi, she's fantastic.
I love Mimi. You wouldn't know her age.
Oh, she told us, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I wasn't listening, so I still don't know her age. I do that because to me, I see souls. I don't actually see your human form. I see you from
I
inside.
got a pretty good human form, so.
It is pretty good, but
Thank
I
you.
mean, your soul looks pretty good too.
I appreciate that. So definitely connect with Mimi Cannabis. All of her information is going to be in the links below of however you're watching or listening to this. It was really cool too that she was the first one that we've had on the show from, as she kept referring to, from her generation.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. It's so important to know that cannabis isn't a 13-year-old trying to sneak it behind a garage, or a 22-year-old.
Sometimes it is.
I'm saying, but it's
not always.
Right. The perception, people have these things of going, oh, well, it's the 30-year-old lazy guy in the basement who doesn't want to get a job, or the 20-year-old, pothead who just has no aspirations for life.
Like the dude, where's my car guys?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Or even you could get up into the 30s, 40s and stuff. But Mimi's going, like, basically what she's saying is this: there is no age with cannabis. Like people are experiencing it and using it, and in some cases needing it all across the age spectrum.
Well, the thing that I absolutely tongue-tied end of the episode. The thing that I absolutely love that Mimi represents is not just that she is of the older generation and a consumer, but that she has been consuming cannabis for most of, if not all of, her life.
Mm-hmm.
And she is still fine. She's okay. She's smart.
She's clear-headed.
She's
funny,
you know what I
she's
mean?
joyful.
Like, she's not brain dead. she's not a failure. I can't even. I'm having trouble right now. Okay, like I hope when I'm her age, I won't have near this much trouble.
I love it. And with that, we close. Another great episode, MJ.
Yes,
Cheers.
Timmy. You said, and with that we close. I was like, oh no, is this going to be one of those church things?
And with that, we close.
And then we talk for another 20 minutes.
For those of you who've never been in church, that's basically how it happened. And with this, we close. And so everybody gets up and it's like, oh, wait, he's still going.
Yeah.
And then the pastor will say, and with this, we close. And then about 5, and with this, we closes later.
It's just so that way we don't get annoyed with the fact that he's just dragging it out. Like we all know.
Over.
Yeah.
I'm going to start saying during these podcasts, like every 10 minutes, and with this, we close. Just to
Don't
make
you
people
dare.
go, oh, good, it's almost over. Happy Chocolate Eau Claire Day.
Yes. Happy chocolate Eau Claire.
Cheers.
Cheers. Stay lifted, Timmy.
And keep on laughing.
Oh.
We did it kind of. I'm Timmy.
I'm MJ.
Goodbye. Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
This broadcasting group here at cbgtv.com.
Sticky thumbs rolling on the carpet, laughing at a movie that we never even started. Red eyes, tracing all the ceiling cracks, talking about the future, then we lose the thread. Relax, is our hash first, it builds on my tremors, soft little towers I don't understand. Gooey proof of every time that I left, first content tray, that glow of my past. tremors. Soft little towers I don't understand. Going through every time that I left. For concentrate and clear on
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 5th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I'm doing well. And how about yourself?
Not doing too bad. Not doing too bad myself. Had a bit of a rough day a couple days ago, but I got through it.
Yeah.
Just something I ate.
And
Yeah.
with any kind of lower digestive issues, you got to watch what you eat.
Oh, yeah. Like, I could feel it making its way through my intestines because Crohn's
Yeah.
disease, and I have strictures. So I have narrowing in my bowel. And I believe it was a piece of an orange that I didn't completely chew all the way.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
That's all it takes.
I'm glad it only lasted a day.
That's right. Exactly. Me too. Me too. Because it's nasty. I see that we're about to get hit with another storm here in Ontario. So get ready. It's coming your way, I imagine.
Yay.
Boy, we didn't get much rain last summer, but I hope we don't get as much rain as we're getting snow this year.
Oh, fingers crossed. I hope that we're getting it with snow and that the snow soaks into the ground and really saturates the earth for everybody that has snow. That's going to help with forest fires or keep them at a low next spring and summer. But I hope that it equates into not necessarily a completely dry spring and summer, but a drier spring and summer.
Drier one, yeah. But because I know by the end of the summer, the swamps around here were dry, like literally no water.
Oh, last summer was terrible. Yeah, there was droughts all over Canada.
Exactly. All right. Well, it's time for us to get on with the news. We covered the weather,
as always.
Seems to be part of our star. But let's get at her. We've got 8 stories today, and some very informative and educational ones. So
yes.
Let's go.
Okay. Well, coming to us in our first story is coming to us from StratCan. RCMP here in Nova Scotia sees numerous cannabis products from an unlicensed store in Welton Landing. The RCMP in Nova Scotia conducted an inspection under the Nova Scotia Cannabis Control Act at an illegal cannabis storefront in Welton Landing on January 30th. Kings District RCMP, with support from the Kings District RCMP General Investigation Section, visited an unlicensed cannabis storefront in the 3100 block of Highway 12, and they seized numerous cannabis products. According to Jason Popkett, who is the district policing officer of the Southwest Nova District RCMP, he says during the inspection, officers were met with crude language, persistent swearing, and racist commentary. We are mandated to enforce provincial and federal laws that apply to the sale of cannabis, which our officers were doing. This behavior reflects some of the conduct officers encounter while doing their jobs in our communities. I commend the team on their professionalism and persistence in stopping the illegal cannabis market. The investigation is still ongoing. The Nova Scotia RCMP reminds residents that the only licensed retailers that can legally sell cannabis in the province. Several recent social media posts made by the Mi'kmaq Rights Association, which represents numerous stores selling cannabis outside of the provincial and federal cannabis regulations, show a raid on January 30th, 2026 at the Gaspereau Lake Treaty Truck House. And this location, of course, matches the addresses provided by the RCMP. And one post refers to the enforcement as economic genocide. Nova Scotia's provincial government recently called law enforcement to take action against unlicensed cannabis stores selling cannabis products. The Nova Scotia RCMP responded to this announcement by saying they have no plans to change their approach to addressing illegal cannabis in the province. As Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson noted, that in 2025, officers charged 21 people with more than 50 offenses after executing search warrants at 13 unlicensed cannabis storefronts in the province. I know a few of those people that have been charged, and luckily those for a few of those people, those charges have been completely dropped, which is amazing. Nova Scotia RCMP have also pushed back on recent claims about illicit cannabis from provincial government, including the claim that police have found fentanyl in cannabis from illicit sources. And we've reported on that before, Al, and know that no fentanyl has been found here in Nova Scotia.
Yeah, they had to jump in all over the premier on that. Now, the one thing it mentions it was in an illicit store, but I don't know where Welland Landing is. Is that on the reserve, or is this a reserve?
It is an Indigenous owned treaty truck house. All treaty truck houses here in Nova Scotia are Indigenous owned, and they are usually on reserve property or just on the outskirts of reserve property.
Okay, all right.
This one in particular, I believe, is kind of on the border, if I remember correctly.
Is it? Yeah, and as far as, obviously the people who were there that were yelling and screaming at the police officers, they're protesting,
Yes.
and they like the store. They want the store to continue. Stores operate. People are voting with their money because they're, supporting the store.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of the Indigenous stores here in Nova Scotia are right now, they're banding together under a council. They are trying to make their own regulations, in hopes to work with the provincial and federal governments to allow the Indigenous, certain Indigenous stores to stand. And I hope that follows through.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, time for us to move on to the next story of the day. And this one is coming to us from CTV News. The headline, as you see there, says, Cannabis recall in Quebec and Yukon. Elevated arsenic levels prompt another withdrawal of Lunaire products. Quebec producer Great White North Growers has updated its recall for some Lunaire brand dried cannabis products after tests showed elevated levels of arsenic, a toxic heavy metal. Now, the recall notice, first posted on January the 15th on the Health Canada website, was updated on Tuesday to include more products on the company's line. The items were sold through authorized retailers in Quebec, and they said that they were sold as well as in the Yukon. Officials say that the recall was triggered after Great White North Growers conducted a non-routine additional testing on the lot, which revealed the contamination. Now, a total of 2,916 units of the recalled products were sold from July the 17th of 2024 to January the 29th, 2026. Wow. They were sold through the authorized retailers, as I mentioned, in Quebec and the Yukon. In addition, 120 units of recalled products, that's Lunaire Fleur de Lune dried cannabis. They were packaged on November the 11th, 2024, and they were sold to medical cannabis clients through a company called Medicbis. Now, they say Health Canada and the company are urging anyone who purchased the recalled product to stop using it immediately. Consumers can return unopened products to the retailer where they were purchased or safely disposed of open products out of the reach of children and youth. I don't know about you, Cindy, but anything that was packaged in 2024 is already being consumed.
Oh,
or
it's gone.
disposed, right? Like, you would think so. Like, that's just, yeah. Now, as far as the other products that have been added to the list, they are dried cannabis as well as more pre-rolls. I would suggest to anybody is to go to the to get the whole list of all the different products. Go to the Health Canada website or go to ctvnews.ca or ctv.ca, whatever it is here. Let me just think about ctvnews.ca and look for the story, right? And then you'll see the listing of that. But 2 years.
Yeah, pushing 2 years of this product being out there, and they're only finding it out now. Now, the last time we reported on, the first time we reported on this recall, it was only one product that they recalled, and they found it via the test that, like this unofficial, not normal test that they did for some whatever reason. I still like to know why they decided to go do it. They obviously went and tested other products since then. And found more issues. And if I've closed off the story, I think there were 8 or 9 different products that are listed now. So 7 or 8 products were added to the original recall. If you do have any of these products, please check them, get rid of them. Don't use them anymore. Arsenic is not something you want to put in your system.
No. And I recall when the story first came out, that we questioned, like, how can it only just be a few products? It's got to be more than just that. And sure enough, here it is. There's more.
I'm still curious to why they decided to do the test. And then even more curious too, and I'm assume that they're investigating how the F did that product get in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I hope they are investigating the source. Of the arsenic, whether it's just whether it's in the water, whether you would think that they wouldn't be using.
How did it get in?
Well, if they're growing indoors, if it's an outdoor, then you've got the soil and all that. It's already out there, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't know. Hopefully they can find out. So.
Yeah.
All righty.
Yep.
Shall we move on to the next one?
On to the next story. This story is coming to us from Cannabis Equipment News. There is a study that finds non-hallucinogenic psilocybin neural receptor, which is kind of neat for certain people. A new scientific study has identified a version of psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, that may activate key neural receptors without producing hallucinogenic effects, offering potential developing safer therapeutic applications. This is extremely important for people who may be suffering from, DID or schizophrenia or, an illness of the like. According to Cannabis Equipment News, the research could be a major step towards designing medicines that harness the benefits of psychedelics without the intense perceptual experiences often associated with them. Researchers focused on understanding how psilocybin interacts with different serotonin receptors in the brain, which are thought to influence mood, cognition, and perception. The study revealed that certain molecular variations of psilocybin can selectively target receptors linked to positive health outcomes, such as mood regulation and neuroplasticity, while minimizing activity at receptors responsible for altered states of consciousness. These findings carry important implication for the future of psychedelic medicines. Current clinical research into psychedelics have shown promise for conditions like depression, post-traumatic stress injuries, and anxiety, but the requirement for guided immersive experiences has limited broad clinical use. A non-hallucinogenic derivative could, in theory, be prescribed more widely, much like controversial antidepressants or antioxidants. While the research is still in its early stages and human trials are needed, scientists say this discovery opens the door to a new class of compounds that blend psychedelic pharmacology with mainstream medical practice, potentially expanding access to the benefits of psychedelic-inspired treatments without the need for the intense experiences. And Al, I think that For people that don't have certain illnesses or diseases, the hallucinogenic effects, altered consciousness is part of the medicine. But for those that can't have that altered consciousness, such as schizophrenia or DID or bipolar, I think this is an amazing step forward with these medicines to bring it to them.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's just like with cannabis. Not everybody wants to smoke it.
Yeah.
There's other ways of doing it, and not everybody wants to get high either. So with this non-hallucinogenic version, people have that choice. Let's just hope that they don't take away that choice, and the people who prefer to have the hallucinogenic part of it all, that they can still have access to that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I like that when they wrote this story, they did focus on the fact that this non-hallucinogenic version is good for the people that I mentioned. It would be really amazing to help somebody fight their schizophrenia or their DID or their bipolar and win those fights without having to over-medicate them on modern medicine. And if we can find a psilocybin strain that can help them without altering their perception and hurting them, possibly causing psychosis, it has happened, I think it would be a very beautiful and amazing thing.
Yeah, exactly. Just so you know, in the previous story, we had a comment that says that the weed is garbage, and anything with arsenic in it is. I completely agree with that person. So
yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All righty, on to our last story before we go to break, and this one comes to us from Marijuana Moment. The headline there says Trump signs bill continuing to block DC from legalizing recreational cannabis sales as advocates await rescheduling action. Story says, as advocates and stakeholders await action on a federal cannabis rescheduling proposal, President Donald Trump has signed large-scale spending legislation that continues a long-standing policy blocking Washington, D.C. from legalizing recreational cannabis sales. Despite this district voters approving adult use legalization for personal possession and cultivation at the ballot more than a decade ago. Now, local officials have been consistently prevented from allowing commercial sales due to an appropriations rider included in a funding bill covering financial services and general government. That rider, championed by Rep. Andy Harris, was maintained in the latest version approved by Congress and signed by the president on Wednesday as part of the large-scale funding package. While the renewal of the rider represents a setback for advocates, congressional analysts say that if federal officials follow through with moving cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the Controlled Substances Act, that could free up D.C. to create a system of regulated sales. Now, in a report published in 2024, the Congressional Research Service said that while federal cannabis prohibition would still be the law of the land, it would permit the district government, as a matter of local law, to authorize the commercial sale of recreational cannabis, establish market regulations, and levy cannabis taxes, among other policy options. Now, they say there is a complication, however, because the congressional provision that's been annually renewed since 2014, so several presidents have done it, also stipulates that the District of Columbia can't use funds to legalize or reduce penalties for any THC derivative, but the term isn't clearly defined in the rider or anywhere else in federal law. Yeah, this has been an ongoing thing, Cindy. I've seen where other presidents in the past have signed it, and it just scratches my head. The voters approved it.
The money that they could make would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, if they just decriminalize this plant that grows naturally almost everywhere in the world, and Canada has proved it time and time again, and the states that have it legalized have proved it time and time again, opiate use and opiate deaths, fentanyl deaths go down.
Yeah. Yeah,
More
exactly.
people get sober and become, good, tax-paying citizens. And I use quotation marks for that, but they become productive members of society, instead of being a hardship on society. And that's because of cannabis. We've seen that in Canada over and over again.
Over and over.
And now, the government can finally make money on it. And I just wish that, they would see that. They would get their money. There would be less money spent on healthcare. It would just be a beautiful thing all the way around.
Yeah. Now, as I mentioned, other presidents have been signing this. This isn't just the Trump thing. Like, he signed it in the past. Obama has signed it. No, I'm not sure who was before then, but it doesn't make sense, especially now, going forward with the talking about rescheduling and all that. Even though it doesn't legalize it, like as the report mentioned, that Washington would be able to start setting up a commercial business to sell it, retail, and all that. The change. So
yeah.
All righty. Anything else, or just head her to break?
We'll just head her to break.
We'll just head her to break. All right. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
That way. I'm having enough someday, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Education News. I can't get all that out at once sometimes. All right,
so I like this acronym. You're watching PACE News.
Yes. All right. Well, this next story. This is going to be a doozy, you say?
I'm excited to share this story. Absolutely. We're going to go old school for this one and read the whole story together.
All right. Let's go at her. Oh.
I removed myself from the stage. I clicked the wrong button, but that's okay. Here we go again. We are live here at Pace Radio. Coming to us from the Canadian Lawyer. BC Court of Appeal allows ICBC's appeal on future care cost award for psilocybin in injury case.
In a motor vehicle accident case, the British Columbia Court of Appeal has allowed the Insurance Corporation of British Columbia's appeal and reduced an award for future care costs subject to future considerations of the injured party's psilocybin claim. In Insurance Corporation of British Columbia versus Roy Knoll, a man was driving a light truck in May of 2018 when he was rear-ended a parked vehicle that the respondent
he did the rear-ending.
When he rear-ended a parked vehicle that the respondent was exiting. The respondent sustained serious injuries that upended her life. These included
they included pain in the left arm, neck, and head, tinnitus, dizziness, and consistent migraines, central centralization syndrome, a condition involving higher sensitivity to pain and lower ability to cope with the pain, psychological injuries, including a major depressive disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and post-traumatic stress injuries, and suicidal thoughts popped up. The ICBC, the appellant in this case, defended the respondent's suit for damages against the other driver, as the parties did not dispute liability. The trial sought to quantify damages.
In May of 2024, a trial judge of the Supreme Court of British Columbia awarded the respondent around $1.428 million in damages. The judge relied on expert evidence supporting an award of costs for future care related to psilocybin capsules and psilocybin-assisted therapy. The judge acknowledged that psilocybin was a prohibited Schedule III substance under the Controlled Substances Act. However, he determined that
a physician with special permission from Health Canada could prescribe psilocybin, Section 56, or the SAP, as we know. There was no reason to assume that Health Canada would reject a request for the respondent's treatment. Psilocybin would be a reasonably necessary expense if and as prescribed by a physician according to Health Canada protocols. Psilocybin saved the respondent's life by warding off her suicidal thoughts. The ICBC appealed a lump sum portion of the 1.4 damages awarded for future costs, specifically $35,158.55 for psilocybin capsules and therapy to address the respondent's depression, suicidal ideation, and pain management issues.
The ICBC alleged that the judge misapplied the test for awarding future care costs by failing to properly analyze the claim's medical justification and reasonableness, including the application of contingencies.
Mm-hmm.
They said that reducing the future care cost award by $35,000, the Court of Appeal for British Columbia remitted the psilocybin claim for a redetermination, possibly by applying a negative contingency to reflect the possibility that Health Canada would not authorize the substance.
Upon a remittal, the trial judge would answer the question based on the facts of the case. Would a lump sum award for psilocybin capsules and therapy be a reasonably necessary expense without proof of Health Canada permission at the time of trial? The appeal court acknowledged that the judge did not make obvious or palpable errors in assessing the evidence, including the respondent's imperfect evidence relevant to quantifying the award.
Now, the appeal court also accepted that the judge could find psilocybin-assisted therapy medically justified and a future care cost award of $8,000 warranted as long as the respondent could lawfully obtain and take psilocybin with Health Canada's authorization. However, the appeal court ruled that the judge erred in fixing an unconditional lump sum for the psilocybin portion of the future care cost awards, which fell short of the prerequisite of readiness he established.
The appeal court saw an inconsistency between the judge's assumption in his reasons that his award for psilocybin capsules and therapy would lead to payment only as and when a physician properly and lawfully prescribed psilocybin with Health Canada authorization, and the judge's order that simply required paying a lump sum, including $35,000 plus for psilocybin capsules and therapy, rather than reflecting the contingency contemplated in the reasons. This story just really caught my attention. First off, simply because it was actually awarded. I mean, a judge, no matter what the appeals court is doing and what comes of all that, a judge saw the benefits to this medicine.
Yes.
He just went around it the wrong way.
Yeah. A judge saw the benefits. There's awards there. Whether things get appealed going any further, who knows? But
who knows? Yeah. I'm excited for this one. I hope that the plaintiff, like the lady that is requesting these monies and is suing for these monies, I hope she keeps going with it, because this is how we get started in changing these laws.
Exactly.
Right? She could be a big name, and not that that's why she's doing it, but these can mean big changes for other people in the country. And this is the reason why, instead of just doing a synopsis of it, I wanted to actually read the story and talk about it. I think that we are seeing an Owen Smith of psilocybin in the making.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If the courts are starting to accept it,
yeah,
be good.
That's pretty exciting.
Yes, exactly. All righty, time for us to move on to the next story, and it's going to come to us from Gontrepreneur, and the headline there says, NRA Normal file briefs in Supreme Court case challenging federal firearms ban for cannabis consumers. Now, the National Rifle Association, Independent Institute, and the FPC Action Foundation joined the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws in the filing of amicus briefs in United States versus Hemeny, a case in front of the U.S. Supreme Court that challenges the federal prohibition of the possession of firearms by anyone who is an unlawful user of or addicted to any controlled substance. Now, the brief from the NRA, Independence Institute, and the FPC notes that throughout history, restrictions on discharging firearms by intoxicated persons, along with sales to intoxicated persons, were imposed by the U.S. states and territories, but those restrictions ended when the individual was sober. The brief further notes that alcohol was ubiquitous to the early America, and that hemp has been cultivated in America since Jamestown. Now, the NRA-led brief also takes aim at the brief filed in support of the ban by Smart Approaches to Marijuana that contends cannabis legalization has led to an increase in bullying and that cannabis potency is greater than before. Now, the NRA brief points to a study funded by the National Institute of Justice that examined the effects of cannabis legalization on crime in Colorado and Washington, which found that cannabis legalizations and sales have had minimal to no effect on major crime in those states, and finding no statistically significant long-term effects of recreational cannabis sales or the initiation of retail sales on violent or property crimes rates in those states. Now, Normal's brief also notes the historical role of cannabis in the USA, noting, for centuries, Americans cultivated, consumed, and prescribed cannabis without any suggestion that doing so warranted loss of firearm rights. And state legal medical cannabis users readily continue to do so today with the protection of Congress. Now, they say the historical analogs that the government identifies concern temporary restrictions on carrying or firing weapons while intoxicated, or on persons that are considered dangerous, not blanket bans on all users of a disfavored substance, the brief says. And the brief contends that cannabis consumers are among the people whose right to keep and bear arms the Second Amendment protects. There you go. I'm not a big, I'm not a gun lobbyist, not a big gun person. I don't own a gun. I've maybe shot a gun twice, and that was 40 years ago, type thing. But taking away a person's rights to own a gun because they consume cannabis.
You and I both know that cannabis doesn't make you want to do crazy things. It makes you rethink everything. Do I really want to do this?
Yeah.
I don't like. I mean, we've talked about this on air before. Neither of us like to get high and drive.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. When I'm medicating, I want to be in a place where I can let that medication work and get rid of my anxiety and pain. And driving or firing a weapon are not two things that 99% of cannabis users really want to do.
As the NRA brief says, they don't want people, drunk shooting guns, but the person didn't lose the right to own that gun while they were sober.
Yeah.
Or to fire that gun while they were sober.
Yeah.
And people in the cannabis end shouldn't be any different.
I know that rifle ranges around here, if you walk in and you smell of cannabis, they'll check you out. They'll ask you questions, and they'll ask you, if they think you're high, they won't tell you that you can't. They'll just say, hey, listen, why don't we put you off by a half an hour?
Yeah.
Go for a walk around the store and enjoy, right? They're being safe about it, but here that I've seen, we're not being stopped.
No. And I know at the LCBO, I've talked to people in the past. They can tell the smell. People come in, and technically, if that person is high, they could say that they're intoxicated, because that's the word for people high on the New World things, and deny them access to that alcohol that they want to buy because it's just been consuming cannabis. So
really,
yeah. Because they can consider you intoxicated
and not sell you booze because you're high on weed.
Yeah, it's the same as if you go
in Nova Scotia, they sell them all in the same store, and they'll sell it to you together. And they'll suggest, hey, you're buying rum? We got this THC cola back here. They'll mix perfect,
Yeah, no, it's you're intoxicated.
Wow.
You're stoned, right? Yeah. All righty. From that story, we're moving on to
on to our next story. It's coming to us from SciPost. Psilocybin impacts immunity and behavior differently depending on diet and exercise context. It really does. New research suggests that the effects of psilocybin on the brain and body may depend heavily on an individual's lifestyle, particularly diet and exercise, potentially offering insight into how context shapes the compound's impact. According to SciPost, a study examining these variables found that the interaction between psilocybin and metabolic factors could influence both immunity and behavior in ways that vary depending on a subject's overall health and activity levels. The research points out that psilocybin's influence on neurobiology isn't uniform. For example, diets high in fat and sugar appeared to modulate how psilocybin affects certain neural pathways, while regular physical activities seem to enhance the beneficial outcomes. The findings highlight the importance of biological context in psychedelic research, suggesting that a one-size-fits-all model for therapeutic use might overlook key factors that influence efficacy and safety. Scientists involved in the study say that understanding these interactions could help tailor psychedelic-based therapies more effectively to individual patients, especially as this class of compounds moves deeper into clinical research and potential medical applications. By recognizing how lifestyle, including exercise habits and nutrition, may interact with psilocybin's effects, clinicians could better predict outcomes and optimize treatment plans. The study contributes to a growing body of work indicating that psychedelic effects aren't solely determined by dose and setting, although they are very, very important, but also by the broader biological context of the person taking them, a nuance that could prove crucial for future therapeutic protocols. And Al, I can say that this is one that I have learned in my educations with different medicines that I serve. With certain medicines, there is what we call a dieta that we want people to follow. Depending on the medicine, depends on how long you should follow it. I serve combo. You should follow it for 4 to 5 days minimum. And this includes healthy eating and walking, avoiding sugars, avoiding, bad fats, et cetera, avoiding spices. This is worked into, the traditional ways of serving these medicines. I mean, if you go to, when I went to an iboga retreat, I had to follow a certain dieta for at least 2 weeks. Yeah. If you go to an ayahuasca retreat, it's the same thing with a heavier, more restricted dieta. This is something that I'm glad to see the research catching up on.
Yeah, the fact that it affects the immunity, as a person with an autoimmune condition, any way that you could build immunity in order to strengthen it is good.
Yeah.
Sure. It might be hard for them to, figure out for every condition, medical condition, as far as matching diet and exercise to it. But
yes,
it starts someplace.
Yeah, well, the easiest way that I try to tell people, I'll give them a list of what to avoid, but it's really about eating clean. Like, make sure you're eating as much organic as you can. For people like you and I I can't switch off the white bread because anything with any kind of grain or in it, I can't digest. So I cut out bread for the dieta instead of switching. And things like that. And, there are ways that we can take a person, like, say, for myself or you, and take the diverticulitis diet and then just kind of mesh it with a dieta. And, it's not that hard to do. It's harder to actually be the person that walks through it. My first dieta just about killed me.
Oh, yeah.
You want me to cut out what? I had to cut out caffeine, and the sugars were one thing. The white flour was one thing. Like I said, I just cut out bread.
Yeah.
But cutting out, I had to cut out caffeine. I had to cut out red meat of all kinds, and it was just like, you what?
Yeah.
And
yeah, I know how you feel. I had to cut out the breads and the red meats, all that, when I got Crohn's. So I know what you mean.
It's hard when, especially when you really enjoy something, right? I now eat a little bit of red meat, and, my second and third and fourth dieta were nowhere near as hard because I had an idea of what to prepare for. That first dieta, though, holy jiminies, it was hard.
All right. We're heading to the last story of the day, and it comes to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference. Headline says South Africa seeks public comments for draft cannabis regulations. South Africa's Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Developments recently published a draft regulatory proposal that would officially set the limits for adult use cannabis cultivation and possession limits. The government is urging citizens of South Africa to weigh in on the proposal. They say, according to the government's announcement, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development invites interested parties to submit written comments on the draft regulations under the Cannabis for Private Purposes Act of 2024. Now, the proposed regulations would involve the following: setting a cannabis cultivation limit at 5 cannabis plants at a private residence at any time, regardless of the plant size or strain. Setting a cannabis possession limit for adults of 750 grams of cannabis per day for private use, whether in private or public place. Allowing adults to transport no more than 750 grams of cannabis per day, including cannabis still attached to the plant. Now, all public comments must be submitted not later than Thursday, March the 5th, 2026 to be considered. So you got a month. Now, the proposed regulations involve additional conditions regarding the transportation of cannabis. It says, the cannabis being transported must be concealed from public view during transportation by ensuring that the cannabis is placed in the boot, trunk, or at the back or in the enclosed storage compartment of the transporting vehicle. And the proposed regulations state, if it is not possible to transport the cannabis in the boot, trunk, or at the back, or in the enclosed storage compartment of the transporting vehicle, the cannabis must be transported in a storage container. Now, provided that the structure of the container ensures that the cannabis is concealed from public view, and if the storage compartment of the transporting vehicle is not fully enclosed, the cannabis must be covered to ensure that it's completely concealed from public view. What do you think of those limits?
Oh my goodness. One of the things I think is absolutely fun about the new way we're doing this is I get to sit here and like yell stuff at the screen. I'm allowed, if I go to South Africa, I can have one person can have 750 grams a day.
Yeah.
I'm allowed that a month legally here in Canada.
Yeah. 750 grams, setting a possession limit for adults, 750 grams of cannabis per day for private use.
Now, I like and don't like how they've written some of these laws.
It's like a pound and a half, just to give give people an idea.
A day.
A day.
A day. I like that, you know, they've been a little bit more detailed than I've seen in other countries writing their laws. Although the growing of the plants, I think, is going to be a little bit annoying and hard. Like you can only have 5 going. Now, when you first read it, I'm like 5, like nice, right? No matter of their size. Oh, so I can't get ready to cut those ones down and then start new seedlings. Those have to be down and, you know, dead before I'm allowed to pop another seed. So, you know, I wish that they might make amendments for that in the future. But beyond that, I mean, that's like, you know.
Yeah, even here for our medical program, if a patient chooses to have an indoor-outdoor license, so they can grow indoors in the winter and outdoors in the summer, sounds cool. That means, you know, if you want to continue your strains, cut some clones in the summer before they go into bloom, and you bring them inside so your strains can continue. But unfortunately, under the program, that is not allowed.
No.
Not allowed to do that. You're supposed to wait for those plants outside to completely be harvested, and then you're supposed to start new seeds. So you're supposed to kill off your medicine. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Nope. And I know people that pre-legalization and not very long after legalization were rated for their quote unquote illegal grows. And really part of it was legal and part of it wasn't, because like they had one of the pink gold papers. So the person I'm thinking of, they were rated and, you know, a branch would fall off one of his trees and that branch would be called another plant.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah. No.
Right.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So, you know, it makes me kind of sad that they're doing that. And I think that's one of the things that we still need to work to change. But I do like how they have been a little bit more detailed than many other countries in that way. They have given amazing limits. Like, I mean, I can go get I can't smoke 750 or even eat 750 grams in a day. Are you freaking kidding me? Holy cannoli. But
I know,
yeah,
eh?
you know, like they're definitely making sure that people are covered. And, you know, I think that might be a great thing because maybe Joe down the road doesn't actually grow. So Bill up here wants to take him 1.5 pounds to help him get by in the next month or two.
And it said you can transport 750 grams. We're only allowed 30 for a rec and 150. So at the most 180 grams here in Canada for a patient.
Yep.
And they can get 750.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get 180 grams a month, and they can get 750 a day.
A day. All right, like that stuff. Okay, anything else before I sign us off?
Yeah, like, listen, I want to share some news. It is still a little unofficial. We're just waiting for the official okay by the people that we're going to be renting from. But the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society here in Halifax, we're putting on a social. It's coming up hopefully a week from today. I will know for sure on Monday about the date. And share it then. But we are going to be talking about sex and psychedelics. Woo!
Right.
Being led by one of our board members, who is also a sex therapist, Jewel, and her partner, TR, who is actually one of the founders of the Nova Scotia Psychedelic Society. So I'm hoping for a good weather day that day so I can make it up. It will be held in Halifax. I will share the location on Monday. It'll be 7 p.m. Monday on the night of the 12th, we hope. So keep that open, save the date. I'm really excited for this one. It should be amazing. Jewel and TR are very smart in their field. He's a Tantra. She's a sex therapist, and he is a Tantra therapist and teacher. So I'm really excited to share that. And on another note, has nothing to do with necessarily cannabis or psychedelics, depending. The Olympics are being held right now in Milano, Italy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm celebrating with drinking my Milano coffee from BC.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
It was just, it was like when I went out, I saw my Milano coffee sitting there. I'm like, oh, that's funny. So I had to come and share.
Now back to your Nova Scotia society.
Psychedelic Society?
Yes. Doesn't sound like that's going to be live streamed.
No, it isn't. It's an in-person thing. And it's we usually hold them at the Shambhala Center, which is on Tower Road in Halifax. And like I said, we're just waiting to hear back with confirmation from the Shambhala Center about whether that night is open for us to rent the hall. So it's an in-person thing. It's a community thing. It's usually, we usually get, 40, 50 people in there, and we would love to host more. We kind of hold it like a potluck. You can bring a meal, you can bring, some food to share, some sweets to share. Or you can, if you can't, you can just come yourself. So we set up a table and we have some plates and whatnot. And, it's usually a nice gathering. We'll have a lead discussion, usually followed by just mingling before and after. It's wonderful. So if you're seeking psychedelic community here in Nova Scotia, it's a wonderful place to come on out and meet peers.
All righty. Sounds good. Sounds like a good time.
It is.
Too bad I missed out on that.
Oh, and speaking of that, we did have one more speech in the speaker series, and I have gotten a copy of that. So I'm gonna get that ready to upload and share at some time in the near future.
All right, and we'll run that on the network. Sounds good. All right, that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to our viewers and our listeners. Thanks for tuning in. Also, thanks to our sponsors, limestonecityhydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as at ease.ca. We'll see you Monday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern. And as I always say, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop.
Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.